Hey, everybody. Grace and peace. Will y'all give me a one in the chat? Let me know you can hear me real quick. I know I'm not the face you were probably looking for, and that's okay. Jason is at the Fulton County Courthouse this morning, so he is going to be giving us an update. Okay, good. You can hear me. That's what I wanted to hear. Um, Jason's going to be popping in during breaks. I'm going to be streaming the trial, and he's going to be letting us know what's going on inside of the courthouse. So that's a good thing, right? Hey, good morning, Donna. So we're going to have Jason as our on the ground color commentator. So hello, chat. It's good to have you this beautiful Tuesday morning. Feels like a Monday, but this beautiful Tuesday morning, Jason is in the courthouse, and unfortunately, we do have a little bit of bad news. So, with that being said, not sure if he wanted me to say anything or not, but I think so. He just, when he went to go in the courthouse, he just found out that Judge Whitaker did not sign his Rule 22. So there's that, because he was going to give us a breakdown as things went along from his phone, because he thought that would be fun. This is a good way to put it. But Judge Whitaker did not sign his Rule 22. He got his Rule 22, but it's not signed off by the judge. So I don't know if he's going to try to get that to happen today or what the deal is. Yeah. Yeah. Boo. It's kind of exactly what I thought. Yeah. So she didn't sign Kayla's either. Kayla Bumpus. She not? Yeah. That was before I started getting into it real big. Kayla Bumpus. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means Jason cannot take his phone into the courthouse and cannot give us updates in the chat as things are happening. He has to wait for breaks and lunches to come out and jump into the chat and let us know what's going on. Otherwise, he would be able to stream and chat directly inside of the courthouse. But she did not sign it. So I don't know if that means he could just put her signature today. Yeah, I don't think that would work. But that's a good question, Victoria. I had a Rule 22 for a while for the Gadsden County Courthouse, and because there was a big trial going on there for the murder of a child. But it's usually for one particular judge for one particular courtroom, and you have to get it renewed for each individual case. And so she didn't sign his. So there's that. Just ask for her autograph. Hey, can I have your autograph right here on this line, particularly right here? You guys are a trip. I love coming and talking to you guys. You guys are a mess. Another reason she is not our favorite judge. You said that. I didn't say that. I don't disagree with you. Good morning. Count as journalists. No, not really. It depends on who you ask about that, Victoria. Yeah, we need it signed because we are not journalists, so we do need it signed by a judge. And it depends on who you ask if we're journalists. According to the First Amendment, yes, but you have to have a Rule 22 signed off by a judge that's presiding over that case. That is the law, and we're definitely going to follow that. So I'm going to get the stream pulled up here in case they go early, because we know how Judge Witt is. She's early or she's late. She's up, she's down, she's yes, she's no. I was going back this weekend and watching some things from when they were introducing the different witnesses they were going to bring in on the Young Thug trial, and I saw that they were talking about this 15-year-old boy, and he come up and introduced himself and talked about how Young Thug was mentoring him. Do you guys remember this kid? How he was mentoring him and telling him to stay off the streets. And this kid, 15-year-old kid, became a motivational speaker and toured the country and was talking in schools. Independent journalist. Yeah, I kind of agree with that part, Donna. But Young Thug was really a mentor to this kid, and it was super sad. He was telling him, don't ever do drugs, don't ever drink because it's just not worth it, and things like that. Okay, they're getting started right now. Let's go.
I think was one of the questions. Sorry,
Talking to the mic.
I believe there are two interviews with Mr. Sledge, and we will get to Mr. Steele where the other one is located. So I think that was his question.
All right, and that's not gonna come, well, that's, when do we expect that to actually?
That might be tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe, Your Honor. I guess depends on what happens today.
Well, tomorrow is Wednesday. This
Oh,
is
sorry.
Tuesday.
Sorry, Your
It's a
Honor.
short week.
It's a short week. So either tomorrow or Thursday, Your Honor, but I guess it'll
All right, well then get it.
Yes.
Him, I mean, are you saying he has it? It's just, where is it?
Yes.
Like which Dropbox link or whatever? Okay, well, just somebody sort that out and shoot an email over on that.
We will.
Okay, and then will that resolve that issue, Mr. Steele?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, and then there was an issue potentially with jail calls, I guess, between Mr. Garlington and his mother. A lot of this, I know y'all are shooting emails back and forth all weekend, but I just saw these like 2 minutes ago. So.
Yeah. Hey, so Your Honor, relating to the call with Mr. Garlington and his mother, it's not the state's intention to play that call at this juncture. If something changes, and there is a hearsay exception, we will get it in. But at this point,
Okay.
we don't intend to play that call.
Okay.
And then the last thing that Mr. Steele referenced was Mr. Zachary mentioning the search of Mr. Williams' home, and we do not plan on getting into that with Mr. Zachary. We understand the court's previous ruling regarding that search.
Okay, and will have instructed all of your witnesses, if you haven't yet, before they get on the stand, as to things that they are off limits that they are not to mention.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Will that resolve that issue?
Right.
Okay. All right. Are there any other issues that we need to discuss? And I'm going to have an issue at the bench in just a minute. Y'all can finish figuring out whatever you were discussing, but then I need y'all to come up to the bench.
Yeah, there's no sound right now. There's a couple lawyers up at the bench.
With the prosecution, the last minute of the second recording was June 16, 2015.
Okay.
The last minute is Mr. Copeland speaking with Ms. Courtroom. And it's Ms. Courtroom saying, I heard from another person, I don't know who that person is, that somebody else is going to shoot up in Mechanicsville. Mr. Copeland doesn't say anything. I don't believe he adopts it. And she's informing him, and that minute call ends, it was actually cut off by security. So I don't know why that's coming in.
Okay.
I don't understand.
All right. Is that something that the state is intending to play?
We won't play any hearsay. We'll just make sure that the timestamp is correct for when Deshaun makes that, when Ms. Quarterman makes that comment, Sharon.
All right. And on this will be this morning sometime?
Ideally, hopefully.
Okay. So y'all, we actually have a little bit of a delay. One of the jurors isn't here yet. So in a few minutes after the bench conference, y'all could maybe just get together and make sure you're on the same page on that. All right. So can a couple of people come up here?
While they're going to the bench, I'm going to switch over to 11 Alive. Their sound seems to be better. Just bear with me 1 minute. Okay, there it is. Do you guys have no sound? Hit 1 in the chat if you have sound. Yeah, they're not making any noise right now. I'll give it just a second. Woody looks nice today. Okay, now they're talking. Okay, some of you hear it and some of you don't. So I'm going
The
to.
Zoom link. Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
On cross-examination last week, do you recall speaking with Doug Weinstein about your knowledge of God and knowing that God is in your heart? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Weinstein asked you if with God in your heart, that is what you were thinking about when you raised your hand and took the oath. Do you remember him asking you that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Last week, Mr. Weinstein asked you when you took the oath to testify, if you had God on your mind. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he wasn't on your mind, he was in your heart. You remember that?
God, yes.
Okay. And you and I have had discussions about God. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And he asked you, Mr. Weinstein asked you, with God in your heart, is everything that you testified to in trial the truth now? Do you remember him asking you that?
I guess, yes.
But that's not actually accurate, is that, Mr. Copeland?
What you mean?
That everything that you testified to in court while you've been here isn't all true. Is that fair to say?
I don't get what you're asking.
Sure.
You say, is everything I testify is true?
Yes.
To my understanding, it's true.
Okay. Well, I want to play for you State's Exhibit 399Y, which is your testimony from a few weeks ago with you and I talking about your ability to read, okay?
To read?
Yes. We're just waiting for the Zoom. I mean, not waiting for the Zoom. Log on.
I need to put the headphones on?
Yes, please. to show you what's already been admitted as State Exhibit 332Y.
I can hardly hear it.
Now looking at
It's not playing right here.
where we stopped it. At State Exhibit 332Y, do you see on here where it says Hertz rental record?
I can't read.
Okay, so you can't see anything on that page?
I can't read.
Do you see the name Jeffery Williams? Now, do you remember telling me that you couldn't read?
Right?
Okay.
Can I speak on it?
No, not yet.
All right.
There was no explanation of that. I think she's gonna ask him another question and you can, we'll see where it goes from there. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
I'm showing defense counsel some exhibits. Thank you. Yes, please. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Cook, I'm gonna show you Mr. Martin Stacy Exhibit 401. Why? First time if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 401, why?
You said, have I recognized it?
Yep.
I ain't never seen it before.
Do you see your name on here?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you see your signature on the back page?
Yes.
All right. And do you see that date of December 13, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And does it say plea of guilty form?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Is this the plea of guilty form you filled out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property back in 2018?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is this the plea of guilty form that you had to fill out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property in 2018?
I guess.
All right. I'm also now showing you Stacey Exhibit 402Y. Do you see your name on there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see your signature when you signed and date this on August 12, 2013?
I see that date.
Okay. Do you see your signature?
Oh, yes.
Did you fill this out when you took your plea in 12 SC 110195, which was your intern automobile plea?
I guess.
I guess, is that your signature?
What?
On the second page.
I guess.
All right. I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 403Y. Do you see your name on here?
Yes.
Kenneth Copeland? Do you see the petition of bond that you filled out while in jail trying to get a bond?
You said I filled it up?
Did you write this from the Fulton County Jail?
This, I wrote that, but not that.
So you didn't write your petition for bond?
No, this not even my handwriting.
Okay. Well, I'm showing Stacey Exhibit 404Y. Do you see this letter that she wrote from the Fulton County Jail?
Again, that's not my handwriting.
Okay. Do you see that this was sent by you from the Fulton County Jail?
That's my handwriting.
This is your handwriting, but you didn't write this in this. Okay.
Yes.
Looking at Stacey Exhibit 401 and 402, you're on the state like to admit 401 and 402Y into evidence.
Admitted.
Do you see here on page 4, you had to write, are you able to read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes.
Yes.
All right. Also here on your plea of guilty form, are you able, can you read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes, correct?
Right.
All right. And that's what you signed and dated, correct?
I guess.
All right. And last week, do you remember when Mr. Steele put before you the murder warrants in this case? You were able to read the murder warrants in this case?
I don't remember reading that.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Shar asked you to read that dismissal form that when your case was dismissed in early this year, that you were able to read that?
He read it for me.
Do you remember reading it yourself?
I remember listening to him and agreeing to, because he reading it for me in front of everybody, so I assumed that what he reading is on there.
Is it the only time that you couldn't read when I had to put something in front of you that dealt with THUG?
It's a different, like, that's why I just asked, could I explain it to you?
What would you like?
Reading and understanding is different. Like, you putting papers in front of me, like, you can read that stuff.
Okay. So is your testimony today that you did not read anything last week when Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard gave you documents to read?
He said, did I read anything last week?
Yes.
I don't just looked at the paper. He reading it in front of everybody, so I'm assuming whatever he reading, it gotta be on there because he in front of the courts.
Okay. Now, that wasn't the only thing that you have not been honest about with this jury now that you testified. Is that fair to say?
What you mean?
On cross, do you remember Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard asking you about the gang meeting with Mo the day before Nut died?
I'm listening.
Do you remember them asking you about it?
You said, do I remember them asking me about it?
Yes.
I guess.
And this is the same gang meeting that you didn't remember me asking you about it or telling me about it. Do you recall that?
You asked me about it?
Yes, and you didn't remember it when I asked you about it.
What am I supposed to say?
An answer. Do you remember not recalling that meeting at all when I asked you about it?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember what they asked me about it.
Okay. This gang meeting with Mo, is that the same meeting as you told Detective Thorpe about? Back in 2015.
I told you, when it came to talking to the detectives, I would tell them anything to get them out of my face.
And is this the same meeting that you told Detective Dennis and Gaither about? Back in 2015.
I guess, I don't know.
Okay. And is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot at the studio?
Can you say that again?
This gang meeting with Mo, is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot up at the music studio?
Was it after? I don't know.
Okay. And is this the same shooting that Nut was at that studio as well when Rich Homie Quan's car got shot up, correct?
Yeah, ask them. I don't know. I don't know who was at where. I don't know.
Now, last week, do you remember saying that that meeting was about you? This gang meeting was about you. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, who I told it to?
Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard.
It's the way you ask me the question. You got to ask me the same way they ask me.
Let me ask you this. The meeting about the gang meeting with Mo, that meeting wasn't just about you, correct?
Was it just about me?
Yeah, was it just about you?
The part I know about.
Wasn't this also about Thug? Warrens and Thug discussed at this meeting as well?
Was it, they brought his name up?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Investigator Thorpe that this meeting was about you and Thug?
I told you, I had to, you keep going to me, and when they were questioning me, I was trying to, bring him in it. I mean, like.
I want to play Stacey did a 370 watt.
I don't get it.
78 YA at 306.35.
I got to listen to it.
Yes, please.
That's what it is. They said yesterday, Friday.
It's not playing on this thing right here.
The meeting.
It's on here, but it's not playing. The headphone might be broke.
Can you push it? Make sure it's all the way pushed.
It's already in.
We'll just play it for a little while. Maybe it'll pick up afterwards.
What it is. They said yesterday, Friday. They have a meeting. The meeting, like it was a blood meeting. And the meeting was about me and Thug. You and Thug, me and Young Thug. But the whole time, I'm telling them like, what Thug got to do with this, bro? Young Thug was just Young Thug, the rapper. I'm like, what he got to do with this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to him. Like, see with you. I'm like, bro, it ain't no beef, bro. Like, I just think y'all these out there. You don't pay no shit. I'll pay y'all attention. No, I listen in it. But there was a guy that was at me. Said, there was a guy down the road, Mo. He's supposed to say, kill me and Young Thug. So I got 10 minutes on my phone. I text my phone like, hey, bro, y'all gonna kill me and Thug? And I feel left say, and he like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, ain't that like they said? So another guy told me like, ain't that like they said? I'm like, okay, they just lying. He like, yeah. So next thing you know,
I'm gonna stop it at 307.39. Mr. Copeland, you're the person who brought up Thug, correct?
I guess so.
Detective Thorpe never brought up Thug, correct?
Right, correct.
Matter of fact, he had to clarify who you were talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Remember
So,
how I was telling you that I take a little bit of piece of the truth?
so again, when it has to deal with Thug, that part is a lie. But you being on the plate isn't a lie. But Thug being on the plate is a lie. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is, when I was talking to the detective Thornton, I wasn't raised to tell the truth to the police. So, whatever. If you listen to what I said in the interview, I said, what Thug have to do with this? So if it was about me and Thug, why would I be saying what Thug had to do with it? Shit, I would already know.
Okay. But this is because this was a gang meeting that they were putting you on the plate, correct?
I ain't never been on no plate.
Okay. They wanted to kill you and Thug. That's what you told the detective.
That's what I told the detective.
Now, also on cross-examination, do you recall talking about meetings that you had with the state of Georgia multiple times? Do you remember talking about meetings that you had with Ms. Love, with me, with Investigator Long? Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, Cross, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about when I, Ms. Love, met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Okay.
Right. And do you remember that line of questioning?
If you said the same way he did, I will. I remember him asking about y'all though.
All right. Now, when we met, do you recall it being me, Ms. Love, and actually Investigator Viverito that met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Which time?
The only time that I ever met you at the Fayette County Jail.
You only came once?
Do you recall me coming to the Fayette County Jail one time to meet with you?
I thought you came more than once.
Okay. Do you remember going to?
I'm telling you what I remember. I thought you came more than once.
That's fine. Do you remember me coming with Ms. Love and Investigator Viverito?
I thought you came with Ms. Love and Ms. Rolette and Long.
Okay, we'll talk about that meeting because that did happen, but I wasn't there. But we'll talk about that too.
Sustained.
In November, do you remember us meeting in November of 2022? Sure. Do you remember us meeting in November of 2022?
I remember you down there. We were laughing. Yeah.
Okay. And that was the first time we ever met. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever seen you.
Okay. And do you remember I was standing on the back wall because I didn't know who you were.
Yes.
You were standing on a wall over to the side.
I remember you was quiet most of the time.
Okay. And Ms. Love and Investigator Viverito was standing on the other side of you. Do you remember that?
They were sitting by each other, I think.
Yes. And do you remember telling me you don't know me, so you were being very observant of what I would say to you? Do you recall that?
I'm more watching me Verito.
Okay. And why were you watching Investigator Viverito?
Because she had her phone in her hand, trying to be slick.
And what did you think was happening with the phone in her hand?
Y'all were trying to trick me again.
Okay. And we say trick you again. What do you mean?
Well, not y'all, but the state was trying to trick me again.
Okay. And when we met, did you tell us that you did not want to testify?
I think so.
Yep. And did you told us that you had left all this stuff in the past?
This sound like somebody say.
Okay. And did you tell us that you were upset because when you needed our help, we didn't help you?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to us about Gaither not helping you out back in 2015?
I guess.
Do you remember telling us that we should have got your testimony back then when you were really willing to help us out?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to Ms. Love about a case that she worked on with one of your friends?
I most definitely do.
Okay.
And she denied it.
All right. And do you remember us talking about the fact that you wanted to write a book?
No, I told you I wrote a book.
And that you wanted to get it published, correct?
I said I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to put it out because it had too much violence in it.
Okay. And is that what you told us? It had too many bodies?
Violence.
Oh, okay. And did you tell us that you didn't have a court date and you were trying to get you a court date?
That's what I said. Yeah, I said y'all would stop me from going to court.
And did we tell you we were going to try to figure out why you didn't have a court date?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true when we met, we never talked about any details about 2015,
Miss Love tried to.
but we never discussed it, correct?
What you mean?
We never went into details about anything that Little D told you. We never went into details about any of the Club Crucial. We never went into details about the facts of 2015. Isn't that fair?
I'm going to object. This is all testimony. She will not be a witness, but I'm objecting to this entire life.
You're right.
Question that we did. You coming over?
Overruled.
And speaking to your mic also when you're making objections. Thank you. They're out. Shocker. All right, we'll let IT know.
But again, we never discussed the facts of that case when we met with you down at the Fayette County Jail.
I don't know. My only concern was telling y'all that y'all were holding me in jail. So I can't really be specific with, I can't recall. You got to tell me what y'all was saying.
Okay. The only thing we talked about was the fact that you did not want to be in Fayette County Jail and you wanted a court date so you can get out of jail. Is that fair?
No, we was in there for a long time.
Right. And we never discussed the facts of the case. Correct.
See, you talking, I think I'm more talking to Miss Love. And you was just, cause I just remember you just kept standing there and you trying to act like somebody in the hood. So.
Was I just quiet and being myself?
No, you acting like somebody I grew up with.
Let's focus on what it is that you're trying to have him clarify.
Now, the next time that we met was in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay. The next time we met is when I met you in Pittsburgh, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And that was with you, me, and Investigator Long, correct?
Yes.
And we met by the train tracks over in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? And when you got into the car, you sat in the back seat, correct?
Yes.
And I was in the front, Long was driving, correct? Or in the driver's seat, correct?
No, he stood outside the car.
And he eventually got inside.
He stood outside. I see him stand outside the whole time.
And when we first met, I asked you if Melnick was your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you said you had not talked to him.
No, I said he is my attorney, but I haven't talked to him.
Okay. And you told me that he was your attorney because you had not talked to him, correct?
Huh?
You told me that he wasn't your attorney because you had not talked to him.
I don't know if you rule out a continuing objection.
You may. All right, can
It
you restate that question? Are you saying was not?
Correct.
So
Isn't it? I will state.
go ahead.
Yes. Isn't it true that you told me because you all have not talked, he was not your attorney?
No, I had always told y'all he was my attorney. I don't talk to him that much.
Okay. I asked you if you still wanted to talk to me, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And we talked, correct?
Yes.
And it was a cordial meeting, which is that fair to say?
I don't know what that means.
It was a pleasant meeting. Is that fair to say?
I pleasure.
It was a good meeting.
I just kept telling y'all, leave me out of this.
Okay.
I just want to move forward my life and let my past be in the past.
And when we met, you did not have any pending criminal charges, correct? You didn't have any criminal cases.
I don't know. I know I had just went to court and played to the last case I had open.
Okay.
Where I had another one from the jail, but
At the time, you didn't know that had been dismissed. Is that fair?
well, the lawyer just told me they were dismissed.
Okay. And when we met in the car, we also didn't go into the facts of the case, correct?
Well, I told you I was lying, and you told me that you know I wasn't lying.
Okay. Did you tell us that you just did not want to testify?
What you mean?
Did you tell Long and I you did not want to be involved in this case?
Yeah, I don't told the world that I think so.
Okay. And then when we were finishing, I asked if we can meet again on Monday. Do you remember that?
I guess.
And you told me, I'll pray about it. Is that fair?
Sound like somebody say.
Okay. And we called you on Monday and you did not want to speak to us. Is that fair? All right. Then,
I don't know, because I still end up down here.
and you came down here later that week, correct? On about Wednesday,
Tuesday.
on Tuesday of that week. Thank you. And when we met on that Tuesday, correct?
I'm down here. I don't know if I can't remember if it was you I met with, but I was down here with y'all.
Okay. And when we met, you told us you did not want to testify and that you just wanted us to play the tapes, correct?
Because that's what y'all wanted. That's what y'all said y'all wanted. Listen, man, I don't know. I don't know these trick questions that you asked me or what, but you know what me and you talked about.
Okay.
And I told you that I done lied to these people and got me up here. You talking about I put my hand up to God to tell the truth and I'm lying, but you can't tell me what I'm lying about and telling the truth about.
When you asked me to just play the tapes, I told you I couldn't just play the tapes, that you had to testify.
Oh, I can't.
I'm making a continuing objection. It's really unfair unless Ms. Silva's going to become a witness. I cannot answer any question. I have no reports on it.
So he can say, yeah, that's right. He can say, no, that's not right. He can say, I don't remember. He can say, here's what really happened. I mean, it's not testimony, it's questions. And I have and will again instruct the jury that what the attorneys ask is not testimony, it's not evidence. So I understand, and you continue to have your continuing objection, and it continues to be overruled.
And when I met with you, Investigator Long was present, correct?
When?
Back in June when you came down to the courthouse.
Oh, yes, I think so.
And when we met, did I go over with you in front of Investigator Long my understanding of the events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
Object to the relevance of prosecutor's understanding of events that she wasn't present.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did we talk about the events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
I honestly can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling me that I had most of it correct, but there were some things I had wrong?
I don't remember. I think I told you y'all don't got y'all facts together, but I don't know.
Okay. And do you recall telling me that some of the facts that we didn't have together was the fact that you had stolen Donovan Thomas's stuff?
What you mean?
Did you tell me?
You talking too aggressive right now, and it's frustrating me.
Did you tell me that the one thing that I did not have correct is that you were the person that stole Donovan Thomas's belongings?
I guess.
Okay. Did you also tell me that when I asked you about the shooting with Thug and Nard in the car on the night that you got into the fight with Kel at Club Crucial, that I didn't have all of my facts together regarding the shooting with Thug and Nard? Did you tell me that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Do you recall telling the detectives about a shooting with Thug and Nard in the car, and you and your brother was in another car, and you saw Nard with a gun, and he racked it, and when you started driving away, you heard shots being fired?
I told it to you here?
No. Did you tell that to the police?
In the interrogation room?
Yes.
Oh, I tell the police anything.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that I didn't have all those details correct?
No, I don't remember telling you that.
Okay. Do you remember me telling you that I had to tell the defense everything that you told me that was different?
You said, only thing you told the defense?
Do you remember me telling you that I would have to tell the defense anything that you told me that was different than what was in the interviews?
And that's when I switched it up.
And that's why you were mad, because you did not want me to tell the defense the things that you told me that were different.
Nah, I didn't want you to tell them what I said because I didn't want them to tell on me. So when you said that, I was like, don't say that, because I don't want to be exposed.
And speaking about that, when we met, did you tell me that your biggest concern was what the defense knew about you?
To my things I did,
Yes.
right?
And did you tell me, I don't have a problem testifying for y'all. I'm more concerned about what they know about me.
I'm concerned about both of y'all because they can. It ain't. Cause I mean, people. I don't know. It's just, man, I don't know. You got me up here and
you keep telling me that you keep testifying that you kept telling us that you lied. Is that fair? Do you recall me asking you, what do you lie
Yes.
about? What do you lie about?
You thought I was gonna tell you?
Okay. And then I ask you, are you talking about like lying to your girlfriend? What are you talking about?
Because I wanted y'all to because y'all put me in here and I constantly told you, I know I just told you every time and you talk, I don't lie. So y'all putting me up here and y'all be expecting me to remember the lies I done told. Yeah, I better remember the truth.
And remember when we met, you've never told me any lie that you said back in 2015. Is that fair?
All the time, to be honest with you, you ask me your question. Anytime I think about anytime me and you met, it was just laughing, ha. I don't. You played on me.
Because we were always cordial with one another. Is that fair to say?
If that's what it means.
We were always on good terms with each other, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also telling me that the defense may have a video with you and others bragging about killing Nut? Do you remember telling me that there might be a video that the defense has that it's you and others bragging about, we killed Nut?
What about it?
Do you remember telling me that?
I told you that.
Do you remember me asking you, if the video exists, can I have a copy of it?
Huh?
Do you remember me asking you, if this video exists, would you give me a copy of it?
I don't even. Shit, when I heard it, them people say it over there, I didn't know y'all. I don't know that. I don't know. I don't recall.
So last week when Mr. Steele asked you if there was a video about saying you killed Nut, that wasn't the video, correct? There was a video maybe that said we killed Nut, correct?
What video y'all have?
Is this the video that you said the defense may have?
I haven't seen no video. Y'all ain't showed me none.
During these meetings that we had with each other, at any point, did you ever tell me that what Little D told you about the night of Donovan Thompson's murder was a lie?
I don't even. Me and you, all the time, me and you talk about it. It was just like, I told you that I made it up, and you were like, which part did I make up? And I was like, let D get into my car saying that this happened. And then you was like, so let D never got in your car and said that they killed, and I was like, no. And you was like, why is this my first time saying it? And I was like, I was scared. And then you was like, so you asked me about Noah, and I was telling her I didn't know him for real, and I just made it up. And you was like, and then you were like, well, I gotta let the defense know. And I was like, damn, you gonna tell them? And then you were like, I have to. And then I was just like, damn, don't tell them, because the defense already saying that, you know what I mean, too much that they don't need to be saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that it wasn't until you were about to testify that you told me some different things about what happened that night at McDonald's?
Because you made me feel comfortable.
And that is when you told me that it wasn't Nard that got into your car. It was Little D and Shannon that got into your car.
Huh?
Do you remember telling me on the day that you were going to testify that it wasn't Nard that got into your car on the day that Donovan Thomas passed away, but it was Little D and Shannon that got into your car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Sure. Do you remember telling me, switching your story up, that it
No, I didn't switch my story, but I came forward. You made me feel comfortable, and I let you know, like, I lied. The D never told me nobody killed nobody when he got in my car.
Did you ever tell me what you told me on June 7th, 2024, that Little D didn't say anything to you? That's what you told me, correct?
You just confused me again.
Sure. When we met in June of 2024, that's when you told me that Little D didn't say anything to you. That was the first time you ever said that, correct?
You said that was the first time I ever told anybody that?
Yes.
So I guess I don't get, like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It was only in June of this year, that was the first time you ever said that Little D did not tell you anything in the car, correct?
Because you're the first person I ever spoke with that made me feel like you went after me. So it was like you made me feel comfortable to let it be known that shit, I lied. So I felt like you was somebody I knew. Okay. And I wanted to tell the truth to you that I made it up.
All right. Also, during these meetings, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut when we met?
Say that again?
When we met previously, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut?
Yes, I think I told you that.
Okay. And did I tell you that there was other evidence that supported what you told me? What?
Sustained.
Did I tell you that, excuse me, strike that. Did I discuss with you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness?
Huh?
Did I tell you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness in this case?
No, you showing me the pictures and stuff and the phone calls that you're going to use. That's what you're talking about?
I did show you that. Was there other evidence I told you that I could not show you because you were a witness?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Shard on cross-examination asked you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial. Do you remember that?
Can you say that again?
Do you remember last week, Mr. Shard asking you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial? Do you remember that?
Can you just ask me this question? I don't.
Do you remember Mr. Shard last week asking you if I showed you all 6 of your interviews prior to trial?
You showed me the interviews. What about it?
Do you remember Mr. Shard asking you if I showed them to you? Mr. Copeland, would you have sat down and watched 21 hours of interviews with me if I asked you to?
I don't even want to sit down right here and listen to y'all now.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after we met in June, you were supposed to testify on June 7th, 2024. Do you remember that?
All I know is I jump when y'all tell me to jump.
On that day, when you were supposed to testify, do you remember pleading the fifth?
Oh, when y'all locked me up?
When you got locked up because you pled the fifth. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I never forget it.
All right. And you went to the Fulton County Jail, correct?
That's what y'all took me to.
And then you went to the DeKalb County Jail, correct?
That's where they took me to.
And then on Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in the judge's chambers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you. Slow down. Sure. On that Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in judge's chambers, correct?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you? You were there?
Yes.
Your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, was there.
And you was there.
I was there. Investigator Long was there.
Yes.
Okay. Another investigator, Hamilton, was there.
Trying to little short bald head dude.
Yes.
Yes.
And there were some sheriff's deputies, correct?
A lot of them.
All right. And the purpose of that meeting was to explain to you what would get you out of jail, correct?
I don't know. I don't know the purpose of it.
Okay. Did we discuss you getting out of jail?
We've been there for a long time.
And did we discuss you getting out of jail?
Yeah.
All right.
There was some of it.
And do you remember Mr. Shaw and Mr. Steele asking you about those meetings last week?
I remember, I don't know which one asked me, but I remember being asked about it.
And is it true that there were some details missing from what they asked you last week?
You tell me.
During this meeting, were you able to talk to your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, on multiple occasions?
She sat right there with me the whole time.
And were there times when we left and you were able to talk to her by yourself?
I whispered in her ear.
But were there times when I left the room, the judge left the room, and you and Ms. Bumpus were in there and the two of you talked by yourself?
I think y'all probably left out before. I can't really remember.
And did I tell you in that interview that the only reason why you were in jail is because you pled the fifth?
That sounds like something you said.
And did I also tell you that so long as you testify that you would not be in jail?
Huh?
Did I also tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Well, me and you going back and forth.
And did I tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Yeah, but I was explaining to you why I didn't want to testify.
And did I tell you multiple times in that interview that the state of Georgia did not want you to be in jail?
That sounds like something you said.
And I didn't just say it one time, I said it. Do you need some water?
Nah, I've been coughing all weekend.
Did I say it to you multiple times in that interview that we did not want you in jail?
I think you said the whole time.
Now, in that meeting, did I also tell you that I expected you to tell the truth?
And I told you that. I don't lie. If you keep going to the past, if you want me to tell the truth, you can't ask me about what I done told the police because when you know what I mean, I'm just going with the flow.
And do you also remember during that meeting, your attorney asking me if he gets on the stand and says things that aren't true, would I be okay with that?
If I wasn't talking, I don't know.
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus, your attorney, saying if he says something,
No, Jack, that would be your thing.
it'll be effect on it. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? And my response to you is, if he said he did something and he did not do that thing, and she said to me, if you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that, then I said, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand and he did not do that thing, I'm going to ask him, this is the first time you're saying that. And she asked, and you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him, then what? Then nothing. What do you mean? So she said, so you're okay with him if he got on the stand and said things?
Ms. Hilton, get to the question.
Is it true that I said, no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out your mouth, but I expect you to tell the truth. Is that what I said to you?
You told me that if I say I killed Donovan Thomas and I ain't kill him, you're going to lock me up. You said that if I plead the fifth, you're going to lock me up. And from my understanding, whatever I had to say to matter, from my understanding.
And let's talk about the part about Donovan Thomas, correct? Do you recall me saying to you, and this is when, we talk a lot about perjury back in the chambers.
What's the other word is too that I was saying?
Purge. Remember we talked about
Them two
perjury?
different words. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Do you remember us talking about perjury, and perjury meaning lying on the stand?
I always get confused, but you know it.
Okay. And did you have your attorney ask me multiple times, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
What you mean?
Did Ms. Bumpus ask me on multiple occasions, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
You told me that I don't know. I was trying to get it down pat what you were saying, but cause you kept going back and forth about it, cause I wasn't understanding it, the purge and perjury, cause it sounded the same to me. And I was telling you that the stuff I said in the past was a lie. You gotta ask me now. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. When the judge was not present and it was just you, me, Investigator Long, and the sheriff's deputies and your attorney, did I ask you, did you plan on taking the stand and saying that you killed Nut to help your friends out because you had immunity? Did I ask you that?
I think I don't know if you asked me that, but I know I told you that I'm not admitted to no crimes.
Okay. And did you tell me you were not going to admit that you killed Nut?
Yeah, I'm not gonna admit that.
Okay. And did I then tell you that if you planned on claiming a murder that you did not do, that is when you would be charged with perjury?
That's what you just said. That's what I just said. You said.
All right.
If I said it right. And you asked me when you questioned me, did I did, and I told you no.
So you talking about killing Nut, that at no point did I ever tell you if you just admit to killing Nut, you'll be charged with perjury. Did I ever tell you that?
I don't understand you.
This is the entire, I apologize, I know I object. Entire 10 minutes has been prosecutor Hillary putting her credibility before the jury without being questioned at all. I can't question. So I object to this entire line of questioning.
I understand. Yes, sir, Mr. Short.
Is the entire transcript now open for questions?
No, it is not. She's not even asking him things about the transcript right now. She's asking him things that happened not on the transcript.
Now, last week, I believe Mr. Sharp asked you if I told you you could say I don't recall to every question. Do you remember him asking you that?
I don't know. He pissed me off too, so I got frustrated when he was talking to me.
Do you remember your attorney asking me, can he say I don't recall to every question?
Which lawyer?
Ms. Bumpus, in that June meeting.
Do
you recall Ms. Bumpus saying, can he say I don't recall to every question? And my response to her was, I will hope that is not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And I will go through my process of what I do. Do you recall me telling your attorney that?
See, y'all don't understand. Like, I think don't nobody in this courtroom know how I feel to be sitting right here. It ain't about what I recall, what I remember, what I don't remember. It's the functioning of my brain as I'm sitting up here. It's like, I'm trying to answer y'all, but my brain is in and out. Like, I don't, you feel me? Like, I can't, you ask me, it's how you asking me the question. It better than I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying and then answer truthfully, but it sounds like a trick question because I don't know how to answer these questions. When me and you talk without being in the courtroom, you taught me on a level where I can understand you good. But when you get right here, the question that you asked me, you made me feel like I'm in an interrogation room, so I don't know how to answer your questions.
In that meeting, back in June, a few months ago, do you remember me telling you That I just want you to be truthful.
Yes.
And do you
Overruled.
and do you remember me saying to you, I don't know what your current truth is, but I know what you told the police back in 2015.
Objection. Personal observations of a non-witness.
Overruled.
Do you remember having that conversation in the judge's chambers?
Yeah, because I told you that. Y'all don't got, like, y'all don't know that, like, y'all don't know. And you said that your mouth that, yeah, you're right. We don't know what you're gonna say and what your truth is. So.
And do you remember me telling your attorney to talk to you about what impeachment is?
I thought that was the same word as the other perjury, whatever.
But
Ain't it the same?
I can't answer that question for you, but do you remember, did I tell your attorney to talk to you about impeachment?
Talk to me about impeachment?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know most of the time we was talking like my only thing was I was in jail and I didn't understand what was going on. I just felt like, I don't know.
Now, also in that meeting, you said, I did these crimes. Do you remember saying that I did these crimes?
Because I don't want my family I don't want my nephews and them to hear the stuff that I did.
Okay. When you said you did these crimes, what crimes were you talking about?
I don't recall.
When you say you don't recall, what do you mean?
That I ain't speaking on it.
Were these crimes that occurred back in 2015 or crimes that happened more recently?
I don't commit crimes. I changed my life.
So when you said I did these crimes and Mr. Steele asked you about that, or Mr. Shard, what crimes were you talking about that you did?
I guess the ones in my dream, the nightmares, whatever. I don't know. I don't get what you're asking me.
In that June interview, not interview, in that June meeting that happened a few months ago, and Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard asked you about this last week, you said, I did these crimes, I'm telling you that. And my response to you was, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you today, what crimes were you talking about back in June that you said you committed?
I ain't committed no crimes.
Are you saying you haven't committed any crimes?
The crimes I committed for, y'all locked me up for them.
Okay. So then when you said I did these crimes, were you talking about things that happened in 2015?
I'm talking about the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. And to be clear, were you talking about any crimes that are charged in this present indictment?
I'm not a part of it, so I don't know. I never read this indictment and don't want to read it or hear nothing about it.
And let's be fair. Were you in custody between June 10th, 2015 and February 2019?
Can you say it again?
Were you in custody between June 10th of 2015 to February 28th, 2019?
February 28th?
Yes.
2019?
Yes. God bless you. When did you get out of federal custody?
September 12th, 22nd, one of them days, 2019.
Okay. And were you also incarcerated from May 13th, 2020 to May 11th, 2021?
I went back to jail. I did over a year.
Do you remember then going back to jail June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
You said from when?
June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021.
You said from June to July?
June 15th of 2021 to July 24th of 2021.
So you said I did a month in jail?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I remember going back to jail, and both times I went back to jail after I got the feds, I was in there longer than a year.
All right. Do you remember then getting arrested in October of 2021 and then being released in February of 2022?
You said October,
Yes.
and then getting released in a year later?
And let me say, going to prison in February of 2022.
2022. Yeah, I went, yeah.
And you stayed in prison until August of 2022. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
23,
And then you were transferred back to Fulton County in August of 2022, and you were in jail until March of 2023. Is that fair?
yes, they sound like it.
And you've been out since March of 2023, correct?
Until y'all locked me up for pleading the fifth.
And you spent the weekend in jail.
Yes.
Now let's talk about this October 2021 interview. On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Steele playing a number of jail calls for you?
Yes.
Shake your head, yes.
Yes.
And do you recall those jail calls being from December of 2022 to about February of 2023?
From December to February? Okay, yes.
Okay. And do you recall 3 of those jail calls were from February of 2023?
Shit, I guess.
And do you remember the 3 jail calls that Mr. Steele played for you? That was after the October 2021 interview that you did with Investigator Viverito was released. Do you remember that?
I guess.
Now, this is the interview that you told Mr. Sharp last week you thought that the state of Georgia released, correct?
I believe it.
All right. Now, you had a total of 6 interviews with the Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair? 5 from 2015 and then 1 from October of 2021. Is that fair?
I don't keep up with it.
Okay. Do you remember watching 5 interviews in court?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely. I don't want to watch them no more.
Okay. And the only one you did not watch was the October one. Is that fair?
Please tell me we're not about to watch another one.
Is that fair that you have not watched
Yes.
the October one?
Yes, I have watched it. The world watched it too.
Okay. The only video that was ever leaked was the one from October, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department that we've had that October 2021 interview since the day it was recorded?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department that we've had that October 2021 interview from the day that you sat down and did the interview?
Yes.
Did you know that we had the interview for 16 months in our possession before it was released?
Yes.
Did you know that we served that particular interview in discovery in January of 2023?
Yeah. I think I got it.
I
Ms.
believe
Hilton.
it is relevant to the assertion that defense counsel made last week when they opened the door as far as who released this interview.
He didn't make any assertions.
They questioned him. You're right. We
Yeah,
objected.
I mean, I think that is not a fair characterization. There was questioning about it.
And we objected to it, and it was overruled, Your Honor. And he was allowed to answer it. And so we are following up on the ability that he was able to answer that question.
Oh,
I don't oppose that. It was not a jail call, but I would like to ask questions of the prosecutor. Because this is testifying.
all right. It's not testifying. Ms. Hilton, rephrase your question.
Are you aware that that interview was given to defense in January of 2023?
No.
Are you aware that the video was released within 30 days of it being given to the defense?
Your Honor, I would object, and if they have any evidence, they can bring it forward in court.
Overruled. Are you aware that after the video was released, we brought the fact that it was released to the court?
All right, let's take a break. Time for a bathroom break anyway.
All right, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, previously, the predecessor court came to the court's attention that there was a release of what I'll call discovery, but it's October 27, 2021. And it's a recording of an interrogation of Mr. Copeland, and it was very harmful to Mr. Woody. The part that was released that I'm aware of, and I believe Mr. Adams, unless he corrects me, just has lies, what I can say lies, about Mr. Williams ordering people to die. It was very harmful. I asked Judge Glanville, predecessor judge, for relief and a bond because it denied Mr. Williams' right to a fair trial. The predecessor judge said there's going to be an independent investigation of who released that, and that he would get to the bottom of it. I never heard back from that. A jail call, I listened to all these jail calls. We had others listen to all these jail calls. On a jail call, I didn't say anything last week. I played a jail call where Mr. Copeland said that immediately after telling the authorities in December and February, December 22, December 23, that he had lied and that everything he said was a lie about Mr. Williams, and he's telling this to his friend and his sister. He said all of a sudden, this jail call, this interrogation is released. So he believed it was the prosecution team releasing it. That's how it all came up. For a prosecutor who's an advocate to then vouch for and put her own credibility in issue, that's what I've been objecting to. And to say, we gave it to the defense. I'm raising my voice because I don't have a amplifier and microphone. So I'm not trying to yell. Court is shaking the head with a smile. My point is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, is that it sounds like I did something wrong. I didn't release anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was the one objecting to the release of this information. And it was given out, and I'm not very technical, so it was given out on Dropbox, and I was told that's a bad way to do it. And Judge Glanville, then predecessor judge, said, don't do it that way anymore. Yet the Dropbox was never taken down. It was all a mess. And the predecessor judge, and I'm not asking this person, it may have been a great investigation. I just never heard anything. Now we're here on Tuesday, the third day of September, and the prosecution is asking questions which clearly target that did you know that within X amount of time that the defense got this discovery, which the previous answer was no. I don't know when the defense got the discovery. There's no foundation. That doesn't stop the district attorney of saying then it was released. Clearly, it's the same pattern that they've been given about all these witnesses. Mr. Trontavia Stevens, Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N, Mr. Murphy, this witness. Have you ever had to testify in front of Jeffery Williams or these other people? Now all of a sudden, your testimony is different. And I've been objecting every time because there's no evidence of intimidation. And what happened, which you may not know, and this is based on information belief, I never spoke with Mr. Copeland about this, so maybe it's not true. I believe he got beaten in the jail after that was released. I believe, I could be wrong. But assuming that's all true, for the prosecutor to now say that their hands are clean, and I can't ask the question. Judge Lambo denied my request to call the prosecutors and their agents to assert under oath, under questioning, who released this. Because it certainly wasn't in Mr. Williams' best interest. So anybody on Mr. Williams' behalf would be would do a disservice to release that Mr. Williams is having people killed in the middle of jury selection. So anyway, my bottom line is this entire, Ms. Hilton has taken, and I have all the cases we argued before, but has taken herself, and she has moved from the position of asking questions and advocate to testifying as a witness. You told me I was there. Detective walks out of the car. You told me. You only told me this. Did you know that the prosecution served this? Were you aware that the defense had this? All of this needs to be questioned to Prosecutor. So I asked the court, I know I've been repeating the asking, and I know that I have a continual objection, but this is not how we try cases in the state of Georgia. All of these cases require Ms. Hilton to take a witness stand. And if she does, I have no objection. I'm not witness. But it's been denied. That's my objection. I'd like her to be removed from the case. I'm not trying to stymie the prosecution. They have other witnesses. They have at counsel table, real lawyer. I mean, this is not new. So I ask for the prosecution that specifically Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love be removed from the case. I have questions for both of them. I also like to renew my motion I could call predecessor. That's my entire objection. The mistrial motion, I don't want a mistrial. I can tell you what I don't want. This has to stop. And now the last questions had to be with the intent of casting aspersions on not only Mr. Williams, but I presume everybody else here by saying that we're releasing information, which I assume maybe it's not true. So I don't want to go too far. But the next question will be, and you got beaten, Mr. Copeland, after the release of that as intimidation. So those are my motions for this trial that I don't want. I don't want the motion for this trial, but I feel compelled to make.
All right.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be my next question because I didn't know he got beat up in the jail. Your Honor, last week when Mr. Shard, I believe, asked.
Let me interrupt you a second. He may not have. I just want to make that may not be accurate. I don't have any personal knowledge, or I was not told that of Mr. Copeland.
Last week when Mr. Shard asked he went down a line of questioning about this call being released. And Mr. Shard asked Mr. Copeland who was his belief, what was his belief of who released this recording? And the state objected, saying that it wasn't relevant who he believed released this video. The court overruled the state's objection. He was able to answer that question, which was he believed it was the state. Mm-hmm. And at this point, we believe that it is proper for the same reason that he was able to disparage that the state will release such a video.
Okay, you need to be careful about what you're saying because there are questions from the attorneys and then there are answers from the witness stand, and that's what the evidence is. And I do not believe that anybody on the defense side made the suggestion that the state had released it. I mean, the transcript will reflect what was asked and what was answered, but
and maybe not disparage is the right word, but the question was asked, who do you believe released the video? And he says, I believe it was the state of Georgia. I believe that an appropriate line of questioning, Your Honor, is would he feel differently if he thought that the defense leaked it? And to give questioning about what his understanding of what Mr. Copeland's understanding is of what happened and what transpired when this video was released.
Well, we already know what Mr. Copeland's belief and understanding is.
But would it change if
that's not what you asked though?
But I had to give some foundational questions in order to ask that question. in order to
No,
ask
you
what my
didn't.
next question is. Because another question I'm going to ask him, and it's something he alluded to earlier, was that after this video was released, Miss Love, Investigator Long, Miss Rolak all visited with him after this video was released to check on him, to make sure that he was okay. And he alluded to that earlier when he thought I was present at the meeting. And all of this happened around the time that the video was leaked. And so I was asking some foundational questions to Mr. Copeland to see if his position would be different if he thought that someone else leaked it and not the state of Georgia.
Then you should ask that question.
And I can get to that series of questions, Your Honor, but I don't.
I mean, you are coming very, very close to the line with this line of questioning. I mean, you're basically, the defense is not far off. Let's just put it that way.
So I mean, I can move to my last two questions regarding this, which is who came to visit him after the video was released, and would he feel differently if he believed that the defense leaked the video?
No, I'm not going to let you ask that last question at this point. And that's a total hypothetical question. That is an assumes facts, not an evidence question. Not the objection you keep making.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I feel compelled to just make a brief record. First of all, any insinuation that I asked a question about the release is way off. That topic never even came up during my cross.
You know what? And I know you're not finished, but let me just say that I believe that this jury is paying attention and that they have enough wherewithal to remember what actually happened, and for questions that are potentially misleading, I'm not sure why they're being asked, but I think the jury's going to take note of what got said. And I understand, but you know, I think the jury is doing what they have been told to do, which is to pay attention to the evidence, not the questions.
And second, Your Honor, I just want Your Honor to understand kind of the backdrop here. I guess there was a release. I don't even remember the time that was released, but apparently it was on social media. When that came to the attention of the court, to my recollection, from my vantage point, yelled at the defense, and this was prior judge, and essentially blamed us. And all of us were saying, well, we didn't do anything. I personally don't even know how to release a video to the press or the internet anyways. But, you know, I just went along with it. Okay, there's going to be an investigation. We're being told we're under investigation. And then all of a sudden, no one mentions the investigation anymore. And it's kind of like, well, if you're accused of something, you would like to know the progress of said investigation.
I'm certainly happy to ask the predecessor court's chambers what's gone on with it, if anything, but that's not really relevant to what's before this jury.
Well, it's not until the state, knowing that there was an investigation, knowing that they haven't heard of any findings, then lights this thing on fire again and starts suggesting that we did something wrong. And, you know, I can only speak for myself. I don't believe anyone did anything wrong on this side. I know I didn't. And then somehow those insinuations are coming out in front of the jury with absolutely no basis. And I'm going to join my my friend Mr. Steele, and I'm going to state in my place that I believe the state at this point is goading a mistrial and goading us to move for a mistrial. So I just think that was very inappropriate, and it suggested things that there is just no basis. And in fact, there's apparently been an investigation, and it's been settled as far as I know.
Well, I don't know what has happened, if anything, with that. But would you like to address the assertion that you are goading the defense into a mistrial?
Yes, Your Honor. Number one,
into a motion for mistrial.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Number one, we don't want a mistrial. We vehemently object to a mistrial. And we do believe that the line of questioning, whether it was posed by Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele regarding Mr. Copeland's belief about who leaked that video, was one, not relevant, but understanding that the court ruled as it did, we believe that an inquiry whether his belief that the state leaked the video had some impact on how he decided to testify would be a valid question.
Okay, that's again not what y'all asked.
Understood, Judge, understood. But I vehemently object to a mistrial. I do not believe that anyone here at this table has done anything, anyone at this table or on the state's behalf has done anything to in any way merit, warrant, call for, justify a mistrial. So we definitely object to a mistrial. And Your Honor, as it relates to the assertion that counsel for the state have somehow made themselves a witness, repeatedly, the witness has affirmed that there were people in the room whom either counsel for the defense could call without having to disqualify either prosecutor in this case. So that being obvious, we definitely object to a mistrial. And additionally, we object to the speaking objections that are being made while the jury is in the box.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule that objection. I don't think that that is going on. Sometimes it's just not particularly clear what the objection is. And if I need further elucidation, then I have permitted that. But I'm going to overrule the motion for mistrial and, or deny the motion for mistrial and deny the motion to remove either Ms. Hilton or Ms. Love from the case. I do think that it appears from the questions that there was somebody else present at every meeting. But, you know, Ms. Hilton, that's another option as well. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
None of them work.
Okay, all right. Can you
Try that one.
All right, can you hear me?
That works.
All right. Your Honor, I want to add that we cannot question any other individual that was at that meeting about Ms. Hilton and the way that she asked some of her questions and made her comments. Let me give you an example. Ms. Hilton said, I was standing to the side because I didn't know you. That's her feelings. That's her reasoning on why she was standing where she was standing. Ms. Hilton also said, I was just being me. I can't ask Detective anyone in reference to that.
Hang on. Sorry. I mean, I think that each of those was not a statement. It was a question. It was a cross-examination question. They were, and was this essentially like, is this your recollection or is this what happened? So it was not her testifying. I'm overruling that objection.
All right. And I just want to add that she also said the purpose of the ex parte meeting. So there's no way that
he said, I have no idea what the purpose of that meeting was. So, I mean, I understand, but it's overruled. Thank you for the additional making of the record. Anything else?
Yes, just briefly, I know I objected earlier about what Attorney Caleb Bumpus allegedly said in that meeting. Court overruled our objection on hearsay grounds. The state indicated that it was affecting the listener. Those are objections that we're making because we certainly cannot cross-examine Caleb Bumpus today on this issue. We may have to put her on the witness list if we think that it's warranted. Today, she has not testified in this trial, so at this point, it would be hearsay. So I just want to remove my objection.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take our restroom break as well. And let's try to be back as quickly as possible because the jury's already been out for 15 minutes.
Okay, that was crazy. That was wild. What? So we heard the questioning from the state, which really sounded more like a testimony from the state of why they didn't do anything wrong, and why they shouldn't be in trouble. That's how it sounded to me. Maybe Jason will jump in here. I'm not sure. The court is on a convenience break. I don't expect it to last very long, so I'm going to keep it pulled up here. What did you guys think? Please let me know here in the chat of what you guys thought. Did you think it was questioning, or did you think it was more of a testimony of look, this is what we did, and it wasn't wrong. Oh my goodness. But wasn't I doing this, and wasn't I doing this, and wasn't I doing that? They're speaking of the video. Yeah, they were speaking of the video. That's true. There's going to be a mistrial. I don't think so. I thought so at first, but now I don't think so. I think that Sis Wit is going to press on to the bitter end. She's going to have this on her resume saying, I was the judge that oversaw the Young Thug trial, RICO case. What video about what? The video where he was interrogated, and they went to the jail and spoke to him about what he would, I'm going to preface this lightly, what he would need to say on stand and not need to say on stand. Again, that's the way I saw that video, or understand it. They haven't played the video. That's the way I understand it. And that's the way Woody understood it. Whitaker is helping the state. She stops the drone every time they mess up. I see why the whole play. You guys should see it. Yeah. Thank you, Black Gold. I don't think it would be a mistrial now, but I do, because they have 100 more witnesses, and the judge is already frustrated over the first witness. You're not wrong, Whitney. At least she did hear. She didn't even hear the last objection out. She didn't even hear her out. She could have let her finish her sentence. I thought that was very rude. Do you suppose the defense really don't want a mistrial? I would think it would be a prejudice at this point. I get they want them found not guilty. It makes me wonder. What the defense was saying is that they were wanting them to ask for a mistrial. That's what they were pushing for. I think I disagree with that. I think they were wanting to clear their name from the stuff that Woody said on the stand. Woody said, they came and met with me and told me the things I was supposed to say. But that's what I understood. Because Steele made them look pretty bad. Maya, sanctions removal somehow legally put us out of our misery, please. But the sad thing is there's so many lives on the line here. A man's in jail and has been in jail for a long time. Look at the prosecution got caught with your hand in the cookie jar and trying to back their way out of that mess they made. Yeah, that's exactly the way I took it, Gordon. Is they made a mess with Woody going to the jail. Why did they do that? They knew they shouldn't have done that. They knew they were not supposed to do that. The state needs Woody's lies to be true. Yeah. And what Woody is saying is that he lied back then because he was raised to tell the judge or to tell the cops, and he looks at them as cops. You know, they're all together in his eyes, to tell them whatever they need to hear, right? Just so he can get out of jail, not go to jail, whatever. It's not his fault. Whatever it is, it's not his fault. And so he was doing that. But now he's saying, this is what Woody is saying, that he's telling the truth now. And he makes it very clear that he does not want to be there. And he made it very clear to Miss Hilton that he did not like her tone. He said, speak to me the way he spoke to me, you know, talking about Steele. And the prosecutor, that he's their star witness. Woody is their witness. And she was talking to him all hostile, but, you know, I don't think Woody was, I do think Woody was being honest as he could when he said he thinks he's trying to trick or confuse. Yeah. Things in his favor. Yeah. I think the same thing, Kels. I think the same thing. Judge Paycheck's bounces, they might lead to an attitude adjustment. You guys are a mess. The jury allowed to take notes? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, but I'll find out. I think they are allowed to take notes, but that they take them from them at the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken. But I might have my trials mixed up. Let me find out. I'll get back with you. They are. Okay. And people are saying yes, they are. Okay. They are allowed to take notes. Okay. Okay. I see people coming back in. He does have a lawyer that's not court appointed. He does have a lawyer that's not court appointed. Yeah. Yeah. He's paying for his lawyer. Now, the court helped him find a lawyer. They helped him find one, but it's not like a court paid lawyer. He's paying his lawyer. They collect them at the end of the day. That's kind of what I thought, DJ Swift. Thank you. Could you say the last objection was, if I can remember it correctly, she was saying pretty much the same thing. She was getting to the point that she wanted to question Miss Hilton, like everyone else was saying, because Miss Hilton was making the defense that, oh, we only said this and we only said that. Well, that's from her point of view, is what they were saying. So if she wants to testify like a witness, let us question her like a witness, which I don't disagree with at all. If anybody watched the Rust case, we seen a prosecutor get on the stand there. Didn't go too well for her, but we did. Yeah, Maya, I feel you. I keep my box of Kleenex right here because this case is tough. Yeah, it is. It's really rough. Gets me in my feels. Hey, Joanne. That's not necessarily true. I'm not sure if it's an Eighth Amendment violation, because he didn't have an excessive bail. And it's not, they're not causing cruel and unusual punishment. So to say it's an Eighth Amendment violation is a little much. But I see where you're going with that. I do see where you're going with that. I think they're violating his First Amendment rights to tell him that he has to say certain things. I'm a believer in the First Amendment, and to say that he has to say certain things, I don't think that's fair. And it goes against everything the justice system believes in too. Shouldn't he be telling things like they happened, not what they want him to say? Filipino girl, yes. You need to go back and watch the last 20 minutes and then catch us up on 1.5 speed, because we'll miss you in chat. But yes, go back and watch the last 30 minutes. Okay, that would be more of a 10th Amendment, wouldn't it? I'll have to look. I might have my amendments messed up. But yeah, if they did that on purpose, then yeah, that would be violating his rights, especially if they punished him for it. Oh, and as in conditions of the jail. Okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, as if the conditions in the jail are really as bad as he's saying, my goodness, then everybody's rights are being violated there. Everyone. If they're really that bad. Wow. It sounds horrific. I had nightmares about it. And I'm not kidding. Like, I'm tearing up now, actually, because you have to pay for your crime, but to have to undergo something like that is not necessary at all. The locks don't work on the doors. I heard that too. Sorry, guys. Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. That's why all the jailers quit. Yeah, I heard about that too. It's awful. Well, they don't want that put on them, and I can understand. That would be good, actually. I know some people don't agree with the plea in this situation if he didn't do anything wrong, but if it's a good enough plea, like house arrest or probation, then I would take it to get out of jail. old sheriff of Fulton County said they were hosting 3,500 inmates. Wow. Wow. How many is it built to hold? Filipino girl. We talked about that this morning. The judge did not sign it. He got it back as approved, but the judge didn't sign it. So it's kind of just approved to be a piece of paper. So he cannot film or have his phone in court. So this was supposed to be a quick bathroom break. I know you're not talking to me, but yeah, she did. She actually looked upset by it, didn't she? Jason is at the courthouse today. He's seeing all this break out in real time. That's kind of what I thought was going on, but I didn't want to say in case I was wrong. But that's kind of what I think is going on, because she wasn't happy. I watched Phil's special jail. Oh, really? He had a special jail episode. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that. I love Phil. Fulton County Jail, also referred to as Rice Street. Yeah. Hold. So it's more than double its capacity right now. Oh gosh, that's awful. Double its capacity. More than double. Okay, so real quick, if you're just coming in, it was kind of a boring morning, but then we figure out what's going on. Miss Hilton is trying to clear the state's name with Woody, because Woody got up there and outed them last week, saying, no, y'all came to the courthouse or came to Rice Street and told me that I had to say certain things. I had to say this and this and this on the stand. And the defense got all upset about that for obvious reasons, because he just needed to tell the truth always, not say certain things. And so she gets up there and starts trying to clear their name. She pretty much was testifying. She was making statements and just finishing it with, correct? Isn't that correct? We were just standing there talking to you, correct? I wasn't saying much of anything, was I? Correct? So that's what she was doing. And then the defense started objecting left, right, and center. Every defense lawyer in there started jumping up and objecting. And finally, Mr. Steele put on, I wrote it down, an 8-minute rant about how if she wants to testify like a witness, he wants to question her, that she needed to take the stand. This needs to be a mistrial, or he wants to question her, one or the other. And that he thinks that the state is purposely trying to get a mistrial. So that's what's going on right now. I guarantee you they will charge Woody with a new charge somehow. I kind of feel the same way, Debbie. I hope they don't. I hope they don't do that to him, because a deal's a deal. Keep your deal. Keep your side. Let him keep his side. If they go back, good luck with ever getting anyone to trust you ever again with a deal. She knows how to cross-examine. She also is doing some CYA right now too. It's like Rikers, overcapacity, lots of death and corruption. I'm sorry to hear that. It's awful. I'm a chaplain at the prison up the road here, and it's a minimal security prison, and they are people that are just like getting ready to get out, and they just kind of walk around there. They're not even in cells. Their cells don't even have doors. Well, they're in cells, but they don't have doors, and they're just kind of, they have gardens and everything else. I mean, it's not a holiday there by no means, but it's nothing like this. Absolutely nothing. This sounds just awful. They said they lost inmates inside the jail. Like it took time to let family members know where they were, give credence to Woody saying they came to get him for court, and they say they were looking for him. Yeah, I think she's maybe having a little come to Jesus with the prosecution. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. Yeah, Kels, you're right. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
Mr. Copeland, after the video was released, did anyone from the state come and visit you after that October 2021 interview was released?
No, not that I remember.
On cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the murder warrants that were taken out regarding the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that you never saw the warrants, but you were told about the warrants by your then attorney back in 20?
My lawyer came to the jail and told me I was child murder.
Okay. And do you remember when your attorney came and spoke with you?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever brought to Fulton County Jail for those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever arrested on those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Were those warrants dismissed against you?
This is what I was told.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you have not or were not indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.? Is that fair to say?
I don't understand you.
Were you ever charged with the murder, like formally charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, my lawyer came to the jail and told me I've been charged with murder.
Okay. And did your lawyer also tell you that the case was dismissed against you?
Yeah, like at one point, I can't remember when.
Okay. Were you still in the feds?
I think so.
All right. Now, last week, Mr. Shard asked you about the false statement arrest warrants that were taken out by the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't until last week that you found out that those charges were dismissed against you, correct?
When he told me, that's when I knew. That's when I first time hearing about it.
Okay. Now, do you remember him showing you a document? Do you remember him showing you this document last week, defense 27, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him asking you about Fonnie Wilson's name on here? Do you remember him asking you about whether or not her name was on there?
It's the same paper?
Okay,
Yes.
right. Did Fonnie Willis sign this document?
How am I supposed to know?
Whose name is on the bottom?
Mine's? No. Some. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Does it say Kenneth Hutcherson?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that's not my name, correct?
Now your name is Hilton.
That's not Ms. Love's name?
You just said the name.
Is it fair to say that no one over here talked to you about that case prior to last week when you learned about it, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
We did not, did anyone from this prosecution team here dismiss this case in exchange for your testimony?
My first time hearing about this case.
Sustained. Did we ever tell you, did any of us ever tell you that your charges would be dismissed if you testified? That those charges would be dismissed against you if you testified?
I have the same objection. There's no alternate witness.
The same objection as before. She's just overruled.
Did anyone talk to you about those dismissal of those charges in exchange for your testimony?
I didn't know nothing about church till he told me about it.
So it's fair to say that you are not testifying here today because in exchange for your testimony for dismissal of those charges.
I'm testifying here by force.
Okay. Now, on cross last week, you were asked by Mr. Steele, excuse me, let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Steele showing you a number of video clips last week from your from your interviews from June of 2015?
Yes.
And then he also showed you clips from your interview in January of 2015 as well.
He showed my interrogations.
Okay. And do you recall being asked by Mr. Steele on cross whether the district attorney or the police or anybody ever came back to tell you or confirm with you things that you said? Do you remember him asking you a lot?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether or not the state of Georgia, the police, or if anyone ever came back and showed you a 911 call? Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you if anyone ever came back and told you that they talked to Valerie?
He asked me no questions.
Okay.
That's what you asked me?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you remember him asking you multiple questions like that?
Well, he asked me a lot of questions.
Okay, God bless you. Now, let me ask you this. You served about 51 months in federal custody. Is that fair?
Yes, a little bit over, but
After your release, did you want to speak with the Atlanta Police Department?
what you mean?
Once you were released from custody, did you want to meet with the Atlanta Police Department?
They never tried to reach me.
Okay. Did anyone from the state, the police, or anyone ever tell you that they found shell casings on a side street on January 6, 2015?
Say that again?
Did anyone from either the police department, the state of Georgia, ever tell you that they found
That would be obvious you're saying.
I'm gonna strike that question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did anyone ever come from the state of Georgia, from the police? Did anyone ever tell you about the Hertz rental car records that you were shown a few weeks ago?
Nobody never said that to me.
Okay. Did anyone ever from the police department or the state of Georgia ever showed you the surveillance video that you saw last week?
Which one?
The surveillance video, God bless you, at the gas station.
Say that again?
The surveillance video at the gas station.
You said, what about it?
Did anyone ever show you that before you saw it in court last week?
Yeah, I seen it before
Where'd you see it?
on the news.
Okay. Did you ever come into the police department to see it at all?
I never, no.
Okay. Did anyone from the police department, the state of Georgia, ever show you telephone records that they received?
The police just asked me questions.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you your telephone records from 2015?
No.
Did anyone from the state of Georgia ever show you cell phone records from NARD that they may have received?
Which night?
Demise McMullen.
You said that again?
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Demise McMullen, also known as NARD, that they may have received?
What you mean? With me and him talking?
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records, period, that came from NARD?
Yeah, I can't because no, I don't got my number. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm just asking, did anyone ever show you any telephone records?
No.
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records from Duwop's phone?
Nobody never showed me no telephone, nothing.
Did anyone ever play any calls from jail with Duke and Javorce Bradford or Tuda?
How I supposed to know?
Did anyone ever play that for you?
Oh, no.
Did anyone ever show you telephone records from OG Bentley?
No.
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from THUG?
Who?
THUG.
No.
Did anyone ever play any phone calls from Shannon Stillwell for you?
You showed me.
I played for you a telephone call with Shannon.
The visitation.
Not the visitation, a phone call. Did anyone ever play for you a a phone call with Shannon?
No.
Okay. Just because you didn't see these things, does that mean that these things do not exist?
Huh?
Just because you never saw these things doesn't mean that it does not exist.
I supposed to know.
Okay. Now, Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the fight at Club Crucial. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember also testifying on cross-examination that you spun out in the Infinity with Quindarius Zachary?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember testifying last week that you were in the Infinity a few days before Nutt's murder and it spun out on the highway?
What you asking me?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question.
It's apparently you're not the only one that objects to it. Mr. Copeland does not understand what you're trying to ask him. Rephrase the question.
Sure. Last week, do you remember being asked by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard about the Infinity spinning out on the highway a few days before Nutt's murder.
Just a few days before, Your Honor.
Why don't you just try to ask it maybe in pieces?
Do you remember last week being asked about the Infinity spinning out on the highway?
Yes.
Okay. And did that spin out happen right before Nutt's murder?
What you mean? So you saying right before it happened?
Do you remember telling last week during
I
cross-examination?
remember saying that. I read the card and I gave it the threat.
All right. And then you also remember you gave Threat the car at the studio the night before Nutt's murder, correct? You remember giving the car to Threat the night before Nutt's murder, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that a yes? You remember that?
I remember getting threat the car and leaving.
Okay. And you also remember stealing Nutt's chain, correct?
I ain't steal nothing.
Or do you remember taking Nutt's chain out of the car?
What about it?
Do you remember testifying that you remember that last week?
I remember.
And that you testified from memory that you gave him back the chain, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. But the only thing you don't remember now is what Little D told you in the car at the McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
It's not remember. It's like I told you, I made it up. The D didn't get in the car and tell me that.
And is it only now in 2024 that it's convenient that you don't remember what D told you, or that D did not tell you anything inside of that car?
Because I didn't think I didn't think it was gonna be a big deal. I just, if I knew that it would have did all of this, I wouldn't even, you know what I mean? Like, damn, man, I keep telling y'all.
Do you remember on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asking you about the shooting at the gambling house?
I've been involved in so many shootings, man. Like, you got to be more specific.
The shooting at the gambling house that happened the week before Nutt passed away. Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about that?
He was more specific, and I'm asking, can you be more specific?
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you if you heard a 911 call from the shooting at the gambling house where Thug's car got shot at?
I remember he asked.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Thug ever get his car window fixed?
To my knowledge, did he ever get a car fixed?
Get the car window fixed?
I never seen a bullet hole in his car.
So you're saying that you never saw the window get shot out at the gambling center?
When the night it happened, I was so mad. Shit, by the time I noticed he was gone, I didn't even, I don't know.
Now, do you remember last week on Cross that Mr. Steele showed you the surveillance video from the Texaco gas station?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not you saw Thug get out the car?
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, I believe Mr. Shard also asking you if you saw Shannon get out the vehicle? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember them asking.
Okay. First, let me ask you, did you or Thug get the car window tinted on the Infinity after you rented it from the Hertz rental facility?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know if you got it tinted?
I don't even think the car had 10 windows on it. I can't remember if it had 10 windows on there or not.
I'm asking, did you or Thug go get the windows tinted?
I don't know if the car was tinted. Like, I don't know. I can't remember if the car was tinted or not.
Now, on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, it's fair you were not at the gas station that night, correct?
I told y'all I was at my baby mama's house.
Okay. And you only told the police what Little D from Mechanicsville told you, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
And in that interview, you told the police that Little D told you that they switched cars at the gas station, correct?
Excuse me. You say that again?
Sure. You told the police that Little D told you that they switched the cars at the gas station, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
Do you know if they switched the cars behind the gas station?
How would I know?
Okay.
I just know when I looked at that video where they showed me last week, I didn't see nobody switch cars, so I felt that that'll prove that, you know what I mean, that I lied in the past. I can't speak on now, like.
But you only know what Demekion told you, correct?
He didn't tell me that.
Now,
If he would have told me that, I would have knew. So for example, let's say if they did switch cars at the gas station, the camera would show that. So I that's why I keep telling you, stop going in the past. I ain't trying to go to jail, but if you're gonna keep going in the past, I'm telling you, don't do that because I lied.
okay. Do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
To my understanding, there cameras all over them.
I'm asking you specifically, do you know if there were gas station cameras behind the gas station?
You gotta go ask the gas station and see.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you, or you told Mr. Steele that Thug encouraged you to speak to the police on the night of the murder. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Thug take you down to the police department to go talk to the police?
No.
On the same night of Donovan Thomas's murder, your family's house was targeted, correct?
My baby mother's house was.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Williams or Thug's stepfather's house was targeted, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Still to this day, I don't know.
Now, cross-examination, you told defense counsel that you had multiple phones back in January of 2015. Is that fair?
I did.
Okay.
I had two, not multiple.
You had two phones. Now, I'm going to show you a screenshot Stacey did with 378 Yankee Alpha.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Can you cut the air down just a little bit?
What?
The air.
As in hotter or colder?
It's freezing. Thank you so much.
Now, do you see the screenshot of 378 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
And I'm going to also show you a screenshot from 378 Yankee Bravo. And do you have a cell phone in that picture as well?
I guess so.
Now, when you said you had two phones, did you have one phone that was your primary phone?
Can you be more, what you mean?
Is there one phone that you use more than the other phone?
I got both of them for the same purpose.
What was the same purpose?
To use them.
Okay. Is there one phone that you called Deshaun on primarily?
I call on both phones if I had to.
Okay. What about calling your brother Trez?
I treated both phones the same.
Do you remember the phone number for both phones?
I actually got locked up with the other phone.
When did you get locked up with the other phone?
For my probation violation.
Okay. The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe on January 11th, That is the phone that you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Can you say it again?
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe, that is the phone you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Yes. That's my one I showed in the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is the phone number that you gave him for the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
I don't remember know which phone number I gave him. I can't just say yeah or no to that.
Now, do you remember, we talked about this earlier, Mr. Steele playing for you a jail call from December of 2022. Do you remember that?
December 22?
Yes, when you were in the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that call talking to your, I believe it was your sister, about Yak overhearing a conversation that you had?
Yes.
And that Yak was in the bedroom, I believe, with your cousin, and you were talking to someone else, and he overheard that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were concerned that he was going to tell people about the conversation he overheard. Do you remember that?
I'm concerned. I try to be more secretive about whatever I got going on.
What was the conversation that you were having that you were concerned he was going to go back and tell?
I don't think you heard me. I like to be secretive about my conversation.
Okay. Well, let's play Defense Exhibit 250E. And we're going to only play from 425 to 559.
I need to put the headphones on.
Yes, please.
It's working now?
It should be.
I mean, at the end, yeah.
Try putting it. Is it showing up on your computer?
It's right here, but I hear it out loud. I want to hear it through these. Let me take it out, put it back in.
It should be. Are you on the Zoom? Can you see that same screen?
Can I? It's right here.
That same screen is on your computer?
Mm-hmm.
Overheard me and somebody else having a conversation.
No.
Know what I mean? So
Hello, this is a prepaid.
Last week, it seemed to just take it a minute before it would play on there. And also, where are the good headphones that were around a few weeks ago? Anybody know?
We were still looking for them, Your Honor. I think it got carted away with the other.
I think so too, but
Yeah.
that might help also.
We are trying to find those because.
All right.
as well. Oh, good, thank you. So we're only gonna play 450.
Yeah, I can hear.
559.
I mean, at the end, yeah, had overheard me and somebody else having a conversation. Know what I mean? So he was in his sister's house. Yeah, this nigga was late. No, sister house, cuz.
Oh, whoa.
This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga, I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got, this man third. I'm telling him what's going on, like, these fuck niggas playing on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm telling him that he's playing on me, this nigga, yeah, the whole conversation from out the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, wait, what? You feel me? Like, so he heard the whole conversation. I'm just like, shit, fuck it. You know what I mean? I already know he could go back and let them niggas know it's him. But he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I ain't stupid.
In the world, I said, they say crazy things. Y'all need to put them up on my feet.
Then after that, then what's his name went to kind of post me on his Instagram page and try to come back around. Man, I ain't come back around, y'all niggas. I knew y'all got saying. Come on, man, y'all be crazy here thinking I'm stupid.
Now, Mr. Copeland, what conversations were you having such that you were concerned that he was going to go back, he being Yak was going to go back and tell people about the conversation you were having?
What you mean?
What were you talking about to your friend that he overheard that you were concerned they were going to go back and tell?
I plan on doing something to somebody. That's what I said.
Then in the call, didn't you tell your sister that you said, I was in the living room telling this N-word, telling my partner, like, F these N-words, this, that, and the third. I'm telling him what's going on, that they plotting on me. You feel me? When I'm telling him that these N-words are plotting on me, this N-word, yeah, hear the whole conversation, and he came out the bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So who did you think was plotting on you?
Didn't I tell you I like to I think they was planning on me.
Who's the they?
Mr. Williams.
Okay.
That's what I said.
And you were concerned that Yak was going to go back and tell Mr. Williams and them what you were telling your friend?
I wasn't concerned about him going back and telling me. I really was debating, should I let him leave?
Okay. Did you tell Yak, I already know that you fixing to go back and tell them what happened? And he tried to tell you, I'm not going to do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right then and there.
And it's safe to say that you didn't do anything. Yak left the room, correct?
Yes.
Now, also, during the same call, and even in the course of your testimony, you said that you lied on THUG. Do you remember testifying to that multiple times?
I told you that.
What are the lies that you've told on THUG?
I put a lot of blame on him that I know that I should never did. If I knew that it would have caused all these problems right here, I would never did it. But I told you I was going through a dark phase in my life. And at the time, I didn't care about none of the choices I made in life. And through the midst of, I was going through that phase, I had my little girl, and she gave me a purpose. So, I'm done.
No, are you done? But specifically, you keep saying that I told these lies because I thought it would get me out of trouble. So what are the lies that you told on THUG that you thought was going to get you out of trouble?
Whatever the police wanted me to say. If they brought his name up about anything, I didn't care if he could have been in another country. I would have said he's right there, and he did it. Like he had something to do with it because they made me feel like they wanted him, and they only got me because of the stupid stuff that I done. And if I could get them something to help them out about him, They'll let me go. And that's what I kept doing. And the whole time, they knew that I was just doing it and they didn't care.
So let's talk about some of the things you told the police about Thug, okay? Do you recall that you told the police that Thug's window was being shot out? That Thug's window was shot out at the gambling house?
I think I said it in the interview. I ain't.
Do you recall that you told the police about Mo and other Bloods wanting to harm you and Thug?
I think I probably did.
You told the police about a concert with Thug and Rich Homie Quan.
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug gave you money to hold.
What you mean by that? Be more specific.
Sure. You told Thug that he may have one time given you $1,000, but like that you could keep, but he may have given you $300,000 that you could flash.
That nigga ain't never gave me, I mean, excuse my language, but he never gave me $300,000 to flash.
Okay. But it's fair to say you told him he gave you some money to hold.
What you mean?
He gave you money to flex with, to flash with.
As we together?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you told the police, correct?
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell them it was my money.
At some point, did you tell the police Thug just gave you money that you could flash in the club?
Right, so the police asked me where I get all this money from. My job is to lie to the police. That's how I was raised up. I'm not gonna tell them that, oh, I break in stores or I do this and I do that. I'm gonna tell them that, hey, he's legit. It's stole money. If I knew that it was gonna backfire me, I would never said that.
You also told the police that you didn't know what beef Thug and Nut had, correct?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug rented the Infinity.
I did.
You told the police that on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug got into another car with a girl and Little D, correct?
That might be one of the stories I told them. I can't be specific if that's what I said.
You told the police that Thug was not in the Infinity at the time of the murder, correct?
I probably did.
You never told police that Thug shot anyone. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug shot anyone, correct?
Yeah, I did.
No.
I told the police.
You never told the police that Thug shot Nut, correct?
Oh, no, I don't think I told them that.
You never told the police that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of Nut's murder, correct?
I didn't tell them that either. It wouldn't make sense to tell them that.
You never told police that Thug was bragging on the murder of Nut, like Nora and Dolly, correct?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
I never heard nobody bragging on it.
You told the police that Nora and Dolly bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
No.
So everything that you told the police that we just went over, which one was the finesse?
The one that make more sense, where you take a little bit where you know that they can prove, and then
But if you're trying to finesse
put the
them,
twist on it.
okay, if you're trying to finesse them to get out of jail, why not say Thug was bragging about the murder?
When I say he bragged about the murder, what you mean?
Why wouldn't that be believable?
Who brags about the murder?
Okay. Why wouldn't you say that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of the murder? He rented it.
Because I'm talking to Gaither and Dennis. Like I've been dealing with them for a long time. I know they're a long way from stupid.
Right, but that's believable. He rented the car, so why not tell them that?
Objection, Your Honor. That's testimony on behalf of our founder.
Rephrase your question.
Sure.
If you're trying to finesse the police, why not tell them that Thug was driving the car?
Because think about this. This man, the multi-millionaire superstar. If I go in the police station and be like, yeah, Thug was a getaway driver in the killing of a Nut, they gonna look at me like I'm stupid.
But he rented the car, didn't he?
And why would you rent a car to commit a murder?
But you told the police that he rented the car, correct?
But there's something I know that they can prove.
All right.
They can prove that he rented the car. But I don't know if it was this car that was used in the murder.
Why not, if you were just trying to finesse the police and you didn't care if they were going to verify what you said, why not make up the beef that Thug and Nut had?
Because you got to get this, like I said, you got to get the facts together. You got to get stuff where you know they can go back and see. Like, for instance, okay, they jumped on me in the club. Everybody know they jumped on me in the club. So I can say, hey, they punched me in my face. That happened. Then I can say, oh, okay, something that didn't happen. They can't prove that this ain't happened or they did happen.
Right. And you wanted to tell them things that they could verify, correct?
Can you say that again?
And you wanted to make sure you told the police things that they could verify, correct?
I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. And if they let me go, that's what I'm willing to do. So every time, let's say the time they didn't let me go, you see, I never came back and helped them. When I told them I'd get them their gun back, what they had to bring SWAT team to get me. So anytime they let me go, they knew I wasn't coming back.
On cross-examination, you talked about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015. Do you remember telling Mr. I believe Steele about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015 or sometime during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that there were some APD officers present when you were going to have that meeting with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys?
Yes.
What APD officers were there?
Gaither and Dennis, and it was another lady, but I don't know her name. And it was the ATF agent. It was everybody who was in the interrogation room.
You mean the interrogation room in that June interview?
When they locked me up.
Okay. Do you remember how long you were in the feds before you were going to have that meeting?
It was like probably the first couple months because I found my lawyer right out the rip.
And why did you fire your lawyer?
Because he worked with the state. He was trying to work with the police.
And when you said he was trying to work with the police, what was your understanding of what he was trying to do?
He was trying to get me to do whatever they wanted me to do.
When you said he was trying to get them to do what you wanted?
He was trying to get me to work for the police.
And was that going to be in exchange for a reduction in your sentence?
That's what he told me. He told me that if I go down there and talk with them, they'll throw my case out. But he didn't say it. Like, he lied to me how he said it, but he was like, when you go to court, I mean, we just gonna get this case swept under the rug. But when I got down there, it was all the police, they locked me up and I got mad.
And then you decided not to move forward with whatever the agreement was.
Yeah, because I seen it got real and I knew what I had done.
Okay. Now, last week on cross-examination and on direct, you testified that YSL is not a gang, correct?
And it still ain't a game.
And you testified that it was a music label, correct?
Well, that's the purpose of it.
Okay. And it's a music label that you were never signed to, correct?
Clearly.
Okay. And you never done any songs with Thug, correct?
I haven't.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, do you remember Mrs. Steele playing a portion of the On the Porch video?
Off the porch.
Off the porch, excuse me, thank you for correcting. The Off the Porch video with you?
Yes.
And that was Defense Exhibit JW246 for the record. Now, that's a blog for up-and-coming artists, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about music?
Yes.
Right. And you talk about life growing up, correct?
I think so.
Now, the portion that Mr. Steele played, was that was the portion when you called yourself a gangster and said that you would slap people in the face if they tried you or something like that. Do you recall him playing that portion of the clip for you?
Yes.
But that was not the entirety of that interview. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. I want to play for you a few portions, okay?
Put the headphones on?
Yes, please. I'm going to first start playing Defense Exhibit JW246, starting at 00 and ending at 007.
Yeah, they Lil Woody freehand entertainment. Just jumped out of the pool with Dirty Glove Best. Slap YSL for life.
Now, there you said slap YSL for life, correct?
Yes.
And again, you were never signed to YSL the label, right?
Not
Okay. And slap means slime love all the time, correct?
slack me slack.
Slime love all the time.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Now I want to play JW 246 at 9:15 to 9:47.
And you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YS. And you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Dang. You know
How far back does your relationship with them go?
Yeah. Still.
When he said rep, he asked you if you rep YSL in your music. You said gang, correct?
No, I said game.
Why would you say gang?
Game. Like I wanted to be a part of YSL. I wanted, like, on the papers, I wanted to be a YSL artist.
This interview was done in 2020, correct?
One of them years.
Okay. Is it fair to say this is after you got out the feds, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And at this point, you had known Thug for a number of years, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was fair to say at some point in time y'all were friends.
Yes.
And even at this point, you still were not signed to YSL the label, correct?
But me and him spoken about it.
Okay.
And he just told me I had to convince him that this is what I really wanted to do.
And you still aren't signed to the label, correct?
I had went back to jail.
All right. I'm going to play the last section, which is 2010 to 2040.
Other than that, you know, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up. All right. Any last words or shout outs before we get you out of here?
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Threat. You know what I mean? For the ops. You know what I mean?
You said shout out to the gang, YSL, some other people, Threat, and then fuck the ops.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the ops?
The ops.
The ops of another record label?
No, my ops. Fuck them.
All right. But this is after you talked about shout out to the gang, YSL, correct?
I said shout out to the game. And I said YSL. I said fuck the ops.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
Which, can you say that again?
You're not talking about the music label, correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
I'm pretty sure I know you're not you're not in the streets, but you keep sticking on this gang stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna take to convince you that when you're a gang, you can't be 2-3 different gangs or sets of members. Like, again, you can't be YSL, the gang in your voice, and be a blood. Because let's say if YSL is a gang and YSL get into a blood gang members, you got to pick. So what you gonna do? You're blood or you YSL? It don't make sense. And if you a blood's not gonna let you be YSL. If it's a gang, just like with Crips or just like anything else.
But you gave up being a blood, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when it said YSL for life, gang, that's who you rep now.
No, I
correct?
said, no, I always been 30 deep when I was a gang member. But 30 deep is not a gang. You know what I mean? It's just my neighborhood. A gang in Atlanta is Bloods, Crips, GDs, or whatever. And let me correct that. To certain people, it's not a gang to them, but y'all trying to say YSL when you know, Atlanta, we monkey see, monkey do. We see people doing something, we want to be a part of it. We want to represent it. We want to say it. If you see that most of these people in the courtrooms don't got no ties to me, I never seen them before. So you can't say it's a gang. A gang, everybody know who he is. Everybody, we rock together. A lot of these guys, we don't do stuff to each other.
And it's in the same video where you called yourself a gangster, correct? That's the portion that Mr. Steele paid for you last week, right?
It's entertainment.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele played for you a portion of that jail call with you, Max, Thug, and Deshaun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember the portion of the call that he played for you?
Yes. Well, I remember some of it.
All right. I'm going to show you. Who's going to be stationed at 405Y?
I got to listen to it.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hilton played for you earlier. This week, it's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June 2015. And I believe you said, which are on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she'd been identified as Max. And then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, is on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay? I can't hear me. I don't think it's playing. Hello. Wait. I know you got Woody. Yeah. What's up, Woody? Yeah. Lil John. Yeah, he got fun. John. Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I go to a blind come about 15. You found the button company? I'm on lockdown, so they only let me out one time a day. But my brother there did. You guys when he hang up, click on his brother, and I'm sure his brother so he give you money. Is your brother? No, I'm saying because his brother on silent. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got no line? I have to get your brother friend.
Meet me on University. On University what? All right, that gas station you already. You know where they get paid Chevron at Chevron. Meet me at Chevron. Hey man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna say some more. Be told what I did. Well, you can walk good, walk. Yeah. Oh, you told him I'm so too. You say don't fucking play, bro. You told him I'm so. You told him I'm so. Just like he walked away, don't fucking good. You don't give a fuck. I don't agree. Hey, because I'm finna come meet you so you get your money. Go pay with bond so you get out, bro. And when you get out, who that? I can have him talk to you. I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out. Man, listen, that I'm starting to shit. I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's first birthday on the way. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you what I love. He hear you? You gotta get this motherfucker mind. He said you gotta get your mind together, bro. Like you been sick. Man, bro, I've been left out there. I ain't heard nobody, bro. I just feel like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit. You ain't never out there alone. You just want to be out there preaching. Bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be out there for Kennedy. Shit, I had no choice. That way gonna get you time.
That's it.
Yes, and that is where Mr. Steele ended the call. Do you remember that from last week?
Yes, that was last week.
Okay. Now, a few things. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele asking you, when you all were talking about Little D, do you remember him asking you if Thug said anything when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you that?
Shit. I don't know when about the D name up.
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, though, specifically, if you heard Thug say anything when you mentioned Little D on that phone call?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Last week, after Mr. Steele played that call for you,
Yes.
do you remember him asking you some questions after he played that call for you?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Thug said anything after you talked about Little D in that jail call?
Yes.
And do you remember your response being, no, Thug did not say anything?
He didn't. I didn't hear him say anything.
Is that not Thug who says, Little D, that pussy ass told?
Oh, you gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
All right, I'd like to go through
You playing the whole thing, go?
a jail call. It should be the 13th day of June. Other people on the phone too, but Jeff's on the phone. It's on the.
Can I speak?
After
I can't hear me.
I don't think it's playing.
Wait. I know you got Woody. Yeah. What's up, Woody? Yeah. Look, yeah, he got fun. Be done. Yeah. How much the money?
15,000, but I go to a bond, because bond come about 15.
Shit, I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother and them kids. You gotta call when he hang up, please don't call his brother and I'm so his brother so he give you money. If your brother don't, no, I'm saying call his brother don't sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got no right. I can get your brother friend. Meet me on University. On University where? That gas station you already. You know where that gas station at Chevron. Meet me at Chevron. Hey, man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna say so much. These hoes, what's that? Well, you come out rock. Yeah. You told him rock.
Did you hear? We said D-told pussy ass.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Is that not Thug who said that?
I can't say 100% if that was him or somebody else. I can't say, but I heard it.
Okay. Now.
But me going to jail was for a gun that he bought for me. So throughout the interviews, you'll see that they just be me breaking my mojo. I mean, Lil D name was never brought up for me to say he ain't right. That's proof of me lying, and I'm pointing it out to you.
Were you saying that Little D wasn't right because you wanted him to claim the gun from the Dunbar Center?
No, I was saying Lil D wasn't right because I'm trying to manipulate everybody.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Steele, when he played the call for you, he ended the call, but that was before Max actually got off the phone. Is that correct?
What you mean?
When he stopped the call, that wasn't the entirety of when Max was on the phone with you, correct?
He played the call. I listened to it.
Okay. I want to play for you 378 Yankee Echo, and we're going to start at 3:48. And my apologies for the record. We're going to be playing 395 Yankee. Starting at about 350.
You ain't never out there alone. You just want to be out there in the trenches and bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be hanging out there in Cannonville. Shit, I had no choice. That wasn't gonna get you time, Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that. Yeah. And what's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize it be, yeah. Swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. Hello. Stay away from that shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scare you, bro. Don't do that. Trust me, your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. They don't tell you, so they scared of you. I already know. You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling you that shit. Cause I really ain't gonna lie. I was just mad at your ass, bro. On my money, how you getting the phone going out for me like I don't did something wrong, bro. Yeah. Call Max. Motherfucker. Man, you know Valerie told me that. But I'm saying you listen big bad. They call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? They just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the car. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got it on me, that fake ass weave in your head, ho. I just rock your ass. And I got my pistol on me too, ho. Don't try me, fuck wrong with you. I just told you don't be listening to this fat ass hoe. She wanna keep up drama, bro. Come on, man, this hoe just told somebody look just gonna have, don't listen to her.
You finished?
Yes. So the portion that Mr. Steele did not play was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut." Correct?
What you mean?
I played for you the clip.
I heard you. I don't get what your question is.
The portion that was not played was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut."
She said they swear to God we killed Nut. But if that's what you want her to say, then
That's what the recording says. "Swear to God." I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Sustained, rephrase.
In the interview, did you hear, "Swear to God, we killed Nut"? I mean, in the jail call, excuse me.
I'm telling you what she said. I mean, I talk to her on a daily basis. Like, I might not can't hear, but I can I can understand street talk slang. And she saying what they saying in the streets. They swear to God we killed Nut.
Did you hear the person in the background said, "We smoked Nut"?
You gotta play it again. I didn't hear that. But I never heard of that.
Okay, we'll play that. That's that portion for you.
Thank you. I want to hear the whole thing.
Yeah, goddamn Kennedy. Shit, I had no choice. That wasn't gonna get you time, Kennedy. I damn apartment. I keep telling you that. Yeah. And what's that shit, bro? It be, hey, you gotta realize it be, yeah. Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. Hello. Stay away from
Can you play it again? It was so fast. Not the whole thing. I can't.
Yeah, we're just gonna play that portion for you.
That wasn't gonna get you time, Kennedy. I damn apartment. I keep telling you that. Yeah. And what's that shit, bro? It be the, hey, you gotta realize it be, yeah. Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. Hello.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Let me ask you, who is the we?
Huh?
Who is the we?
See, you hear what she said? They gonna stay on me. Like, I don't know.
He says, "Swear to God, we killed Nut." Who is the we?
Ask Dolly.
I'm asking you.
This her.
Sustained.
Why didn't you ask her, what we are we talking about?
Because that's what the streets are saying.
So who is the we?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You didn't ask, why didn't you get clarification as to who she was talking about?
Because I heard it in the streets myself.
Okay. So when you heard it in the streets, what did you hear in the streets?
Sustained.
When Dolly is talking to you, is this when you were being shot at because people thought that you killed Nut?
I don't get what you mean. Can you be more specific?
When you told Dolly that it was people were coming after you, was this because people thought that you had something to do with Nut's murder?
Sustained.
Why did you think people were coming after you?
It's more the police that I was really speaking on coming after me. It's like every time I did something, they was popping up. Like I wasn't worrying about nobody in the streets. It was the police. So that's why I kept saying it come after me. I was going to jail for charges I didn't even commit, crimes I didn't even do. Like that's why I was telling her, like, I ain't got nobody. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no money to get myself no lawyer, no nothing. Every time I come outside, the police locking me up. I actually went to jail in a county I never even been to.
When you heard her say, either according to you, you think or they think we killed Nut, who did you understand the we to be?
Shit, they kept telling me. They kept saying me and D people on the west side, me and Thug, me and Monton, me Dr. Head. They were tying me and everybody to it. So I knew she was talking about me and whatever the street saying. So
And all those people you just named, those are all people who are associated with YSL, correct?
no.
All right. Now,
Only people that was associated was Thug and Monton. That's not that was, you know, y'all try to put a part of this.
now you talked about at any point did they ever say that it was you and Dolly that killed Nut?
What you mean?
You said that they were saying it was me and Thug, me and Montel, me and this person.
I'm pretty sure you heard the rumors when it happened. You know what I mean? They put my name in there with everybody.
I'm asking you, did they ever put your name in there with Dolly?
I don't remember them saying it. So I can't say yeah or no to that.
Now, you've continuously talked about wanting to finesse people. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele showing you a clip from your interview when you were talking to Detective Dennis about Bloody J and having Bloody J and Thug become friends again? Do you remember him playing that example for you?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 10:40.
It's the same one?
No.
Jurors, when they're getting all these set up, because it seems to take a minute, if y'all want to stand up and stretch or anything, that'd be a good time to do that. I know it can get tedious sitting all day long. I do it all day long. Lawyers too. We're ready. We're waiting on y'all, so when you're ready, go.
Ten, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams from Jeffery, and do you know who Bloody J is? I heard of. Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me? With it, that's fine. I'm gonna use Bloody J, okay?
Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, JW 240D, was in David State's exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, or conference with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, you correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night at Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, I'm just not saying it, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time that there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand it, multiple people speaking. And you said, when the Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, and you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug. You said, back, cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? When all shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time, like you were trying to bring everybody back together. You was like, be ready. And I stood and said, I am. You remember that? You remember you told us that? When you said you know, you thought that time they made shit from that house that day, trying to get him through that cool.
Remember saying that you were.
Now, in watching that video, do you see that you corrected Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
What you mean? You said, did I correct him?
Correct. Did you correct, in the interview, did you correct Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
Right, I'm listening.
So if you were trying to finesse the jury, why even correct him when he had something wrong?
I wasn't trying to finesse the jury. I was trying to finesse the police.
Correct. When you're trying to finesse the police, why correct him if he had something wrong?
Because they after me. And like I said, just when we going, one thing I know about Dennis, I know I gotta come correct when I'm talking to him, so I gotta. But Dennis, I know Dennis play games.
Right. So you said, when it comes in, you have to come correct. That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying, like, when I say come correct, I'm saying, like, I gotta. It's hard at convincing Dennis and Gaten. Like, you gotta really make them believe, like,
because they can see like you said before, Gaither can see through your BS, correct?
What I said before is that, like when I make up the names, I know that I can't come to Gaten with the names I done made up. She gonna already know I made them up. So it's different, like when I'm dealing with like different polices. When it come to Gaten, I gotta be more convincing than I will with Thorpe.
Okay. Also, let me ask you, in 2015, is it fair to say that you were closer to Shannon than you were with Duop?
With who?
With Duop.
If I was closer with Shannon than I was with Duop?
Yes.
I guess.
And matter of fact, Duop is Yak's friend, correct?
I'm cool with Duop.
But that's more Yak's friend than it is your friend. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
So if you're trying to finesse the police or mixing some truth with a little lie, then you would agree with me that the full truth doesn't matter, correct? Like if you're trying to mix in a little truth with a little lie, then the full truth doesn't matter, correct?
So my whole purpose was in the interview was my little girl birthday is coming up.
And they every time they got me, they would ask me questions and they would laugh and act like they was believing the stuff I was saying. So when they got me on June 10th, I didn't want to go to jail. I'm not scared of jail. You feel me? I know how to adapt to my environment. It's just the timing of when they got me. And my whole purpose was if I could convince these people that I work with them and I help them out and do whatever I do to let me go. And that's what my intentions. Y'all keep dragging me in here like I got facts. You know what I mean? And I don't.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 378 Yankee Echo at 534:49.
Do I listen to it or it's a picture or something?
I'm going to show you and you're going to listen to it.
Okay.
Or I'm going to ask you if you can listen to it, please.
Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nara with the pistol, and Doo-Wop with the pistol. Now, I don't think Doo-Wop had a pistol. Okay. All right. But you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car, and all you know is that Yak was driving. Yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was driving. And that's based on what Mickey told you. Yeah. Lil D. Okay. Did they say that to anybody else or just y'all little circle? Like.
And we're going to stop it at 5:35:18. In that clip, you clarified for the police who had guns, correct?
Again, if I wasn't there and Lil D wasn't there, how could we say what happened?
All right. Because you were telling them what Little D told you, correct?
But if Lil D wasn't there, how could he tell me what happened?
Okay. You told the detectives and you clarified that it was Shannon and Nar shooting a gun, Yak was driving, and Doo-Wop didn't have a gun. That's what you just told the police, correct?
Right.
All right. If you were just trying to tell them anything, why not tell the police that Doo-Wop had the gun?
Again, I can't, right now, everybody in this courtroom see what's going on in this courtroom. The people who's not in this courtroom, they can't say what's going on in this courtroom. So if Lil D said that this what happened in that car, he had to be in that car to know that. If I say that's what happened in the car, I had to be in that car to know that. Neither one of us in that car to know that. So it shows, again, that I'm just saying whatever.
Okay. I'm asking you, why would you tell the police or put the gun in your friend's hand when you could have put the gun in Doo-Wop's hand?
So again, January they got me, February they got me, whatever month come out today they got me. They got me every month. I wasn't convincing neither of them times because they was locking me up or whatever. I wasn't convincing them, so I had to be more convincing. It ain't like it's just like, okay, let me put it on Doo-Wop. It's the spare of the moment. So in the spare of the moment, you gotta get them up off for you. You just gotta off the top. Like, but I wasn't listening to you. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't mean no harm, but I wasn't there to be able to say what anybody had. And they're just proof. And no matter how many times you ask me, which ways you ask me, and it's just what it is.
And again, you're just telling the police what Little D told you, right?
Lil D can't tell me something that he ain't. If Lil D say I was in the car and this would happen, then okay, I say that. But if I'm sitting right here lying saying Lil D told me something that I know that he didn't tell me and he know that he didn't tell me, because for us to know that we had to be there.
And the reason why you wanted to make sure you were accurate with what you told the police is
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sure. The reason why you wanted to be as accurate as possible when you talk to the police is because they told you that they were going to try to verify what you were telling them, correct?
When Nut got killed, the people on the scene was already saying what they saw. So, like I said, you just take pieces of what you hear, you know what I mean, and you just put them together.
Now, last week, Mr. Shard talked to you about making up fictional characters. Do you recall that?
I think I just spoke on it.
Yeah. He asked you about making up Little Rick and Quez as it related to the stolen items that were found on June 10th, 2015.
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you about making up when you talked about Nut's chain, that he told you that you made that up as far as stealing Nut's chain and who stole Nut's chain?
I made somewhat to a certain extent, but the truth of the matter, I didn't
steal it. The door was open. I keep telling you that.
He asked you about making up characters as it related to threat shooting up the barbershop. You remember him asking you about making up individuals regarding the barbershop being shot up?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So if you know how to make up people in those instances, why won't you just make up people for the night of Nuts murder in order to finesse your way out of getting in trouble?
So if you realize Gaither and them wasn't in front of me. So when Gaither and them did get in front of me, I know what I'm dealing with. And when it was in the investigator that I knew didn't know me, I could tell them anything. But when it's Gaither and them in front of me, I gotta convince them. Like I gotta convince them that to make them believe me. So just like for instance with Shannon, it was stupid that I put Mitch's name, cause I know Gaither gonna be like, Woody, really? When have you and Shannon never not been together? But it's just a roll of a dice.
Okay. Do you recall that it was Gaither who you told about Little Rick and Quez?
Oh, you confused. Say that again.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Little Rick and Quez?
So
Oh, sorry.
yes,
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to about Little Mike and Quez?
yes. But I said they from the west side.
Ms. Hilton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes, Sharon.
All right, go
Maybe
ahead.
about 25 minutes.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's gonna be a little bit longer.
All right, let's break for lunch. Y'all be back at 1:30, please. All right, we were gonna take up a matter at lunch that y'all got notice of, but I don't think that everybody got notice. So we're gonna just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay. Does it have to do with like scheduling or something? Okay, well, I'm not gonna release everybody to go until they want to stay and hear it. Speaking of things that have nothing to do with the case, but have something to do with scheduling, Mr. Harvey, I want to see on an entirely different matter, if you might be available on one of your other cases that is before me on a day that we're not going to be in court on this case. Come up here. So we'll see everybody back at 1:30.
Okay, everybody, and that's lunch. Wow. I'm going to expect Jason to jump in just a few minutes. If you have any questions, please tag me in the chat, and I'll make sure I will put them aside for Jason to answer. If you have any questions for Jason, let's see. Let's see. I've got a couple tagged already. Okay. So make sure if you have any questions. So what do y'all think so far of today? It started off boring, but it picked up when the defense team started objecting left to right. I got to admit that was pretty good. I even wrote down the timestamp. It's like I think I'm gonna do. What do I think? I think that that Threat did it, but I think that Woody was there. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, I think that Threat was the trigger man, though, and I think that Woody was covering for his boy. What do you guys think? I want to see what y'all think. Who do you think was the trigger person? The bang bang person. I can't say it on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like that stuff. But what do you guys think? I'm keeping it up just in case they say something else. Threat. Woody. That's Jason's jury sport. Okay. A toss up, and that's fair. That's fair. It's this is not a straightforward case. You agree with me, Joanne? My mic, is there something wrong with my mic? Is it too loud? I'll cut it down. There. Maybe that's better. Threat was just rolling with him. Tamara, honey, you can say like, "Oh my goodness," or we've been kind of joking around and saying, "Oh my goat." We even got a goat emoji. So, but yeah, kind of take that as a swear. But oh my goodness is just fine. Absolutely, I say, "Oh my goodness" all the time. No doubt in your mind that it was Woody, Trina. Judge, may I please play the trial from the beginning? I don't think that's unfair. What happened to this right here? Innocent until proven guilty. That's why I have a real problem with them putting people in jail until after their court cases. I understand that they do sometimes because they have, a lot of evidence. But where's the evidence here? I just don't see it. And we've seen people come in and out, and I still don't see it. Why is this man in jail right now? That's again, that's just my take. Really, Debbie? Wow, that's interesting. I witnessed an arrest one day that shouldn't have happened. I went down and talked to him. He dismissed the case. Be an advocate. Advocate. Wow, words are hard. Be an advocate for your community. If you see something, say something. Cuso, you have a point, but we can't, like, we have to say unalive. We can't say certain words. Donna, that's a great question because he is their key witness. They're not treating him like he is, but he is their key witness. Now, it takes time for Jason to come out. He has to go through a screening process, and then they have his phone locked up. So he has to get the key and unlock his phone out of a bag and this whole charade. But as soon as he gets his phone and gets into the break room, he'll be jumping in. Speech is not free on YouTube. Greg, amen. It is not. No. It definitely is not. Like, I can't even highlight your comment there, Lily. Hilton must support the Trier. She claimed to know everything. She claims she does know everything. I think that she is not correct in what she knows. Again, that's me. But I think she thinks she's got it all figured out. You know? Greg, you are so right. You have to learn to speak in code on the YouTube streets. There's just, and I think most people that go to content creators, they know the YouTube speak from most of us or them. Make sure you go to Monica Mojustice's channel. If you haven't checked her out, her channel is awesome. I watched a live stream of hers the other day. It was so good. She did a really thorough breakdown. I was really impressed. There's bro, and then there's bruh. Exactly. Exactly. It's all in the inflection. YouTube dictionary. There is a YouTube dictionary. There is. There's a YouTube for Dummies book, actually. And this is something definitely to remember. Remember, folks, not all characters in the courtroom are guilty. Not all are innocent, but they all deserve an honest and fair trial. If we allow one corrupt court, the next could be yours, right? Like in the Karen Reed case, any of us could be Karen Reed. You know, everyone deserves a fair trial. What? I'm not even going there with you. I'm not even going there with you. It's not being a Karen. Her name is actually Karen. Retired, you're silly. That's a good question there, Robin. I'll mark that for Jason. And no, he wasn't an upstanding citizen, right? I don't think any of the characters, so to speak, in this case are upstanding citizens, but they all do deserve a fair trial because that's our constitutional right. You know? And if they're going to take that constitutional right away from one person, who's to say, you know, if you got in a car accident, that was your fault? Accidents happen, right? But who's to say they won't take your constitutional rights away? And then the next person, and then the next person. So if we get on that slippery slope, how far will it slide? If you would, while we're waiting on Jason to hop in, hit that like button for me. I appreciate it. It lets other people know that we're live and they can come and join in the chat. Bitter Lily, your name is difficult to say fast. I agree with you. That's true, Robin. They are just presenting one side of the equation, which is kind of their job, I guess. But I find it very sus that they went to see him at Rice Street a couple of times, apparently. I find that very suspect. And I think that they probably did tell him not all, but kind of what he needed to say, kind of the way that his testimony needed to flow. And then that's just what I think. I'm not saying that's the facts of the case at all, but I think they kind of maybe insinuated that his case needed to flow a certain way. His verdict, listen to me, that his testimony needed to flow a certain way. At least that's what he got from it. It's all about gossip. On a gotcha moment. And see, it could be a lie, or it could be just the way you remember things, because our memories tend to twist. Fayette County. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, they shouldn't have seen him anywhere. Bye, transplanted Texan. Have a great afternoon. If y'all can put TT in the chat just to say thank you to Transplanted Texan, just TT. Transplanted Texan is the mod of all mods. Rules with an iron wrench. Thank you, guys. What did everybody do over the long weekend? Any cookouts, barbecues? I just chilled out. Didn't do anything at all. And it was wonderful. Hey, Pink. We have missed your lovely conversation, and boy, have you missed a day. Oh, she said, tell me thanks by hitting that like button. Or I don't know. TT said, tell me thanks by hitting that like button. Yes, you have missed a day. Kayaking, barbecue, cookout, fishing. Donna, that sounds like so much fun. It does. If you can replace fishing with hunting, I would be totally in for that. The big fish. Yeah, that's true, Filipino girl. They wanted Thug. If they aren't going to come out and say that, but that's who they wanted, because it would look good for the state to prosecute the big fish, right? It would look good for them. That's who they wanted. But is that who's guilty? If that's not the person that's guilty, they're putting an innocent man in prison. And, I was watching, I think I said before court went live, just some of the people testifying about the things he did in his community. That doesn't mean he didn't do things wrong, but oh yeah, I saw that boy. I went back and watched it a little bit while court was on. He was actually 12 when he first started mentoring him. He was selling CDs at the mall, and he started mentoring him, and now he flies all around the world and does public speaking at schools, and juvenile detention facilities. And he said, to be a man, you've got to train a man. And that's what Thug was doing with him. And I'm telling you, y'all want to see ugly Britney Spears crying? That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. So Woody has an agreement, a formal agreement for immunity from practically everything. If the state would come after him after he testifies, he might have a great civil case. Yeah, good luck getting a civil case prosecuted while you're in jail. And Love started with so did we actually tell you that your agreement and that we would not ever come after you for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas? And I started actually shaking, because that means they've got some kind of workaround where if this doesn't go through, they're going to come after Woody for it. I'm scared that that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think it is either, retired. I don't think it's as airtight as what he thinks it is. Yeah. Yeah. He swears he's being honest now, but I think that he lied so much that his memory may even be warped to what the truth really is. What do you guys think about that? Oh, yeah. Pink, that's exactly what she was doing. I think that it was more of a testimony than it was a question and answer period. And that's why the defense got all upset. If she's going to testify, then we want to ask her questions. And I'm sure the first question would be, why were you going over there so much and telling him what to say? Yeah, Tito, I kind of agree with you. It's even going to be harder to prove that Woody did. Yeah. On that call, though, where they said they smoked him, that was rough. But that wasn't Woody saying it. That was someone else saying it. But that was not good. That was not a good look. He seems like he's sticking around to me. You know, every day he finds out some new information and he's like, oh, really? Really? The state knows they already lost this case. They're trying to put out embers. That's a possibility. They're trying to maybe salvage what's left of their reputation. That's a possibility as well. Let me text Jason and see if he's okay. He might be doing an interview, which would be great. I was hoping when Brian Steele spoke about the immunity deal, he wanted to put it out there for the record. I think he did put some stuff out there with the immunity deal. My thinking, the state has proved to me that they are not competent in their case because they would just move on. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm going to highlight that for Jason too and see what he thinks. Because it had to be something to be in that courtroom when they were all objecting. Judge wants them to give pleas impeaching their own witness. The judge recused. This is over. Where is the RICO? There's a good question. It seems like more of an unaliving trial than a RICO to me. I get to where they could say, oh, he hung with this crowd that was known for doing these things, but for it to be a RICO, I'm still waiting for that proof to come out. I've yet to see it. Really incompetent county officials on full display in Fulton County. Judge wants to give them pleas impeaching their own witnesses. The judge refuses. Oh, I've already read that. Okay, I'm sorry. And I think if Jeffrey can get a plea, like putting him on house arrest or something like that to get out of jail, I think he should take it. I'm not usually one for pleading to something that you didn't do, but if he can get out of that horrible situation and environment, get home, then I think he should probably do it. They should admit to nothing. And I understand why you would think that way. And I guess you kind of have to be in that situation. But imagine sitting in that jail for years, waiting for this to go to trial, sitting there, and you hear about who is in charge of the DA. I don't know the answer to that. Let's find out. The State Department? Attorney General. The Attorney General. Lining up interviews. Okay, great. Great. Let's do it. That is definitely more important. We're talking and chilling, so you're good, Jason. Who's in charge of Fonnie? That's a great question, too. Her father was the founder of the Black Panthers. Wow, I did not know that. Did y'all know that? Someone named Ty Rush is her boss. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know that much about Bonnie. I know she was a she was a mess when she rushed the courtroom and jumped on stand. You did not just say Rico Suave. Thanks for putting that song in my mind. Now that's going to be stuck there. Grandma, I hear you. People hang out with the people that live in the same neighborhood. Right. We were north side, south side in the neighborhood that I grew up in. And we didn't really go at each other and fight like that. You have your homework cut out for you. That's okay. I don't mind. What I'm reading is retired is he was the founder of the Black Panthers. Maybe in one state or something, but what I'm reading is he was the founder of the Black Panthers, and he was a top tier lawyer. Yes. Gemini, I would agree with that. Which I love the way you spell your name, by the way. Fonnie was on the news talking about all the gangs she's arrested. When was that? We'll have to look up that clip. When was that, Pink? If it was recent, I'll look it up. Oh, yeah, I saw that, Greg. Yeah, I saw that. Don't trust banks. Checking in from the lunchroom. This morning? Oh, let's look up that news clip. Shall we? Can't find it. Try something else. Oh, here we go. Here's something. Okay. Let's pull this up real quick. I think this might be it. I know y'all don't want to look at my face. I'm sorry. What is it called? I think this is it. Yeah, no, that's not it. Well, let's see. There it is. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, thank you. No sound? You guys can't hear it? Okay. I don't understand why. Let me try something else then. Might be because it's from a news station. Let me try this. Oh, here it is. I bet we'll be able to watch it. Let me know if you can hear this. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. Huh. Okay. I don't know why you can't hear it. Let me try something else. No sound. It might be that video. Okay, let's try this. It might be that video. There might just be something up with that video. Let's try this one. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it.
Morning. Violence tied to gangs is increasing across the metro. In just the last week, an officer was shot while attempting to arrest a known gang member. Now Atlanta City leaders are working to fight the issue. Our Chrissy Diaz sat down exclusively with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis and joins us live from the DA's office with a preview of her plans, Chrissy, to put a stop to these violent criminals. And she is going, above and beyond.
Aisha, she's tired of hearing talk about it. She's ready for action. So, a district attorney's job is to follow the law, to prosecute criminals, to make the city safer. But Atlanta DA Fonnie Willis is going a step further. She is helping to write the law. There is a bill currently going through the Georgia legislature with specific language from Atlanta DA Fonnie Willis. She says Atlanta's crime issue can be traced back to one group in particular, gangs. She has written what she hopes will become a new law to make it easier to criminally prosecute gang members and get them off Atlanta's streets.
I think for too long, politicians were not really wanting to say this nice southern city in Atlanta had a gang problem. Oh no, Atlanta doesn't have gangs. Yes, we do. What we know is that a gangbanger who commits a crime is 6 times more likely to commit crime than any other defendant. We've got to stop this at the root. So I don't know that it's common, but it's necessary and it's needed.
This bill is currently in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's up for a vote today. You can hear much more of what's in this bill and more of my exclusive interview with Fonnie Willis tonight at 6 o'clock right here on 11 Alive. Aisha.
All right, Chrissy, thank you. She's come out the gate swinging ever since taking office, so we're looking forward to see if she can get this done. Thank you.
And it might have been this morning. I just can't find an interview from this morning. But that one was a while back. You said, I'm not on trial here. Is that where she announced the indictment? Oh, I kind of like to see that one.
First of all, I want to say good afternoon to you all. Thank you all for coming out. Want to acknowledge the DA and Fulton County Sheriff. We're here today to speak on the arrest of Jeffery Williams that in collaboration with Fulton County DA's office and the Fulton County Sheriff on yesterday. This collaboration is representative of the partnership with the Atlanta Police Department and the DA's office on our aggressiveness and going after gang members. The mayor, as well as the DA, gave a interview on last week expressing their concerns about what we were seeing in our city and how we would go after any offender. And at the direction of the DA taking the lead on us yesterday, making sure that we were able to get one of our top offenders off of the street. In partnership with them, utilizing our tactical teams, we were able to go out to the individual's location and arrest him without any significant consequences to him or any other parties at the house. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the DA.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. Today, I'm joined by the Atlanta Police Chief Rodney Bryan, as well as my sheriff and our Sheriff Patrick Labatt. We are here today about a grand jury indictment that was returned that included not just Jeffery Williams, which is of some notoriety and media attention, but about 28 defendants that operated within our community between the time period of 2012 and 2022. It is our allegation that they operated as a criminal street gang and
Oh,
commenced to
that's
do
what
havoc
he's
in our
telling me.
community. That havoc includes crimes of violence, crimes of thefts, crimes involving.
How many people did they arrest? One person? Did they just arrest Jeffrey? That's it? Yeah, allegedly. Exactly. What about Fonnie's corruption?
Involving drugs. I've made no secret about it, nor any apology that
Arrested
as the
27?
district
Okay.
attorney of Fulton County, my number one focus is targeting gangs. And there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing within our community. And so they have to be rooted out of our community. I said just a week or two ago, it does not matter what your notoriety is, what your fame is. If you come to Fulton County, Georgia, and you commit crimes, and certainly if those crimes are in furtherance of a street gang, that you are going to become a target and a focus of this district attorney's office, and we are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. I agree with Chief Bryant.
you're not.
What you see yesterday and what you will see in the upcoming months and years is the result of a lot of hard work by both the Atlanta Police Department and this office. We are proud to bring forth this indictment and hopefully to bring justice to a lot of the community who was victimized through the course you see in this indictment. But more importantly, the most important thing that we are here to do is to keep this community safe. And we believe removing these 28 defendants will keep Fulton County safer.
Well, thank you, Fonnie. What would we do without you? Sorry, that was maybe a little snarky. Let's see what else we can find. There's another video I was wanting to see. I want y'all to see the video I was talking about this morning. Let's see if I can find the video of. Okay. Let's watch this. Here we go. This looks pretty good.
Did you ever come to know an individual by the name of Jeffery Williams?
Yeah.
How long have you known Jeffery Williams?
I'm not good with time.
Alex,
Since we was kids,
about how old were you when you first met him?
I can't remember the age.
You think
As far
it's
as I
long
can
enough?
remember, I knew him.
Do you believe it's while you were in elementary school, middle school, or something else?
I've been knew him. I can't.
How did y'all
Before I knew him, I knew of him. Put it like that. I knew his family members before I knew him.
Which family members did you know before you knew him?
His mom, his dad, his sisters.
This is supposedly the co-founder of YSL. Is what it says. This is the co-founder of YSL.
Oh, his mom, his dad, and his sisters.
I can't remember which one of them, but they stayed in my apartments. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, but they stayed in my apartment. I just never seen him. I always seen his brothers and sisters.
And did they stay in your apartments at Gilbert Gardens?
Yeah.
And since you first saw his family before you met him, did you have any type of relationship with his family members?
No, we was kids. It was just at the basketball court, you know.
Now, do you call him Jeffery Williams?
Huh?
Do you call him Jeffery Williams? When you refer to him, do you
I
call
don't call nobody by their whole name.
Okay. What did you call him?
Lil Jeff.
Anything else?
Call him a lot of names, a lot of nicknames.
Okay. What are some of the other nicknames?
Prune. It's a family nickname.
Okay.
I heard his family call him that. I called him start calling him that too. On a joking, playing with him.
You can't judge somebody by their nickname. I got friends with some crazy nicknames. If you scrolled through my phone and looked at some of the nicknames in there, you would think these people insane. But I mean, I know y'all know somebody by some crazy nicknames, right? I know what you're trying to get him to say, Thug. Okay, so it's a nickname.
Anything else?
That's all I can remember.
Uh-huh. And do you see Jeffery Williams in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing he's wearing?
I stipulate that Mr. Murphy can identify us. It shows out. A record will reflect.
Thank you. Now, you said that you had met his family first and then you met him. Do you remember the circumstances of how you met Mr. Williams?
I can't really remember, man.
They were kids.
You asking me to think about a long, long time ago. You know how much I've been through since then?
Just in the same neighborhood.
Have you been through a lot?
Tremendously.
And we're going to talk about some of those things over the course of this time together.
Yeah, I don't remember my first encounter.
Okay. What was your relationship like with Mr. Williams when you all were younger?
I mean, in any relationship, just like any other friends, you young, you just want to have fun.
What type of things did y'all do together to have fun?
One of our biggest things was listen to music, the dissect music,
What kind of music would y'all listen to?
all kinds, all genres, or however you pronounce that word.
And would you do this at your home, his home, or somewhere else?
Everywhere we go.
Fair.
As your relationship developed with Mr. Williams, did your relationship with any of his family members develop?
I understand what you
Yeah,
asking.
Miss Hilton, he has no clue what you're saying.
You and Mr. Williams.
As y'all became tighter friends, did you become friends with anybody in his family? How about wording it like that?
Have been friends since childhood. As you all continued your relationship and your friendship, did you grow your relationship
That's
with
Miss
any of
Hilton.
his other family members? His mom, his dad, any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mama called him son. His mama called me son.
What about his dad? Did you have a relationship with his father?
We were cool. I ain't never had my dad, so you feel me? I ain't really good with authority. But we was cool. I respected him, he respected me.
Did you ever look to his father as a father figure for you?
No.
Quick answer.
And then what about his siblings? Did you ever develop a relationship with any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
All of them.
And how many siblings does he have?
Too many to count.
Does he have a sister by the name of Dolly?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with a friendship with Dolly?
Yeah.
And did he have a sister named Dora?
Yeah,
Did you have a friendship or relationship with his sister Dora?
yeah. Okay. Or all his siblings, not just them.
Did you and Mr. Williams ever go to school together?
I think we went to alternative school at the same time. I ain't sure.
And did the two of you ever do any recreational activity, I mean sports or anything like that? Did you play on any sports teams together or anything of that nature?
I never played sports.
What is your current relationship with Mr. Williams?
I don't have a relationship with him.
When did that relationship cease?
Yeah, you ruined all his relationships.
It never ceased. It's just I went to prison.
And while you were in prison, you did not maintain your relationship or friendship?
When you're in prison, you don't retain no relationship. All that in.
And since you got out of prison, did you not rekindle your friendship when you got out of prison?
I had more important relationships to worry about than friends. Like my kids.
That's fair.
Permission to approach?
As long as you've shown that to defense counsel already.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they all have it on a PowerPoint. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3, Charlie. Do you recognize the individuals inside of State's Exhibit 3, Charlie?
Yeah,
And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
it's me.
Okay. Is there a
He's
fair
like,
accurate
yeah,
depiction
he looks familiar.
of you in that picture?
Yeah.
Does it look like you?
Yeah.
He's looking
Is
at
there
her like
anyone
she's
else in
straight
that
up
picture?
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. And does it look like that person who was in the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State would like to tender State's Exhibit 3, Charlie into evidence.
Any objections to States 3 Charlie? All right, States 3 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 3, Charlie, who's in the picture?
Me.
And who else?
LaJeff.
All right. And in looking at that picture, do you recall when that picture was taken?
No.
Okay.
He's holding a
Is it
backpack.
before you went to prison, either in 2014 or 2015?
Obviously it was.
Yeah.
I mean, really? What are these questions? What are those questions? I was trying to find that little boy that testified, but I can't find. I'll look up little boy that testified. Here it is. And it brings up Woody.
Thank you so much. Mr. Corey.
I want y'all to see
Jackson.
this.
What's Mr. Jackson
This is
gonna
really
testify
good. I want y'all to see this.
Your Honor, he is a young man.
How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Steele?
Six, Your Honor.
Okay, and what's the next witness gonna testify to?
Your Honor, he's a young man. He's just turned 15 years of age. He met Mr. Williams when he was 8 years of age. He was selling CDs in the perimeter mall. Mr. Williams, he was in poverty. He's from Jackson, Mississippi. His family's here as well in your courtroom. Mr. Williams explained to him that.
Hang tight. Mr. Steele, if it is your goal to establish that Mr. Williams has significant ties in the community, I believe that you've established that to the court's satisfaction.
Yeah.
Not that I don't want to hear your witnesses, but it's cumulative at this point in time. I mean, if that's the purpose
No,
of these
let him
next
talk.
witnesses, unless they go to some other bond factor, I'm kind of really at this point in time, I'm not really interested in hearing from him at this point.
Well, he goes more to a different factor, Your Honor.
And what is that?
danger to the community, which is what I thought the state is arguing.
Okay, all right. If he's going,
I got to be honest about something with Steele. Steele kind of snuck him up there. Steele snuck him up there a little bit, but I'm glad he did.
on the danger to the community, all right. Come on up, young man. Please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn face Deputy Tollins to be sworn as a witness.
Okay, dress sharp. That's how you go to court.
Okay, go ahead.
You'll see who this is. I'm not going to give it away. He tells who he is.
Yes, sir.
State and spell your first and last name.
Corey Jackson, COREYJACKSON.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you.
It's up to the court, and it's also up to you if you want to take off your mask with the honorable court's permission. If you want to keep it on, you absolutely keep it on.
Okay.
Your choice, young man.
I'd like to take it out then.
Mr. Jackson, introduce yourself to the court. Tell the court what you do.
Well, I'm Corey Jackson. I'm a recording artist, motivational speaker, and actor.
And are you in school?
Yes, sir.
What grade are you in?
I'm in the 11th as of right now.
And you're 15 in the 11th grade?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Well, I'm homeschooled and I stay up on my studies and I work on that.
Do you remember meeting a gentleman named Mr. Jeffery Williams?
Most definitely, yes, sir.
Do you see him on this honorable court's Zoom screen?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet Mr. Williams?
Well, the first time I ever met him was in the mall. It was in Cumberland Mall.
Give an update.
I was probably 8 or 9 at the time. I had first met him with my music and I approached him and I didn't know who he was. But later on that day, after I had met him, I found out who he was as far as an artist, and I found out more about him. And then when I really met him and we made the connection, made the bond, was later on when I was like 10 or 11 years old at the time.
And were you in, I know it's personal, but were you in poverty at that time, if you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. I understand what you mean.
And where were you living at that time?
Well, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi originally. So down there it's called Cromwell Street, Shady Oaks, Christian Brotherhood.
And is your father in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And other family members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell this honorable court if Mr. Williams ever took you to where he was raised on Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir, he has.
And tell the court what you learned from that and what the purpose was.
Well, at the time, he took me there because I always expressed to him how at me being at such a young age and being able to achieve what I have and have the knowledge that I do have, that's why I started motivational speaking, because I want to inspire the youth and show them that anything is possible. Because you can look at somebody while they're old and you say, oh, that's good, they doing it. But now you have an example that's your age and close to you in age that's showing you that it's possible. And Mr. Williams, he took me to where he was from. And he showed me where he came from. He showed me the property that he lived in. And he told me, a saying, each one teach one, which is something that he lives by. He has also helped instill in me that I live by now. Each one teach one. And he told me whatever knowledge you have to be able to spread it, because this is who you are trying to inspire and show them that they can become successful. So that is what he took me there for, and to show me how he was able to achieve what he has and where he comes from. And what I have to do if I want to motivate more young people like me.
And tell this honorable court whether you have gone across our country talking to other students, people your age and younger at schools.
Yes, sir, I have. I've did different things like different school tours and doing motivational speeches for different organizations like the Boys and Girls Club and different things of that nature, and different youth centers, detention centers, of course, schools. Yes, sir, I have.
And has Mr. Williams put upon you the duty that you have to always be positive and try to get other people not to do crime?
Yes, sir, he has, and he has always motivated me in that goal and that mission. He's always showed me that path and always deterred me from anything that could be negative or affect me in a negative way. He always deterred me from that and showed me the right way and showed me a positive way to do anything I have going on.
Has Mr. Williams taken you on tour with him, with your family's permission, and taken your family?
Yes, sir, he has.
And if you can remember, what are some of the places that you went with Mr. Williams?
Atlanta, Georgia,
same places.
Los Angeles, California, St. Louis, Chicago, New York. I've been to New Orleans with them before, many different places, Tampa, and some more places. It's been a lot.
Houston, Texas?
Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas.
Okay. And have you been on stage with Mr. Williams and talking to people about all positive, motivating in a positive direction?
Well, yes, sir. I have been on stage with them, and we have also made motivational videos with motivational messages.
And when you go to schools, is that with Mr. Williams' request?
Yes, sir.
And what do you tell the other children when you're there?
Well, first, I speak on my 5 keys to success, which are hard work, determination, dedication, motivation, and ambition. And I show them how you can utilize, if you are utilizing these 5 keys to success, how you yourself can become successful. And that is also what he helps and he sponsors me with. And when I go through the schools, I also speak on things that aren't at this stage in life taught, because while you're in school, you're going off of your report card. But when you get out of school, you're going to go off your credit report. And that's why I also teach and speak on financial literacy.
I wish somebody would have spoke on that when I was in school. Nobody talked about your credit report, how important it was. I had to learn the hard way, cleaning it up.
Mr. Jackson, did you ever have conversations with Mr. Williams about your the way you are outlook has to be positive, as opposed to some people look at him with the name, quote, young thug? Does he ever explain to you that not to do that?
Well, actually, we have had conversations, and he has been very vocal about not liking the image that is associated with the name Young Thug, because whenever you picture that, you assume, he's a thug. And that's why we have talked, he has discussed with me how he would like to reevaluate and reshape his image into his name, Jeffery, and how he would like to go forth with that being his name. And that's what people associate with him, Jeffery, instead of the image of Young Thug.
Is it Mr. Williams' communications with you that he wishes that people do not do drugs or alcohol or be a danger to the community?
Yes, sir. He has expressed that to me, and he has also expressed that to many others.
Look at him looking at the
And
judge.
does he use you as a lightning rod to express it to other
The
people?
answer is like this.
Yes, sir. He has, and he still does.
What is YS? Are you a member of YSL?
Well, I'm not signed to the label on papers.
What is YSL to you?
Well, to me, YSL is a family. To me, YSL is, ever since I first met him, it's been all love, all respect, and it has been pure. And for me, when we spoke on it, other than, the name of the label, Young Stoner Life Records, I told him my YSL means Young Successful Life, because that's something that he has created. He is a young successful man himself, but also he is helping more young men and young women have successful lives, such as myself, for example. And that's why my YSL stands for Young Successful Lives, because that is what he has done, and that is what he is now creating and showing and putting into the community.
Sir, has Mr. Williams' tutoring and guidance to you taken you out of poverty and your family?
Yes, sir, it has.
Has Mr. Williams ever asked you for a nickel?
No, sir. He has never asked for no profit or proceeds from anything that he has helped contribute with. Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Ms. Edwards has a very short video that relates to Mr. Jackson.
Okay, what's it supposed? I mean, he's testified here, so it's kind of like so.
It'll explain background.
I don't see the dangerousness in this, Mr. Steele. I mean, he buttresses again what I have indicated earlier, which is he has significant ties. He's helped a number of people in the community. But I don't see the danger of the community that you promised me from this
Not what he said.
testimony.
He's the opposite. I think that my promise is good. Mr. Jackson is saying that the entirety of Mr. Williams' desires is that people do not commit crime, do drugs, do violence, and to stay in school. that pinpoints the whole danger community is risk of crime, risk of committing crime. He's doing he's Mr. Williams through, and along with Mr. Jackson, diametrically opposed.
Okay, all right. But this video, you want to show me, how long is it?
2 minutes.
And what's it going to show me?
It'll show you Mr. Jackson on the Ellen Show. It'll show him on CNN. It'll show him interacting with Mr. Williams, interacting at schools, just to give you an idea of how this message is all across the country.
I think he's testified that more insignificantly. I mean, I'll accept the video as proof of that, further proof of that particular issue, but I think Mr. Jackson here has well articulated that issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I have no other questions for Mr. I want to thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the time to come and speak.
Oh, you're very welcome, young man.
Very
Any
articulate
questions,
young man.
Mr. Geary? All right, young man, you can step down and seat in the gallery if you like.
Good. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that. I saw it either yesterday morning or this morning, and I found it to be just one, heart-wrenching. I found this little boy to be very respectable and credible, very credible. And it really tugged at my heart. It did. It really tugged at my heart. What did you guys think? Impressive? Yeah. Impressive. Yeah. Very impactful. I agree. Oh, here we go.
Go ahead. The way I understand my constitutional obligations pursuant to the 6th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, the corresponding sections of the Georgia Constitution, I'm required to make a full and complete statement to the court. For the record, and if God forbid this goes up on appeal for the appellate courts or another tribunal, commission, or administrative body, I was told, based upon information and belief, that when we arrived at 8:30, 9 o'clock today, we did not come into your courtroom until almost 11:30. And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly in chambers, this honorable court reporter at times, honorable court at times, district attorney or district attorneys from the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. It was told, based upon information belief, that it was told to the district attorneys that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the Fifth Amendment. Then I was told, based upon information belief, that Adrian Love, the lawyer for Mr. Copeland and this court, were together, and Ms. Love made representations that John Melnick supposedly spoke with some attorneys for the accused and wrote an email to Ms. Love, to Adrian Love, stating that Mr. Melnick does not represent the witness, and that Mr. Melnick wrote an email saying F you, and then somehow that email was CC'd to me. That never.
Mr. Steele, can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm kind of disturbed.
Why?
Because that's ex parte. All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm disturbed too. And the reason.
Why are you upset about it? If it's not something that you weren't supposed to do, why are you upset?
I'm asking you a question. How did you find out about it?
I'm going to ask you the question.
Okay.
Scuttle, if you look at SCUDDER versus state, which is 298 Georgia, 438, it's Division 2, 782 Southeast 2D 638, 2016. Our highest court says when a court meets, because Mr. Copeland comes in, meets with the court supposedly made statements, which I assume is somewhat accurate based upon what you just said. We're entitled, Mr. Williams and every other person wrongly charged here is entitled under the Georgia Constitution to be present. That's a critical stage.
It's just like when you meet with me, and you and Mr. Adams meet with me, and others have met with me.
Try that.
It's those are ex parte for a lot of different other reasons, but I will certainly note that for purposes of record.
Well, I'm going forward.
What I was
I
told
wasn't
was that
done.
Mr. Copeland said, and you haven't answered my question yet.
I'm not
How
going
did
to
you?
answer that question.
You're not.
No, I will not answer that
Why
question.
will you not answer that question?
Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate, and I'm not trying to
No,
get
no, no,
anybody
no.
else
I'm
into
asking you,
any-
how did you get this
I'm
information?
not telling the court. What I'm saying is based upon information.
Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
We can have his. I have problems right now. and I'd
Okay,
like to
I know.
tell you.
Look, I don't want to know about your
That
problems.
sounded like-
Okay, at this point in time, all I'm asking you at this point in time is, how did you come upon this information? Look, if the case gets reviewed, the record's going to be available for our appellate court and for whatever reason. But it's disturbing that how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversations with a party. I mean,
A party,
yes.
a witness who was sworn in Friday. The court's telling. This is what I was told. If this is not true, not true. This court
Mr. Steele,
handed
ask
Mr.
me.
Copeland.
Tell me how you
perjury.
got the information.
Listen, whatever you want to do.
Tell me how you got the information, then we can go ahead and go forward.
I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this. I was told, and I hope this concerns the court.
It concerns me that you
Makes him
have
mad.
proprietary information.
Why is it
or
proprietary?
information that you should not be having that was ex parte.
Why?
With a party.
Why?
State of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court,
Okay.
or excuse me, let me rephrase that. This court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me.
Just real quick, somebody said ex parte is illegal. No, ex parte is not illegal. They just have to have all parties present. They have to all be there. There can't be anything excluded from one side or the other.
You said actually all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is, why wasn't I there? Why,
sir? I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information was
I don't want
coming
to be
from.
held in contempt.
Well,
I'm not
then
answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not answering.
Attorney-client privilege, unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out.
I
tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me,
You don't have to.
If you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt because that is not attorney-client privilege.
Attorney work product privilege. I am not.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you?
I'm not. You should have told me.
Hey there.
What's happening, good people?
How's it going in court today?
It's super cold.
That's what Woody said.
Crazy. It's crazy cold in there. Hey, ex partes don't always have to be both parties.
Don't they have to have somebody representing both parties present?
No, if they were doing like a temporary restraining order or temporary protective order, something like that, they don't have to have the other party.
Oh, my bad then. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Just or if they're doing a scheduling, if they're doing like a scheduling, they need to have both parties. But if it was something that totally has nothing to do with their case.
You have some questions.
Okay, you want to, I'll answer them. I'll gladly answer them.
Okay. So retired asked, was Love trying to sneak something past the defense? She was writing notes. Do you know?
Yes. So they're not prepared. They're less prepared today. Hold on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. They're less prepared today than they were last week. So they weren't trying to sneak something by per se. They're literally trying to slow to run the clock down. So don't be surprised if Simone Hilton is standing
Court
there.
is back. Do you want me to go back to court or?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I will like I said, I should be home. Hopefully, it's just too cold, and I'm gonna get held in contempt for snoring. So it was bad. Like, man, it's cold in here, dying.
So that they are not prepared today. Yeah,
No,
that was
they're not
obvious.
prepared. So one of the reasons why Simone is slow dragging is because the other witness is not here.
Oh,
So
someone in
if
the chat said that they wondered if that's why she was.
no, the other witness is not here. So if she gives it up to Brian Steele and the other ones, and they only ask 2 questions, and Woody's done, they're going to be in trouble. So they're dragging it out. So don't be surprised if she's still talking till like 3 o'clock.
Oh boy,
Is that what you're talking about?
that
Don't
sounds
be
like so much
surprised.
fun.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, someone said that's what I thought, running the clock.
Yeah, that's all she's doing. I mean, for crying out loud, trying to embarrass the man about reading.
Yeah,
And I mean,
that.
I had to say, and I told him at lunch, I was like, hey, I like that answer. There's a difference between reading and comprehension. Duh.
Yeah,
And that was spot on the money.
it really was. Missy asks, how can the state keep trying to press him to tell their story?
Because they don't have a story. I'm sorry, man. I'll have to say this. I'm thoroughly surprised how many people are not with the state story for various reasons, but there's a lot of people who are not buying this at all. And it's really telling. And they're not doing a good job. I mean, there's so many people I talked to at lunch, so many people I've talked to since I was down here that do not believe that these people know what they're talking about. They're just trying to put something together because they want this to be the narrative.
You're right. And that's apparent today.
Yeah, it is.
Agnes asked, does the defense get to recross?
They do. That's why she's dragging the clock out. She's gonna probably let it go at like 2:00, 3:00, 2:30ish. Then that way they'll just drag it out to the end of the day, and they don't have to worry about the fact that they don't have a witness.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
All right, they're starting.
All right, let's go.
I believe you had testified that you did not recall ever telling the police that you that Nard and Dolly had bragged about killing Nut. Do you remember saying that before?
I ain't say nothing about it. I don't ever recall. I never heard anybody bragging about killing him.
Okay, I'm going to play for you Stacey Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 3:48:46.
The dude telling me the story, he's like, but they talking about, man, I ain't never heard Shan talk about it. I heard God talking about it. I mean, what is it? I mean, fuck that bitch. I mean, so I laughed. Then I heard it the first time, she talking about a lot. I mean, what she say? She just, after that, girl, yeah, she just talking about it like, yeah, fuck that nigga. Something about I take my brother. Wait.
Did you hear when you told the police you heard Thug's sister talk about it and say, F that nigga? He something. He shouldn't play with my brother.
No, I didn't hear. I didn't understand now one word out of that whole thing.
Do you need to play it again?
You can play it 10 times. I just can't understand. I can't make out the words.
Why did you bring up that Thug's sister talk about killing that?
Miss Hilton, it's about trying to convince them. So I'm pretty sure you watched the interview and you laughed at the stuff I said and you knew that I'm lying, but
And you told this to police on June 10th. Correct. That was the day that you got arrested, correct?
I don't know what I said in that interview.
All right. And it was on June 13th that we heard the phone call of the Dolly saying we killed Nut, correct?
Again, she said they saying.
But that was on June 13th that jail call happened.
I can't say what date it happened, but I heard it on the jail call.
And it says that jail call was after your interview with Gaither and Dennis.
You tell me.
Now, you've said on numerous occasions throughout your testimony that you feed the police whatever lies that you're telling in the moment, correct?
What you mean?
That whatever lies you're making up, you make it up in the moment, correct?
Not necessarily. Sometimes they might ask me a question where I'm not prepared for. Like, my own thing is, my being interrogated, my only thing is get them off of me. So, by any means necessary, get them off of me. With Detective Gaither and Dennis, I know that, you know what I mean, I got to be more convincing with it. I keep telling you.
Yeah.
And all the lies you make up while you're in the interview, correct?
No.
So you make it up
No.
beforehand?
Good job.
Yeah, I actually tell myself lies on a daily basis back then. Like, I'll put stuff in my head and make myself believe it so that. But they just when it comes to certain
It's just
things,
there.
like, I don't know, man. I'm just at this point I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like,
So when you're sprinkling your truths with your lies, is it fair to say that you don't make up the lies with anyone else?
now what I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you that.
No, that's not true.
That was back then. Like, you feel me? You trying to make me go back into, you know what I mean? Like, I play games like back then. So now it's like it's hard for me to answer your question because you keep going back then.
Well, we're talking about the interviews that you did back then.
Right. So I'm in the interrogation room. I'm scared. I'm nervous.
Y'all can't hear. If you can hear, put a one in the chat, please.
So some things I just knew where they out there.
And my question to you is, it is fair to say that you made up these lies on your own, correct? Whatever you were telling the police back in 2015 to finesse yourself, you were making those lies up on your own, correct?
I'm not up here trying to reveal my hand. So what I'm saying
Okay,
to you
thank
is
you.
I lied back in 2015. If you want me to be speaking in general, like over the whole curse of the thing, like you gotta be more specific. Like with this situation right here, they questioned me one time. I told them out the real when he questioned me, I told him whatever I told him, I don't remember. The next time he questioned me, I told him something different. I don't remember. Every time he questioned me, only thing I could remember was they convinced them that I didn't do these crimes.
And
Let me go.
And my question to you is, in all of your interviews in 2015, you keep telling the jury that you sprinkle a little bit of lie with a little bit of truth. My only question to you is, those lies that you were sprinkling in, you made them up on your own, correct?
But somebody's supposed to help me make it up? Like, I don't get what you're asking.
That's all I'm asking. Did you make up those lies on your own?
Did I make them up on my own?
What the heck?
Did I make them up on my own? You need to be more specific.
Did you make up the lies with anyone else?
Somebody like, did I go to somebody else tell them lie with me?
Yeah.
I went to people and told them what was going on,
Okay.
what the police questioned me about, and I said certain things to certain people.
Who did you tell those lies to?
I don't remember who all I told it to, but I told it. I have.
Who were some of the people you told the lies to?
Montunk, Lil D.
Which Lil D?
From my neighborhood.
Okay. From Mechanicsville.
Yep.
Okay.
My brother. Shit, I told Vlad to excuse my language. Yeah.
Did you tell Shannon about the lies that you told the police?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I probably did.
Did you tell Thug about the lies you told the police?
Yeah.
Did you tell Yak the lies that you told the police?
No, I don't think I told. I don't, because I ain't really talked yet much, so I don't think I told yet.
And what lie did you tell them that you told police?
That I spent the story that, you know what I mean? Shit, I told every goddamn it, you know, shit, these motherfuckers on me, so I put it up on everybody else, get them off me.
So you told Monksunk that you told the...
I can't know. I'm trying to. I got you.
So I'm gonna be clear, because you said you told Monksunk. So you told Monksunk, I went to the police and I told them that Little D told me about what happened the night of the murder.
No, I told Moonton that the detective thought questioned me, and he let me right back out. I said, "The nigga dumb." Like, my bad. I said, I told Moonton that, shit, you can tell the detective thought anything. He gonna go for it.
Did you tell him specifically about what Little D told you?
The D never told me nothing. So this how I go. They don't question me so many times. Even over the phone, they don't call me. Now, who did this and that Gaten? Who did this and that third? I ain't do it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Why? I ain't in handcuffs, so I didn't really have to come up with no story.
I want to talk specifically about the June interview, okay?
Yes.
When you gave up most of the information.
Most of what information?
Did you tell Monksunk that in that June interview, I told the detectives that Little D told me what happened the night of the murder?
I told, okay, every time they question me, and I left, the one y'all didn't lock me up on, and I mean, I was telling the D, I mainly told the D, I mean, because I felt like the D always had my back, so I was telling the D what the police would question me about, and the answers that I was giving them, and the D like, damn, boy, you here. Like, with Moonton, just like, shout to them, they own me, you feel me? Like, well, they trying to get me, you know what I mean? Like, I put off on Shell Kill, like, I just told Moonton stuff like that.
So I'm asking you specifically, because this is my question. Did you ever tell Monksunk that you told police that Little D told you what happened the night of the murder?
Well, I can't be specific about that because, like I said, I know I went back to Moonton. I got into it with Moonton because it's like I was telling him like, but they own me, and then I felt like he was starting stuff up. So yeah, I felt some type of way towards him.
So yes, you did tell him what
I told Moonton. I feel like I was telling him that how I was spending the police, and he was creating a problem. So I stopped talking to Moonton at one point. So I can't be specific on what I was telling him, but I just kept telling him that, you know, I told him that they asked about me and him. They asked about me, him, I mean, not me, him, but me, Doc, and Head. So they keep tying me to the murder, and I just kept throwing it off on shit. But they nutting them right the floor, this and then third. Like, shit, they just going for it. That's why I was telling. I can't really be specific on what I was saying because it was so long ago.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell Monksunk that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop that shot Nut?
No, I mean, we don't discuss that. Like, I don't know nothing about saying none of that.
You said you also talked to Shannon about what you said to police. Did you tell Shannon that you told police that he, Yak, Doo-Wop, and Nard shot and killed Nut?
Why would I tell him that? You know what I mean? Shannon he probably was surprised to hear that I said it. So I don't.
Did you tell Thug that you told police that he drove the Infiniti excuse me, that he rented the Infinity, that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Doo-Wop were in the Infinity when the murder happened.
I didn't think this stuff was gonna come out, so because like I said, so I didn't tell them none of it. What I'm telling them that for? I don't want to.
And did you not tell them because you knew you snitched on them about what happened the night of the murder?
Huh? I can't snitch on nobody that I don't. Like I said, if I knew that the problems that I caused would have did this, like I said, you know what I mean, I didn't even think y'all would do this. So talking about I snitched on somebody, this ain't their case.
Let me ask you this. Outside of Deshaun, did you tell anyone what you told police about Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard killing Donovan Thomas?
I'm make sure you hear me this time. I don't know. I never seen Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard. They never told me they did anything to Donovan Thomas. I never saw them do anything to him. I'm not trying to defend nobody, no nothing. Y'all trying to use lies that I told in the past against these men. And I'm just here to straighten it up on my behalf that I lied. So you can't sit here and say I snitched on them for a crime that I don't know if they committed.
I ask a better question. Did you ever tell anyone outside of Deshaun that you told police what Little D told you about the night of the murder?
You saying outside of Deshaun? I never told Deshaun that they did this. I told Deshaun that people were saying I killed Nut and I didn't do it. That's what I told Deshaun. And I told her that she needed to let the police know that I didn't do it.
And so I ask you again, did you tell anyone that you told police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
You said, did I tell the police?
Did you tell anyone that you told the police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Did I tell anyone that I told the police that Shannon and Nut killed?
That Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Not that I know. I don't know. You confusing me.
Now, so is it fair to say you never told anyone that you told the police that Yak and Shannon?
You trying to trap me up?
Sustained. Did you ever tell anyone at all? Yes, no, or you don't remember?
I don't know that he's answered it, so I'm gonna overrule that.
Is it yes, no, I don't remember. Did you ever tell anyone that you told police that Yak and Shannon killed Nut?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to say yeah I did. I want to say no I didn't because I can't remember.
And can you not remember because you don't want to tell me an answer?
I've been telling you the answer since I've been in here. So what's the purpose of me getting up here saying now? Like I told you last week, or whenever I told you that if I was seeing them, if they would have told me that they killed Nut, I would sat right here and said that Shannon said he killed Nut, or Yet said he killed Nut. Neither one of those told me that. I told you that I was going through a phase in my life, you know what I mean, and trying to tell the police anything. Yeah, every time they question me, I told Mouton, hey, yeah, man, I just left down there. They trying to question, but they basically put it on me. They trying to do that. Why? They, I called him a squirrel brain back then. I said, man, that nigga did tell the story, so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I told it to Lil D. Lil D laughed at me like, boy, you crazy. I put it off on anybody to get them off of me because they keep coming at me. They keep trying to get me. They keep trying.
Earlier, did you say that I don't recall means I don't want to speak on it?
No, I said I don't recall because you're confusing me and I don't want to. You trying to make me lie. So you asking the question in a way, like you talk to me back there in a way I can comprehend you well. So even though I'm talking the way I'm talking, I can hear you, but I don't, like my level of understanding is different. So if you talk to me like how you talk to me in a bad street way, then I can answer you better. But the way you ask me now is just like, it seems like it's a trick question. You want me to say something? Just straight up say it to me.
Last week, do you recall when Mr. Weinstein asked you about an interview that you did recently?
With DJU.
Yes. And that I guess in the interview you were thanking God that you were not on this indictment. Do you remember Mr. Weinstein asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you thank God that your name wasn't on this indictment?
You said why I'm thanking God that I'm not on there?
Yes.
Because how y'all keep locking me up. Like, y'all done locked me up. Y'all locked me, they locked me up for looking at the police the wrong way. Like, so to see y'all lock up everybody and I'm so traumatized by keep going to jail. I'm expecting to be, I'm already in jail at the time. So I'm already expecting y'all to come down there and get me again. So
the crimes that you talked about last week that you said you committed, you said that you
when I said
shot up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That you shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop with threat. Do you remember?
I said it out of frustration.
Okay. Was that a crime that was done on behalf of YSL?
Huh?
Was that a shooting that was done on behalf of YSL?
Miss Hilton, you know me. You know what I mean? If I do anything, I do anything on my own. Like, ain't no a crime on behalf of YSL. Like, I keep telling you, y'all trying to make YSL be a gang and all that. A gang, you got shot callers, you got structure, you got leaders and all of that. Like, YSL a label. So if like how y'all got all these peoples in here or whatever, you can't say that, oh, for instance, I got charged, y'all charged me with a possession of a firearm and a possession of some pills. And the gang charge saying that I had these because I'm a gang member. No, I'm not a gang member. I don't have drugs, had drugs because I'm a gang member. Like, but y'all making this stuff be what y'all want it to be because y'all can do that, but it's not right.
Back in 2015, did you have a beef with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I never had beef with Rich Homie.
And isn't it true that you told police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan because he brought some IF gang members to his condo?
No, Threat had issues with Rich Homie Quan.
I didn't ask about Threat. I asked about what you told police regarding Thug having an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing individuals from IF gang to his apartment.
Thug was protecting Rich Homie Quan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I keep telling you, y'all don't have y'all facts together.
So I'm asking you a specific question. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his condo?
Again, when I'm talking to the investigators, I'm gonna tell them anything to get them out of me. But as I sit right here, I'm telling you the God and the truth that Thug, I had an issue with Rich Homie through Threat. And about my partner, whatever he went on with, they don't have nothing to do with YSL. Y'all trying to make it seem like this has some just because they don't have nothing to do what I do and what Threat do, they don't have nothing to do with YSL.
I still don't think I heard an answer. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with
I think
Rich
I just
Homie
answered you.
Quan? I don't think you did. Oh, if you did, I did not hear you. So
Oh,
you
I'm sorry.
repeat your answer.
Yeah, I said that Thug was trying to protect Rich Homie. He was calling us saying that, man, hey man, leave Rich Homie alone. Like, he don't tell me what to do.
So that still didn't answer the question. Yes, no, I don't recall. Did Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his apartment?
Thug, did you have an issue with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
And I'm answering you. I just told you several times. I tell the police anything.
Okay. Do you recall talking about the shooting at the studio with Rich Homie Quan's car last week with Mr. Sharp?
I don't know nothing about that.
And you asked him if he had proof. He asked you if it was you who did it, and you asked him if he had proof.
Right.
Why was that your response to his question?
I ain't answering it. I don't know.
Was that shooting done on behalf of YSL?
What shooting?
At the studio? The one you asked him if he had proof of.
Yeah, because that was my first time hearing something about some shootings. I don't recall. I don't know. You talking about shooting at the studio?
Now, Mr. Sharp, on cross-examination, I believe he said to you that you had time between January 11, 2015 and June 10th, 2015 to make up the lies that you told on your friends. Do you remember him asking you some questions around that?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Last week, Mr. Shard asked you whether or not you had between January of 2015.
Okay, can you sustain, but with regard to being able to hear you, do you have I think the mics might be working now, so pick it up and.
I'm going to.
Yes,
is
it
working?
works, yes.
I'm going to eject. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
Do you recall testifying, Russell, maybe I had the question wrong, about what happened between January of 2015 and June of 2015?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me just ask you this.
Yeah, that'd be nice if you would just get to what you want to ask instead of whether he recalls what he said last week or not. I mean, just skip that part.
Thank you,
Just
Your
get to
Honor.
the question you want to ask.
Thank you. On January 11th, you did not tell the detectives what you knew because you were trying to protect your friends, correct?
No, I told you I was raised to lie to the police. So if you look at my history, like police asked my name in the past, I've told them somebody else's name. I just do that for no reason. I'm walking down the street, police, what's your name? I say, I give my little cousin's name. Driving without license, what's your name? I give him somebody else's name. So this is how we raised up.
And in this interviews, all these interviews, you gave them your real name, correct?
Because they know who I am.
All right. And in all these interviews, you gave them your real phone number, correct?
Because you gotta understand, like when you lying, you ain't lying to get caught.
But you said you just said you were raised to lie to the police. So, but you didn't do that in these interviews.
I did it to the ones who didn't know, know the information. Like for instance, with Gaten. Gaten knew my name and stuff. She knew my number. Why would I lie in?
But you didn't do that with Thorpe, correct?
Yeah, because what I had to do that for?
And you didn't do that.
I had to. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, because it didn't take a rocket science. So they talking about a murder. This is serious. This is serious. So you gotta come correct.
You didn't lie to Detective Curry about your name and who you
I don't
were.
know who that is.
The one who interviewed you after they shot at you, Deshaun and the baby. Correct?
I'm a victim.
All right. And in that June interview, when multiple detectives came and talked to you, you didn't lie to them about who you were, correct?
About who I was?
Who you was.
They knew who I was.
Okay.
It get to the point the police don't even ask me my name no more. They just walk up on me. Yeah, they already know everything about me.
In January of 2015, you hoped or you thought that your friends were going to protect you out in the street, correct?
I've been protecting myself since I've been protecting myself.
By the time June came, Shannon wasn't talking to you anymore, correct?
That's a lie.
Okay. If Gang wasn't shooting at you, correct? If Gang was shooting at you, correct?
You know who was shooting at me?
People from If Gang were shooting at you, correct?
I can't say for a fact.
In June, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you, correct? In June of 2015.
I was going to use that for a platform to start problems with. So I use people to, you know what I mean? To be honest with you, yeah, I let people get in my head.
And by June of 2015, you thought that you were out here all by yourself, correct?
I still feel like I'm out here by myself. I'm just trying to keep myself free.
And that is why you told the police what you knew or what Little D told you about Nuts murder, correct?
Lil D never told me anything. And again, if you ask me now, we can speak now. But if you want to keep going in the past, I'm going to keep telling you the same thing. Like, I didn't tell the police anything.
Now, you've known that you've had to testify in this trial since, or that you were going to be asked to testify since about November 2022, correct?
The way y'all played it, man, y'all kind of kept me in a blind. But I in my heart, I feel like y'all probably was gonna call me, but people would tell me that, or well, not people, but I was hearing that y'all won't call me because y'all knew I was lying. So until that day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, that's when I like, oh damn, when that day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, I was like, dang, they for real.
And ever since you either heard about it in 2022 or I actually came to see you, you have not wanted to testify in this case, correct?
Said it, yeah, because I lied. I knew I lied. You can't put me up here to lie. Why you think I'm so scared because I don't know, I can't remember my lies. So it's just like, you don't know which one to lie and which one to truth. So you can just easily be like, well, you lying, we'll lock you up. I ain't trying to go back to jail.
And for the last 2 years, you've been trying to figure out how you want to get around having to face your YSL counterparts about what you told the police back in 2015, correct?
If anybody know me, they better be serious with me.
And you made up in your mind that you were going to tell this jury whatever it is that you were going to finesse, that you were finessing the police back in 2015, correct?
I had no intentions of sitting in front of this jury. Y'all forced me to sit up here. Y'all gave me immunity. I told y'all I lied and I'm going to plead the fifth.
And because we forced you, you had to figure out how to finesse your way through testifying in front of this jury, correct?
I'm not finessing my way. I'm telling my truth. And this is that.
Now, in 2015, you consistently said you told the police whatever you could to get yourself out of jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your finessing was about you getting out of jail, correct?
And me only.
It was never about protecting Thug back in 2015, correct?
And it still ain't about right now. It's like, and you might try to say I'm protecting him now. It's just my conscience. You know what I mean? My conscience knows this man ain't did anything. And I'm not trying to have it on my conscience.
Okay. But in 2015, when you talked to the police in any of those 2015 interviews, you always omitted your roles in crimes because that would make sure that you did not go to jail, correct?
I don't understand you.
In 2015, when you talked to the police about crimes that you were involved in, you left yourself out of it, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, because that would make sure that you didn't go to jail, correct?
What you mean?
When you talked to the police, you didn't tell them about your role in Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop shooting, correct?
Did they ask me about that?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan wanted to pay money for Threat to shoot up the barbershop, or wanted to pay people to harm Threat because he shot up the.
Yeah, because I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. So a lot of stuff I told them back then is just like, okay, I'm the key. I'm the one with all the information. You know what I mean? So that was my motive back then.
Okay.
So I was speaking on a lot of stuff that, you know what I mean? Like anything to make police feel like, oh, I know all the business. I can tell them everything they want to know.
So again, you didn't tell them about your part in shooting up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, right?
Did I tell them about my part?
Correct. You did not tell the police that you and Threat shot up the barbershop, did you?
So what, you gonna charge me now?
I didn't say that. I'm just asking you a question. Did you tell the police back in 2015 that you and Threat shot up the barbershop?
No.
Right. Because telling them would not let you get out of jail, right? If you told them that, you would get in trouble for that, correct?
Well, they might get hurt, so I ain't think no. My whole thing is lie to the police. So I'm not going to tell them the truth about nothing that took place for real. Okay. Especially when it got something to do with me.
All right. Also, you didn't tell them about your parts and the stolen items that were found in your house in June of 2015, correct?
They told me about the stolen stuff that they found.
But you didn't tell them about your part and those stolen items being found in the home, correct?
And Dunbar?
Yes.
What you mean?
You told him it was Little Mike and Quez, correct?
I don't get what you asked me though. I told the police that I gave them their names. Yeah. That's what you asked?
So you did not tell the police about any crimes that you were involved in, correct?
I wasn't committing crimes on the behalf of nobody but myself. Anything I do is beneficial to myself. If that's what you asking, I don't get what you asking me.
Right. Anything is beneficial to yourself.
I don't take shots for nobody. Can't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody knows able to tell me what to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless.
So when you were meeting with police, you did things that were beneficial for you, correct?
What they mean?
You just said I did things that was beneficial for me. That's what you just said, right?
I'm saying, like my anything got. I'm a selfish person. If that's what you asking.
So when you were in those interviews, it was all about self-preservation for you, correct? You want to do anything so that you did not go to jail, right?
That's what I said.
Okay. So even if that meant telling on your friends, that's what you were going to do so that you did not go to jail, correct?
No. Telling on my friend would be like, okay, Bobby robbed this store, and Bobby did rob the store. And it's proof that Bobby robbed the store, and I was with Bobby when he robbed the store. But making up things saying, okay, Bobby shot Tony. Bobby was over there somewhere else where he could prove that he ain't had nothing to do with it. It wouldn't make sense. They're just getting the police off me. That's what I was doing.
So the finesse was, I'm going to tell the police what I know about the murder because that's going to keep me out of jail. But I'm not going to tell them what I've done because that's also going to keep me out of jail, correct?
No, my whole thing was, I don't got nothing to do with nothing, and nothing don't got nothing to do with me. So when I'm talking to the police, they're so convinced that I did this crime, and they're not going for the stuff I done told them in the past. So I'm just keep trying to talk my way out of it, and I'm making stuff. I'm stupid at the time.
And the finessing that you did to police back in 2015 is always and only was going to be about you and what you needed, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
You told Mr. Weinstein last week that you were a BSer. Do you remember telling him that last week?
You told me that yourself one day we was in the back talking.
Do you remember telling Mr. Weinstein that last week?
Yes.
And right now, you're still trying to finesse this jury because it's still always about you, correct?
I'm not trying to finish this jury. I'm trying to be God unto you, trying to get up out of here so I can move on with my life. And that's it.
You're still YSL, correct?
What you mean? Am I still YSL?
And you're still YSL for life, correct?
I don't get what you're saying. Like,
you're still YSL for life. That's what you said in the off the porch video, correct?
But you trying to make it seem like it's a game though. That my only purpose is it's not a game. So you saying what you're saying. If you drop the game, like you confusing like a more.
All I'm asking you is, are you still YSL for life?
Am I still YSL for life?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that. Like I don't know.
And what you're doing and what you've been doing for the last couple of months that you've been on the stand is you're still trying to stay loyal to YSL, correct?
If that was the case, I wouldn't even be up here lying on them. If I'm trying to be loyal to them, I wouldn't be trying to lie and put the blame off on them.
And you feel guilty now because you told the police what Shannon, Yak, Thug's involvement was in the murder of Donovan Thomas back in 2015, correct?
No, ma'am. I feel guilty because I have put my hand in some stuff that I should never even done. It's a difference, like I keep telling you. If I knew that these boys did this and that I saw them do that, and I can say for facts they did this.
And matter of fact, in the October interview, October 2021 interview, you talked to Investigator Jeffery Williams about what you told police back in 2015, correct?
Probably so.
Okay. And you talked to her about the fact that you feel guilty. Do you recall doing that?
I said, I talked to her about, I have a conscience. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all caught me in a vulnerable, in 2015, y'all caught me in a vulnerable state. And then, you know what I mean? I was going through a lot. I have done so much stuff. And it was just like, and police got me, and I'm trying to throw the blame off on other people that I should never did.
And in 2021, 7 years later, you told Investigator Viverito what I told you back then was the truth, correct?
Because you gotta understand. So I know you don't know. Viverito, those people touch us. You feel me? Like they literally sit there and follow us around and pull the car over, lock us up because they know we don't have a license. Like they constantly do that like on a daily basis. So when I'm in front of them, I already know they about to lock me up. And I'm just Viverito, she's better than Gaten because she know how to play on you good. And I knew she was playing on me, and I was trying to play back on her. I was trying to convince them that I would be truthful with them.
And did you tell her that I told them everything in 2015, but no one ever helped me out?
I never needed nobody else because my only thing was, shit, I knew they was playing on me, but like I said, they sitting here. I didn't want to go to jail. If I could prolong it out, or they go for what I'm saying, then hopefully I could get out of here.
So what you're saying, what you told Investigator Viverito was not the truth?
What I'm telling you is, I mean, June, whatever date you said, when they questioned me, I have made it up. I told you that before you put me on the stand in front of the jury. The jury didn't even have to hear or see me. But y'all still forced me up here. I told you I was going to plead the fifth, and y'all like, why would I plead the fifth? And I told y'all why, because I lied. So don't put me up here and expect for me to say something that is a lie. If you ask me the truth, and I can tell you the truth. And the truth is, I didn't see these boys commit no crime. I'm not trying to protect nobody. I don't even know some of them over there.
Your Honor, the state would like to attend the 6 Exhibit 3078 Yankee Frank and play portions of the October 2021 interview. All right.
Well, first, you may. Tell me that number again also, please.
Yes, Your Honor, 378 Yankee Frank.
Okay. Any of y'all need a restroom break? If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, let me know. It would be a good time to take one. Y'all all good? All right.
Oh, my camera's not on. Ha ha ha. There you go. Ha ha ha. You can only see me when I take the camera lens off. Guess that's how it works. So hey, real quick, Woody is still a hostile witness, so she's able to do what it looks like as harassing him and asking him the same questions 95 different ways because he's a hostile witness. And so therefore, because he's a hostile witness, they can treat him hostilely. So that's that. She's still running the shot clock down, though. That's ultimately what she's trying to do. She's trying to waste time because their witness is not there, the next witness that they should be able to call, because if the defense doesn't take up the rest of the day, then they would have to have their next witness ready, and the next witness is not ready because they have not done their due diligence. So that's why they're doing like they're doing. It's pitiful, it's sad to watch, but I think Woody's holding it together. I think Woody's doing a good job. Pretty much, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he can get away with showing the new and improved. That's fine. Uh-oh. They need to get some new improved microphones.
Yes, thank you. Hello. Just stay close, 5 minutes at least. Probably more.
I don't know what happened. No, they're not prepared. Again. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Dixie Doodles, thank you so much. That's a great question, Judah. The point is initially was to refocus the jury onto.
Mr. Short, you were saying that
I'll get back to it.
was not one of the statements that we had kind of litigated in detail or at all, and I think that's right. And Ms. Hilton has 4 specific little excerpts that instead of trying to sort that out up here, let's just, if you'll go ahead and put on the record what those are and let the defense attorneys have a chance to see what you're talking about and whether there are any objections that we need to go ahead and sort out without the jury being present.
And we can play it right now. It's only about 2 minutes in total, Your Honor, the 4 sections.
I'd really not want to hear it 2 and 3 and 4 times if necessary. If we've got a transcript of it, do we have a transcript of it? Do the defense attorneys have a transcript of it? All right, just reference the page numbers.
And Your Honor, I have a copy for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. All right.
Your Honor, the first portion is on page 12. And it goes to page 13, page 12, line 13 through page 13, line 18. And it says, Investigator Flores, what you want to do. Then Kenneth Copeland says this, no. And I told them everything that I knew about in this situation. Investigator Rivera says about what?
I can read it. I mean, we can all read it. We don't need you to read it out for us.
Judge Whitaker, don't get snarky now. Don't get snarky now.
Any issue as to that? And it may be that there are some unintelligibles that aren't unintelligible that might be problematic.
Everything. Oh, wow. 6. Oh. I was already there. I'm sorry. I'm talking out loud. Sorry, y'all. I have no idea what they're doing over here. Let's see. What happened to the link? The link dropped off. So I apologize about that. I was reading emails, getting caught up with the day. I did not realize that the link had disappeared. Un momento.
Than what he knew about what happened in 2015. And so this would be a contradiction to what he's now testifying to in court.
Okay, all right. By the time this is going on in 2021, right?
This isn't
this
yes.
interview with Viverito.
Yes.
So he's given all of the 2015 statements, right? The January and February ones, but also the June one.
Correct. And he's now telling them what I told you all back in 2015 was true. Like I told you these things. I told you what I knew. And he says them multiple times in this interview to again negate this idea that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, he's telling the police when he's in custody, I told you things in the past that were true, and I ended up getting tortured. This is on, and you're right. We did actually talk about this statement last week because this is on the heels of us discussing. It's in this interview that he discusses the plot to kill Shell Kell, and we talked about the fact that the state could not get into the fact that he plotted on Shell Kell or that he knew about a plot to kill Shell Kell. But there were specific areas that we said we were going to get into. We weren't going to talk about the Shell Kell plot. But in this interview, he talks about the fact that what he knew in 2015 was true or was accurate, was verifiable. And so that's what this portion is, Your Honor.
I guess I don't agree with the state's characterization of this testimony here today. He's saying that he has lied on these gentlemen in the past, and he is in court telling the truth, and that it was a lie before. I don't recall him specifically limiting when he lied or how he lied. So to me, this is just bolstering, and it's just pointing out that he's made the same statement more than once, which I don't believe that that is a path to admissibility.
But the fact that he is now saying in court in 2024, I lied to the police. In 2021, it's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the police in 2021 that what I said back in 2015 is true. So now
he's not saying it's true. He's saying that's everything I knew. And what he has said on the stand is every time I have ever talked to the police in my entire life, I have lied to them. And that would include this 2021 interview. You haven't had him say that yet, but
that's the point, Your Honor. When he says here, I didn't have any parts. What I did was I heard after the fact things. I said everything I knew when
Let him.
Sorry.
She's not gonna be able to take that down.
Sorry. And I said everything I knew when I went through that. He's now telling this jury, I never told the police anything Little D told me. What I told the police about what Little D told me is a lie. This is what he's saying now. What he said in 2021 is, I told the police everything that I knew, which is what Little D told him.
Well, that's your version of it.
But when you continue to look at the other sections, Your Honor, that will illuminate what.
Okay, let's look at the next section.
The next section is page 28, line 15 through 16.
Okay, so sadly, Simone is trying to impeach Woody, saying he's lying now. But the problem is that carries over to in the past as well.
Talking on lines 15 and 16 about the same thing that we've been talking about here in court. That appears to be about something else, doesn't it?
No, so that's why I said, Your Honor. So this interview starts with Copeland going into, after he's arrested, he goes into the interview. And he's like, I have information I can provide.
Right.
The information that he can provide is about a plot to kill Shell Cal.
Mhm.
So when you get to page 55, and he starts at line 12, there's a murder.
We were on page 28.
Excuse me, page 28, line 12.
Okay.
When he starts there. This is a murder that's about to take place with some very bad people. Bad people. The stuff that I know right now, you know what I mean, should be good enough, I think he says, to get out of my situation. You know what I mean? I'm not bullshitting. You know, the last information I gave y'all was right. The last information that he gave was about 2015. That is what he's talking about here. And then I can further
Do
continue.
you have something that establishes that that's what he's talking about?
Yes, he tells Investigator Viverito, I think earlier, and I'll find the page, because he keeps bringing this up in front of Investigator Flores. Investigator Flores doesn't know about what happened in 2015. So Investigator Viverito says, are you talking about this stuff in 2015? He wasn't here. So you have to give him some more information because Flores wasn't around in 2015. So the context of this is he's referencing what occurred back in 2015.
So where's that part?
Let me find it.
Even before then, like before we ever get to page 12, what are they asking him about?
So before you get to page 12, when he gets into the interview room, he's about to get arrested, and he begins to tell them that he has information about some stuff that's going on tonight, getting ready to happen tonight. He then proceeds to tell them he's not going to give up a lot of information because previously when he's given up information, no one ever helped him out. So then he proceeds to give a little bit of information, but to say, I'm not going to give you much because when I've done this in the past, no one has helped me out. So what he's talking about is in 2015, when he gave information to Gaither and Dennis, no one helped him out. He still had to go to the feds. He still had to go to jail. So throughout this interview, when he makes references to the past, he's making references to what he told police back in 2015.
Sorry, but they're scrambling and scraping. Like I said, their witness is not there. I doubt highly that he's materialized. So they're literally doing, I'm not saying they're doing this intentionally, but I'm saying they're doing it pretty much intentionally because they don't have their next witness in place. Because the defense might not even want to recross this. I don't think she's thinking about the ramifications, Jean Lee. I don't think she's thinking about the ramifications of saying that your witness that we've had on the stand for almost 3 months is a bold-faced liar in the past as well as in the present. I don't think she's realizing that that's a lie. And being the fact that none of your investigators actually did their due diligence. I don't think so. Filipino girl, I don't think so. She may.
So he's talking about, he being Cole was talking about 2015, and Flores doesn't know what he's referencing because he wasn't around in 2015 and all this stuff. And that's why he said, so you have to fill me in. So that's when he goes into the paragraph that he wanted
It's very possible, Filipino girl, that maybe judge is mad at her. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that lets me know or lets me have any comfort that when he says, I told them everything I knew about
Good
this
point.
situation last time, that's everything I knew, that he is talking about
Why is Doug
whatever
on the other
he told
side?
police in 2015 about the Donovan Thomas murder, because I don't see any reference to that before he starts saying this.
How did Doug get all the way over there? What is he doing?
I mean, he's saying on page 9, they're saying you want to talk about today.
Correct, but when he's talking about the last time,
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Copeland, there are no other interviews between APD and Mr. Copeland between June 2015 and October 2021. So he does not ever meet with the Atlanta Police Department ever again until this occurred. So when he's getting locked up, he's referencing, and he even talks about Gaither, and I'll find where he talks about Gaither in here, that he didn't trust Gaither, or Gaither didn't help him out, essentially. And so his whole reference is about 2015. Even if we continue to page 144, line 25 through 145, line 15.
So what does he say on 9 through 10? Everything I knew about what happened with that unintelligible situation.
Are you on page 144?
145. I mean, I do see he says everybody felt I had something to do with it. So that at least is some kind of circumstantial
That's a great point.
indication that
I don't know why
he's
they won't
talking
let go
about
of these
the
things.
Donovan Thomas murder.
And if you give me courts and those,
Yeah.
Answer your question. According to my notes, the unintelligible on line 10 is same.
Is what?
Same.
Same.
Yeah, with that same situation.
Okay.
And then I also talked to that he talks about Gaither.
Yeah, these are some great comments, great points that you all are
Right.
making.
And then, Your Honor, he mentions Gaither on page.
So what's the other
section?
Part, the other section?
The last section, Your Honor, is page 168, line 18 through page 169, line 2.
I think so too. I think that's where she's trying to get to. Woody has ruined this for her. And so I think leaving out by putting him in jail is kind of like, that's what I'm getting. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm getting. This would be just entirely too right for the judge just to say, look, let's move it on. It'd be the right thing to do for sure.
All right. And so is your position that he's essentially like protesting in this interview? Look, I told y'all what I knew, which was the God's honest truth the last time, and y'all didn't do anything to help me. And that establishes that he, at least in 2021, and your position is saying what I told you in 2015 was true. And that's inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand today and the past few weeks, which is everything was a lie.
Yes.
I mean, whether that actually accomplishes that or not, I guess will be up to the jury, but
Well,
yes, sir.
before it gets to the jury, I just don't know of any rule of evidence that allows someone to reiterate in between the time of the original statement and testifying. Okay, we'll say those two things are inconsistent. I don't know why a statement made in between those two times would be admissible as either a prior inconsistent or prior consistent statement. It just seems like we're at this point using another out-of-court statement to bolster the June 10th, 2015 statement.
So I think the state's position is that Mr. Copeland is now saying, he's now disavowing everything he said in 2015 and saying all of that was a lie. And it's only here today that I'm telling the truth. Everything before was a lie. And here is something prior to today that is him saying the exact opposite of what he is saying today. So it is inconsistent in that way.
So his disavowing prior statements certainly has happened, and he's disavowed it. To me, as I've listened to the testimony, he hasn't specified, oh, I disavowed the June 10th, 2000. He said every time I talk to the police, it's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what playing another statement, which he's already saying is a lie, what that is accomplishing. I just don't see this. To me, the state needs to outline a path, an exception to admit a out-of-court statement. And I'm not seeing the exception to the general rule that out-of-court statements would not be admitted into trial.
Do you want to speak to that, Ms. Fulton?
I believe the court said in its analysis that you just gave, what he's saying in court now in June of 2024 is inconsistent with what he has said in any of his interviews to police. And in 2021, 6 years after he gave his initial statement, he is still telling the police in 2021, what I told you in 2015 was true. You all didn't help me in 2021. What I told you all then is what I knew. I gave you the information. That is inconsistent with what he is saying now in court, that he's just finessing the police, that he's just telling them whatever. And the jury can determine if they believe what he's saying now in court, or if they believe what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021. They can make that decision. But this is an inconsistent statement with what his court testimony is.
But isn't someone in 2021 saying what I told you in 2015 is the truth, was the truth? Isn't that exactly what we don't allow in the trials, is someone self-bolstering their own statements? Like, I mean, if I make a statement and then I just go around town and tell everyone, hey, that statement I made is the truth, that statement I made is the truth, are we going to have a trial where we call in 100 people to say I said it was the truth?
Yeah. So, I mean, Ms. Hilton, is your position that even though he is saying on the stand, everything I said before was a lie and what I'm saying today is the truth, that it's in fact the opposite of that?
That's what she's saying.
We believe that what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021 was true. Like that's the state's position now.
And that he is now, you believe, lying on the stand.
Correct. The state believes he is lying on the stand saying that what he said back then isn't true. But even
and that his motive for doing so is,
we believe his motive for doing so is that he's now present and has to deal with what he said back in 2015, now sitting in front of the individuals he tested or he talked to police about. He now has to confront his own statements in front of these defendants who he talked about back in these interviews in 2015.
And so he's trying to wiggle out of it today.
He's trying to wiggle out of what he told the police back then. Back in
But since
2015.
your police didn't verify
furthermore,
it,
in 2021, he's asserting again what he said back then was true, but now he's trying to tell this jury that everything he's always said is a lie. But in 2015, with no prompting from anyone else, he brings up what he told police in 2015. Investigator Verito didn't ask him about what he said in 2015. With his own prompting, he told the detectives his first line, which is on page 12.
All right, so I think that this would come in under 24-6-613 C, that essentially right now he has, and I'm not saying he does, but the state's position is that he currently today has a motive to lie, and that this 2021 position he took with the police is before that motive to lie arose, and it's prior to that.
wow.
Although honestly, it's not a consistent statement, then it's an inconsistent statement. So, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, you've already rehashed a lot of this, and I think we're just kind of plowing the same ground.
And furthermore, counsel brought up this interview, one, by playing the jail calls that they played. This is the interview that was leaked. And I believe Mr. Shar asked the line of questioning about this particular interview. I think he ended up asking the question. He was getting ready to play the video, but he did not play the video. I think he asked questions regarding this interview, and I would have to find the exact clip when he actually was going to play this interview for the jury. But I think he ended up just asking a question because there might have been some technical difficulties with the interview itself. So this interview has been discussed. The portions are about 2 minutes total. And more importantly, Your Honor, the last section is what I just asked him about, which is feeling guilty about having to confront or be around thugs. And what he says in this,
It's the same thing. I feel guilty about it. He doesn't say why he feels guilty about it.
On page 24, he does. He says, on page 168, he does say why he feels guilty. He says, you don't understand how it makes me feel when I go around. You want to know? I think he says, know the truth. When I go around, dude, I know what I done. So I don't want to be around him because of guilt. That's why I don't want to be around, because I'm afraid.
And you fill in the blank about what the reason for that guilt is.
He says it here. He says, I know the information that I gave. Y'all sit here and play like this ish ain't valuable.
Which could be, I ratted him out, or could be, I totally made up something on him, and he doesn't specify which.
The totality of it all, our argument is that he is talking about the fact that he gave up information.
Okay, but this doesn't establish that this is inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand.
Throw it out.
To another topic. I'm not going to allow this.
Oh, come on. There we
I'm gonna
go.
give you this back.
Yes, come on.
All right, let's get the jury back out.
But she's wasted time. That's all she wanted to do.
None of it.
Huh. Wow, she had a W turned into an L. Wow. If she had stopped arguing, she would have possibly kept that W. Wow. She kept arguing and lost. She snatched victory, losing from the jaws of victory. Amazing. Oh, is my microphone too loud? I'm sorry. Let's see. Doesn't look like it's loud. All right, real quick. Who said that? Donna, am I still loud, Donna? I'm sorry. Donna, am I still loud, or anyone who says, no, they're just too low, so you sound loud. Okay, thank you, Go Gadget. Finally. Okay, I turned it down, so okay, cool. What did you say? Sorry, y'all. Sorry, there's a lot of y'all commenting. Oh, when I switch back and forth? Oh, okay. Thank you so much. All right, let's go see what they're talking about. I'm going to switch back to state.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
Thank you, Rhonda. Now, Mr. Copeland, you've told the jury now, Deshaun, you would agree with me, Deshaun is not the police, correct?
Can you say it again?
Deshaun, she's not the police, right?
Right.
She's the mother of your child, your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And in 2015, and through 2019, when you were in custody, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Can you say that again?
In 2015, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree that at least back then in 2015, you loved her?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In 2015, you loved Deshaun, correct?
I still do today.
All right. And you cared about her, correct?
I still do today.
And back in 2015, Deshaun was the person who was trying to get you a bond. Like she was trying to help you get a bond, correct?
How's she gonna do that? She's not the judge.
No, she was trying to get you the money for the bond, correct? To help pay
Oh,
the
she was
bond?
doing what I asked her to do.
Yeah. And she's someone that you confided in, correct?
What you mean?
She's someone that you talked to, that you trusted with what you told her, correct?
I don't trust nobody.
But Deshaun was someone who can see right through you, correct?
You can't even see right through me.
I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about Deshaun.
No.
Deshaun isn't someone that you could finesse, correct?
Say that again.
Deshaun is not someone that you could finesse, correct?
She's not somebody I can confess.
Finesse.
And what make you figure that?
And in 2015, you talked to her repeatedly on these jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to her about what you felt.
I talked to her about what I felt.
Yes. Your feelings.
All right.
You talked to her about your interviews with the police.
I'm listening.
You talked to her about what you told the police, correct?
Mm-hmm. I talked to her about what I wanted to tell her.
And you told her everything that you were feeling back in 2015, correct?
No.
All right.
Cause I didn't. No.
I want to play for you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 394, Y And I'm only gonna play from 7:50 to 11:24.
Right now?
Yes.
What? Yeah. Dog.
Yeah, I just know I ain't tell you, cause I ain't want you to be worried and then like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Shannon act like it told me.
Okay.
So I said, "But man, I ain't
For
had
sure.
nothing to do with
For
what's
sure.
going on. So I let you need to take me with my family, man. I just go out like a sucker.
Yeah.
I mean, but they say they gonna move me so I can't buy do anything and like it, and then they got see how everything works. And they like shit. They need D tell them what happened because D told me what happened. So I mean, they can go out with
They told you what happened with
about what happened to they know what's going with that shit, man.
Talking about when that?
Yeah.
Mm.
So I mean, when D tell them when they see that I ain't just making that up and they ain't lying stuff like this, then they gonna help.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna tell Trey now. I just tell you because I know you.
So there, did you tell Deshaun that D just has to tell them what he told me?
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Deshaun right there in that call that D just needs to come down and tell them what they told me?
I did. See, one thing about me, I know they recorded my call. And that was after they locked me up. I knew they was playing me in the interview.
And did you also tell her that once D comes down there, then they'll believe that what I tell them is the truth?
Because that's what I was expecting.
So what's up? You know what I'm saying? You know that tell me.
Trey, no, everybody gonna know.
Yeah. I mean, so they tell me and your secret. We gotta take them to the grave. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, why you tripping with Devo?
I ain't telling the all this.
You just told me you did.
No, I ain't telling you that. I just told him.
You just said you did.
Listen, I'm telling you what I told him. I was just like, hey, bro, if I ever need you, you'll be right here. You feel me? I like, don't let me down, bro. You feel me?
You just said you told him. Cause you.
Listen, bro. I only told you.
Yeah.
I only told you. You the only person I told.
Woody, which one you gonna say? Cause you, why'd you lying?
You're not listening to me, bro. I told you. I told him. Listen, I just asked him like, hey, bro, would you ever be there? Would you ever be able to?
You just switched the whole thing up.
No, you're not. I just told you. I let him know like. I just let him know like, bro, if I was to come to you with a situation, would you help? And he was like, yeah, bro. I like, sure, bro. Cause I helped him when he came down here. You feel? So one thing I know, when evil come in him, he not gonna lie. You know what I mean? He don't want to play with these people, bro.
You helped him do it.
Okay.
You still playing it?
No, we stopped it. Now I want to play for you what's been tendered and will be admitted as State's exhibit.
While they're talking, I do want to thank Donna for the $2 $1.99 super chat earlier today. Thank you so much, Monica, for joining us as a member, as well as Nikki D. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Thank y'all so much for supporting what we're doing over here. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Do I need to listen to it?
I'm right here with you, Q. This is not proving what they think is proven.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call.
Hang on a second.
Oh my gosh, now they got reverb. We're waiting for you. State, what you got? Let's go. Oh, volume is on point. Thank you so much. I've never seen that lady get up that much.
All right. Let's try it. You can hear it.
You just can't make this stuff up anymore. You just can't. You cannot make this up. Oh my goodness. They did take a day off to resolve audio, and it still hasn't resolved them. The outer limits. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly Michelle. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Good night, y'all. This cannot, you can't make this stuff up. Oh my gosh, man. I think it was Threat that did it. Threat said, "Don't tie me up to this foolishness. Don't throw me up under the bus." I have no idea what happened though. This is craziness. I'm so glad I'm not there. I would get kicked out. I would have got kicked out because I'd have been laughing too hard.
Maybe.
I like that. I like that idea. What happened? Gosh, man. You gotta be kidding me. You cannot make this stuff up. Oh no, we got people from Australia, Maya. We got people all over the world watching this. Everybody's watching. Everybody can watch this. Let me say it like that. That's a good point. I do think they want Woody more than they want Thug.
Yeah, that seems to be.
Oh my gosh. Make it stop.
Nope. Maybe.
Thug was a producer. Go up there and help him out.
See if you can play the audio. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Let's give it a try. Nope.
Y'all are hilarious. Invaders from space. They have two microphones. They have a microphone on somewhere
This is a
else.
prepaid collect call from.
Maybe they fix it. I doubt it.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail.
Can you hear it, Mr. Copeland? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can.
This has got to be the funniest thing. I don't know. I'm assuming it's probably him. This is a very keen observation, Grandma.
And we just played it and send it from my I go back at the end.
Crazy. Wow.
Nobody does. I choose another. Says I changed. We're gonna try the
Oh my gosh.
first turn off the backup system. Clearly doing their own. And maybe our system will work. In the meantime, maybe they'll have another idea for fixing it. I don't know. Clearly the backup is not the answer.
Nope. Allegedly, Woody was only supposed to be there for a week. Allegedly. So now 3 months later, here, this is how we get here. Right, but what is feedbacking? Like something's got to be redundant or something. Maybe it's the laptop, and maybe its microphone was turned off at one time, now it's turned back on.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Let's just break until we maybe have this fixed.
Yeah, this is really comedy in the worst kind of way. Wow. So they're probably running the jury out. And the IT guy was in there earlier today when I was there. He was there. So maybe this is not a good look for them. I'm going to leave it up just in case they pop in. This is so sad. This is so sad. Wow. Yeah, before lunch she wasn't being honest, Sue. She said she had 20 minutes, but remember she also said she had jail calls, and that's when Judge Whitaker said, fine, let's just go to lunch. So she had 20 minutes plus the jail calls, and so now we see where we are. I'm telling you, the whole point of this was to drive this all the way to 3 o'clock. So we're already past 3 o'clock. Now she's just going for bonus rounds. This is the whole point, because they don't have their witnesses. TWC, for the last few days, Miss Love has had the mic controller in her purse. Really? I didn't notice that. I don't think I knew that. Yeah, I'm just glad. Yeah, she was supposed to have 2 more calls. I guess this would have been the second one and probably the last one. But yeah. And don't forget they had some kind of wrangling with the whole transcript thing. That was something new that they had not had planned to discuss. So there's that as well. No problem. No Channel says somebody check the prosecution table. Maybe that's why Love keep going under the desk. They've got a device or something. You know, I kind of remember one time when Love was at the podium, they had that same problem. I don't know. Maybe she has another microphone. Maybe it's a secondary mic. I don't know. That's causing that feedback, but I can see it when they were standing at the podium. That makes sense because the microphones were close to one another and they're calling that feedback loop. But this one, like they're not close to one another. I don't know. I have no idea. And I'm just speculating, but we're all speculations are fair game here. You know, that these are some very real people's lives. But I will say this, a lot of people, 2 things I noticed today. I had lunch with Woody and a couple other people. I talked to some people on the bench with me when we were in back of the court, and then after lunch, I was talking with infamous Sylvia and another young lady and 2 other subscribers to the channels that were there. And something I noticed is a lot of people had negative things, and these were people of high melanin. Okay, I just noticed that it took me by surprise. There were a lot of people who were highly melanated that did not like one Fonnie T. Willis and did not have fond things to say about Fonnie. I was a little surprised, like, whoa, really? Now, granted, they don't live in Fulton County. There's only one person I talked to that actually lived in Fulton County. But everybody else was not pleased with her. I was like, oh, okay. And now I don't know if because they don't live in Fulton County, maybe their only place of reference to Fonnie T. Willis is this case, or do they really have like a true bias for any other reason? But I did hear them. I heard people talk about how money was spent in Fulton County DA's office, transparency, corruption. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that it's not just about the YSL trial. Now that I think about it, there were things that people were bringing up that were like, "Oh, you really do know this? Okay, oh, all right, I didn't know you knew that." It wasn't just the splash in the pan, because like even example, like Ashley Merchant is supposed to be going back to the Georgia Senate Commission hearing on Thursday. And one of them brought it up. It was talking about how Ashley is really going to be driving home, following the money, and it's such like that. Like, yo, okay, go figure. So I think that's pretty interesting. I just wanted to bring that up. And the reason I brought that up is because the other day when I was down there in Fulton County, shout out to Mr. Pig Smokehouse, I noticed that there were no real Fonnie Willis or Courtney Kramer ads anywhere. I saw one Fonnie Willis sign, like a yard sign, just in a weird place when I was downtown. I didn't see any Courtney Kramer yard signs or billboards, anything like that, marquees, anything of that nature. I just thought it was interesting. And there were a lot of people who had something negative to say about Fonnie. Now, I'm not saying that this was any scientific study. I'm not saying anything that this means anything, but just something that I pointed out because I didn't think it was. But again, everybody I talked to was not in Fulton, was not a Fultonite. They were from DeKalb and Covington and all these other places. Of course, me from Cobb County. And it was just interesting. It's like, oh, okay, I got you. Okay. Not everybody's with her. What is it? I'm with her. Not everybody's with her. Okay, I got you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. I'm picking up. Good to see you, Rome King. Good to see you, brother. All right. Did you give our love to Miss Sylvia? Sylvia? You just said you saw her. Oh, no. We talked for a good little while. We had a good conversation. Yes, I let her know that we always appreciate her because she's the one, man. Look, a lot of stuff that we know in this YouTube space, I'll go as far to say a lot of stuff we know, even on the media, comes from Sylvia in this trial. Especially if you see where she sits and where she's located. None of that stuff is accessible except a lot of the time through Sylvia. Some of the stuff that happens when Woody gets off the stand or things that happen at the back door, family members that are there, you're not going to learn about that from anybody else but Sylvia. Shout out to Sylvia. She's doing a great job. She's crushing it. No, it doesn't count, but I'm just saying, I was just surprised how many people don't. I just thought everybody was just following hook, line, and sinker right behind, a little traipsing right behind her. But no, not everybody is. Y'all blaming Woody for the sound effects? No, absolutely. There was lots of good conversation about that. I don't know if they can go to jail for it. I wish they could. I just wish there was more penalties and more motivation and incentive to move this trial along because there's no motivation nor incentive to move it along. It's just like, whatever. We'll take as long as we want to. We ain't in a hurry. We got this. And it just seems crazy at this point. I'll pull this in real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. No, they're still doing the mic check. This trial is cursed. I, I, I can't disagree with you. All right, what we got here? Yeah, the jail here is really bad. Now, I'm going to say again, I don't think it's all Bonnie Willis's or the DA's fault. I do think that they can play a role in it. I don't believe it's all the DA's fault. So that's just my little observation. But if we went to the Fulton County Commission, they need to fund the sheriff to allow him to be able to get this stuff taken care of because you shouldn't have these people dying in jail and all these kind of crazy stories that we hear. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, yeah, she's been letting them go on tangents for sure. She's very short with the Miss Westmoreland. This was a time when the camera was off and they were discussing with Judge Whitaker about some things that they've said that were not true. Because a lot of things, if you listen to the question that Simone Hilton's asking, she's asking questions about things that are not true. Is it true? Do you recall the time that you jumped out of a burning building having saved an old woman? What you mean? Well, the question itself is bad because that didn't actually happen. And she was saying, "Hey, remember when you talked to Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard and they said XYZ and you said ABC? Do you remember that?" Well, the problem is he didn't actually say that, nor did Mr. Shard or Mr. Steele say that. And she did that a lot today. I was kind of wondering, even brought it up to him, like he's correcting her and being like, I didn't say that, or you mean this, and correcting her errors. And I think that was, I don't know if she's doing it on purpose, but it just seems curious for sure. Yeah, she needs a Sandman. David says drag Taylor Hilton off like the old Gong Show when she goes along. She needs that Sandman, like that big old long cane to come and just pull her off. Like, okay, come on, have a seat. I'm sure the jurors at this point know, Laura. Laura says, do the jurors know this is supposed to go well into 2025? I've heard rumor of spring 2025, but at this point, I don't think there's any reason to believe that it's not going to be into the summer. next summer. I don't see any reason why not. Not when they still have maybe 50. I'm sorry, they got over 60. Please forgive me. They got over 60 witnesses still. There's no reason to believe that they're not going to be doing this. And I mean, we got situations like this today. So Woody's still Simone Hilton's still not done. Woody's still gotta maybe be recrossed by the defense. I don't know if they're going to. Yeah, this is just, yeah, it's pretty bad. I still think Whitaker wants to let the state hang itself, dismiss with prejudice, and have all disbarred. One can hope. Okay, so I floated my idea by some people in the court today, and they kind of agreed that the reason Judge Whitaker is not stopping them is because the defense is winning. There's no reason to stop them. The only reason we want them to stop is because we know it's wrong to drag these people out this long. But if they're going to win, if they win decisively, there is no appeal. So they get acquitted, hands down acquitted. There's no appeal. So it's done, it's finished, over. So if they get a mistrial, they're going to have to run it back. If they get a mistrial or prejudice, they could lose. Judge Whitaker would lose there. Possibly, as it relates to the Georgia Supreme Court. So there's a lot of different ways. If the state just drops the charges, it says we're just going to drop them. I mean, that could potentially, but they could always come back and refile. So I think just letting it go to the end. And let's please keep in mind, as much as we might not really want to admit it, this trial was off the rails a few months ago. Remember that? It was off the rails. It's actually on the rails. I mean, I'm not saying it's good on the rails. I'm not saying all the tires are inflated. I'm only saying that it is back on track to some degree, leading toward a jury verdict. I don't want it to be like that, but it's true. Okay, so I don't know what they're working on. Yeah, that was wild for her to tell her no. All right, look, lots of good. Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, she is trying to do that. There's no art, there's no lie there. Uh, Kavar Creations, she is trying to do that. The problem is, like, I really hate that you're putting this man in jeopardy because you're upset because he showed you up. All right, lots of good commentary back and forth. He was fine at lunch. He just didn't like the questioning. Great question, by the way, Robin. Robin says, how was Woody's attitude at lunch? He was fine. I mean, just the lunch actually was pretty good today. I had brought my own lunch, but the lunch that they had today looked pretty good. Anyway, he seemed to be in good spirits, so on and so forth. He just doesn't like it. And I think it's fair to say, if you are working and trying to live your life and take care of your family, and you've been drugged down to court for the last 3 months, that's crazy, man. What was that? That was like June 10th, right? If that's not the infamous ex parte meeting. So he had been there at least since the beginning of June. So all of June, it's been a bother. All of July, all of August, because we're now in the first part of September. That's sad. That's horrible. Okay, lots of good comments here back and forth. I always appreciate the family reunion. If you have not already hit the like button and you do like this content, social and political commentary and legal commentary from a Christian male perspective, hit the like button. If you don't like this type of content, just, hit the like button 3 times. It'll kind of sort of do the same thing, but not really. All right, let's see. Man, they are not back. Bro, they just need to go ahead and call this, man. They just need to go ahead and call it. Just go ahead and call it. Judge Whitaker, just call it. That is crazy. So they come back from lunch. Now, mind you, she said 5:30, so they still got an hour and 30 minutes. Well, let's just say 2 hours for easy math. They still got 2 hours. So, hey, she's like, look, we can do this. Little technical difficulties. DeBose says, minus the secret signals. I'm sorry, the signals and secret meetings. These DAs are struggling with basics. I agree. Yeah, I hope they let Woody go today, but I think I'm hoping the defense doesn't cross-examine him. There was really no reason to cross-examine him today. But seriously, I want to see the real forensics of Woody's phone location the night of Nuts passing. I agree. That would be interesting. I agree with you, Marcus Williams, wholeheartedly. I really do. I wish somebody would step in and just put the stop to this, put the kibosh to this. I don't remember that, Greg. Greg said, didn't Woody say that neither the police nor the DA asked to see any of his phones? I don't remember that. You're very well possibly correct. I just don't remember. State doesn't want Woody off the stand. Yeah. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're
Can we
back.
get Mr. Copeland back?
Ooh, she sounds good. They got it ironed out. All right. Okay.
Do we have either Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams on the others?
Oh, she's done. She's done with the state. The state is done.
Well, is anybody let them know to come back? There's Mr. Kokomo. All right. All right. There he is. You have everybody else. Queued up with what you want to, assuming we have sound that stays with us.
Okay, so what's Woody got a mask on for? Oh my gosh, what is he doing? He trying to milk it, trying to be seen as sick and sickly. All right, all right, all right. What are y'all doing? Let's go. Is Woody straight laying on the tabletop? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know why, but the first sound system is back up. So we're gonna try to use that while we can. And I just cannot apologize more for, I mean, I know that your time is valuable and I just hate that we keep having to essentially just lose chunks of time from this trial because we can't get our sound system to consistently work. And I am trying to do whatever I can to get that remedied. Anyway, let's just go ahead while we've got the sound.
And you're right, we're gonna play from 12:40 to 14:30. And this is on State's Exhibit 406Y.
Crazy. So that nigga was showing me, that nigga showing me.
Prefer this the last one.
Showing the other, I was getting the video with Thug saying, I just kept saying, I was thinking myself, that nigga trying to make it like it's me so they can lock me up, bro. And the whole time, that shit, like he trying to set me up, bro. Like, that shit got me so mad, bro. Like, you keep putting my name, you didn't even know damn.
They didn't go off of what Tom say.
Nah, it just, but these folks already coming after me. Niggas showing that now this about something you know I ain't do. Why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really thinking I did this? You know what I'm saying? It's a damn fact. He should have put these names. If you gonna reference, he should have put their names down who did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I fucking put my name in no shit, bro. Now I'm trying to be out there with my family, bro. I wouldn't even fuck with these niggas, bro. Period, bro. The only reason I called them just to see something. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want them folks to do nasty, bro. Like, anyway, every time I think about this shit, they make me mad. I'm just saying, these niggas out there with their family and shit the whole time. I ain't have nothing to do with that. I mean, I was at her street, bro. These niggas did that shit. I ain't even have no problem with it, bro. Like, this shit is so crazy. They had a problem with Thug, bro.
Who had a problem with Thug? Nothing.
Kill all them, yeah. They didn't, I mean, yeah, because I supposed to be, I mean, they think I supposed to be hanging.
They come out, what?
14:28. Now, Mr. Copeland, in that portion of that jail call, that's you talked to Deshaun, correct?
Yes.
And in that call, you talked about
Why is this happening?
the fact that Thug put you inside of a song, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't like the fact that that song had been released at this point because people are thinking that you did something, correct?
Yes.
And that's what got you upset, correct?
This what it say.
And were you upset about that? That he put your name in a song?
You sure right about it.
Okay. And when you said these N-words are shooting at us and all this is about something you know I ain't do, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. Somebody didn't do.
Okay. So who is the shooting at us? Who's the us you are referring to?
Whoever was behind that gun.
You said they're shooting at us.
Me, Deshaun, and my little girl.
This is in June of 2013, June of 2015. So that's who you're referring to?
Well, I can't be specific who I was preferring, but I'm pretty sure that's who I was talking about. Shit, I'm the only one ever getting shot at.
And when you said you're going to rap about it, put their names, who did it?
Huh?
When you said to Deshaun, why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really think I did this shit? You feel what I'm saying? This N-word, no, this N, know for a damn fact, he should have put these name in it. You want to rap about it, put their names who did it.
Right. So if you go back and look, I said it after the interrogation. So anytime before that, and I was in jail, I never said that. I knew that they were gonna be listening to my calls.
Okay. You said you feel what I'm saying. Don't put my effing name in no shit. Did you tell Deshaun this?
That's what it said.
And I'm trying to be with my family. I ain't messing with, well, you didn't say messing. I ain't fucking with these N-words, bro, period. Only reason I called them was just to see something. I don't want these folks to do nothing for me, bro.
That's what I said.
And who didn't you want them doing anything for you?
You talking about 10 years ago.
Then you further said to her, I had nothing to do with nothing. I was at the house sleep. These N-words did this shit. I had no problem with this N-word nut, bro. This shit's so crazy, man. They had a problem with Thug, bro. Who had a problem with Thug? Nut and them, and your response was Kel and them, correct?
That's what I said.
And this is what you're telling Deshaun, correct?
That's what we just heard.
The person that you trust and the person that you confide in.
And you heard her keep telling me, why am I lying?
She
You
didn't
said
say-
she see right through me, right?
She didn't say that on this call, though, did she? Did she say that on this call? Did you hear her say that on this call?
Oh, I heard her say it, so
Did you hear her say it in the call I
none
just
of the
played?
clip you just played.
All right. So next I want to play for you State's Exhibit 407Y. And
Why are
we'll
you
start
still
at
playing
page
these?
28.
All right, come on. Okay, love. What you got? What you got, homie? Come on, Atkins, get together, brother. All right, there we go. Nope, guess not.
I don't know what to do.
Oh.
Crazy.
I don't know what they say.
What did you say?
I don't know. I ain't called back. I was talking about what the I forget them thing.
I ain't talked to her.
Mm-hmm.
I know she's a freeze. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Oh, yeah.
And then they thinking I'm doing everything for Thug. So they thinking in me. You know what I'm saying? So they trying to say, yeah, I can get about 25 years.
They don't even have no evidence.
Huh?
No proof. They don't have no proof or no evidence.
No, the fed different. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, but they don't have no proof or no evidence. If you know you want to do it, then why you stressing yourself out about it?
No, it ain't about it. It's about everything them niggas doing, man. Like they thinking of me, then you know you already put my name in those songs and stuff. Talking about what I do. I mean, he making me folks thinking me who's doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is on another level. You know what I mean? This shit ain't got nothing to do with it. Ain't got nothing to do with it. When home getting killed, ain't got nothing to do with it. It got something to do with all them houses getting shut up, all them guns, all that. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to do with none of this shit. You know I want to just hang with them. You feel? But I just got to prove that I ain't had nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to tell you. Don't tell nobody. I mean, I don't tell
I
nobody.
ain't told nobody.
Huh?
I ain't told nobody.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Shit crazy, man. I told her.
Why you said so? You
Huh?
put up with what?
What you say?
Why you said trade $150 they gonna get you down now?
I can't hear you.
Why you think you said trade for $150 they gonna get you on your book?
What, to you?
To put on your book? Cause he ain't getting out of yet. He probably trying to see him and say $150 they gonna get you on your book.
He's gonna give me some money from himself. Like, he's gonna come up with my own. I just ain't, they trying to kill it, you know, I ain't got a chance to tell nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want me to text him?
Yeah, text me. And that's, okay, he come put money on the book.
Hold on.
What are we listening to?
I don't know what I'm finna do. I might have to cancel for him.
Bus, where?
Right now, bro.
Because
It's my fault, I know. It's always my fault.
I ain't seen your fault.
She won't nobody give me that. Shit, what time is it?
11:24.
You know what I'm saying, man? I need to get into a gate.
Mm-hmm.
To a gate.
Who?
Gate.
What?
You know how to get Procedural.
You want to try to call on two-way?
This is terrible. Come on, man. What are y'all talking about? Blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about?
You finished?
No, it's still fine.
40291. Please enter your password. Please enter your password. Mailbox number, please. Sorry, could not find a mailbox for that number. Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager.
Hello.
Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager. Sorry you were having trouble. Please try again later. Goodbye.
No, I didn't check. Sorry about that.
What? Nobody in my background. I just said I'm here by myself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Anybody even went to your window. Say man about your window.
Hello, what?
About your window.
You said they went there?
I said ain't nobody went to the window.
I know.
I'm paying attention.
Well, that's the need to start spreading around rumors.
Huh?
They need to start spreading around rumors.
Yeah, look, I need to get Tommy number.
Who did?
Cat, brother, who I always be speaking to, Johnny Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask him, can he be able to help me out on my bun?
He know that's money. What should do turn? He said SMD.
What they about to talk about?
Tell him I couldn't go out there.
Yeah. Yes. I miss you too.
You have 1 minute remaining on your call.
You can play them, but you won't play me on that issue.
What did we talk about?
When you said it was on there, can't you call me from your book?
I can't hear you.
Can't you call me from your book now?
So, KJ.
He said like it was on there, so can't you call me from your book?
I'm going to try to check to see if it's on there.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love
Uh-oh.
you too.
Oh, I love you.
Hold on, I'm here.
I'm just trying to my book and call you right.
All right.
All right, here we go. We're done. Praise his name.
All right. And Mr. Copeland, in that call, did you again tell tell Deshaun, that he's already putting my name in songs and stuff about what I do? He's making these folks think it's me doing it. You're staring. Do you have a response?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you tell Deshaun that?
we just heard it.
Okay. So that a yes?
I said, yeah.
All right. And that this shit is on another level. This shit ain't got nothing to do with homes getting killed. It got something to do with all those houses getting shot up.
That's what I said.
All right. And all them guns Thug got.
That's what I said.
Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. I was just not just hanging with them. I just got to prove I got nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
That's what I said.
All right. And then later on in the call, you said, I let these N-words get me in trouble for something I did not even do, man. Do you recall hearing yourself say that?
Yes.
That's what I said.
All right. Now, these are 3 jail calls that we played. All of these were between you and Deshaun, correct?
That's what we heard.
And on June 10th, you told Deshaun, not say June 10th, on that first call, you told Deshaun again that when D comes down and tell them, they will see that you're not lying, correct? You testified to this jury that Demekian never told you about Nutt's murder, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. So which one is it? Is it what you told Deshaun on his jail call, the woman that you love, or what you telling this jury here today?
What I'm telling the jury today is that Ladie never told me that.
Okay. But that's not what you told the mother of your child in a jail call back in 2015.
And you heard her telling me to stop lying. So she know that how I am. You
did you hear her say stop lying in the call I just played for you?
She said, what are you telling too many, like, just stop. You heard her, man. She get no different treatment from nobody else. I'm not trying to drag her in nothing I got going on.
And what were the houses that you were referring to when you told her these houses getting shot up?
Whatever houses that were being shot up.
Okay. And do you know which ones you were talking about in this particular?
No, I do not.
Okay. And what guns were you talking about?
None.
So why would you tell her that?
Because I'm in jail. Like I don't know.
I'm finessing. Let's go.
Isn't it true, Mr. Copeland, that when you talk to Deshaun, she's not the police? She's not anyone you have to finesse. That you told her exactly what was happening back in 2015.
Miss Hilton, you heard her say that her mouth. Why am I keep lying? I did say this. Why am I switching my? You doing it to yourself. Just stop.
Please put just stop in the chat. Wow. Just stop.
She never said anything about lying, did she?
No, she didn't.
And Mr. Copeland, is it fair to say that you still love Shannon?
Yes, I do.
You still love Thug,
Yes, I do.
and you don't want anything, and you don't want your testimony to hurt them, correct?
It's not about hurting them. I told you I lied. It's the truth. I lied.
I have no further questions.
Praise his name. Told you.
Does anybody have recross?
Say no, please, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, for the love.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland. I'll be brief.
Okay.
We're done.
You recall this morning, Ms. Hilton spent a lot of time going over the fact that you're a liar, correct?
Yes.
And you told Ms. Hilton that before you ever testified to this court, correct?
Correct.
I did not call you here as a witness, right? You didn't receive a subpoena from me.
I haven't spoken to none of y'all.
Okay. You received a subpoena from the state to be here.
State? Yeah, from Ms. Hills.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
What? What happened? Who's next? Who's next?
Mr. Copeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Your testimony is that what you told. Gotcha. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You remember we went through your statements to the police in 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you remember we pointed out the first time that you said that you had heard, first time you had claimed that you had heard that my client Shannon and Mr. Kendrick and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas. The first time you claimed that was June 10th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that your source of information was Demekion Garlington.
That's what I told the police.
That's what you told the police. And you have made it very clear, I think, that your testimony is that was a lie.
It is.
Right. Now, what I want to make clear is your intention at the time, June 10, 2015, you were being arrested.
Yes.
That was the reason for the finesse, correct?
Yes.
Finesse.
And your intention was that Demekion Garlington, Lil D, was going to back you up.
That's what I said.
Okay. And want to be clear, the statement Shannon, Yak, Duop, and Nard, you were asked by Ms. Hilton if you told that lie that you made up on June 10th, you were asked if you had shared those names with anyone else. And I believe you said with Little D, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You said I shared the names with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Characterization of the question.
Okay.
You want to rephrase?
Those 4 names that you made up, you shared those names with Lil D, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay, and I'm asking, I'm not worried about what you said right now. I'm asking for the truth. So you shared those names with Lil D.
Y'all confusing me at this point, man.
I'm not trying to confuse you. You needed, in your mind, you felt you needed Demekion Garlington to back you up, correct?
That's what I thought he was going to do.
Okay, and you needed to share the lie you made up with him, correct?
I told the investigator that Lydia come clear me.
Right. And so you shared the information that you gave to the investigator, the lie. You shared that with Lil D, correct?
I shared it with Moontoon too.
Okay, and you, I believe your testimony was Lil D, after you shared it with him, said, "Damn boy, you hell." Is that?
He said he got my back.
Do you know If you know, do you know who Moontunk might have shared that information with, that lie with? If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, do you know who Mr. Garlington, Lil D, may have shared that information with?
Well, I thought he was gonna tell it to the police, but I guess he didn't.
Okay, do you know who he shared it with? I'm not asking you to speculate. If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think I noticed that Shard is left-handed.
Okay. We just played some jail calls from 2015, correct?
They
just did. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just
And that
let
was
me go.
394 Yankee, I believe, was the exhibit number. Every time you speak on those jail calls from jail, every jail you've ever been to, they play a recording in the beginning. A lady's voice comes on in the beginning, right?
Your call is being recorded.
Right. You know your calls are being recorded, correct?
Right.
You knew in 2015 your calls are being recorded, correct?
Oh, I see where he's going.
I knew before I even went to jail.
That's common knowledge, correct?
Right.
Okay. And obviously, if you're being recorded, you can control what you say on the recorded line, right?
Right.
So you can say things like, Lil D told me this or that, right?
I can say whatever I want to say.
Right. What you can't control is what the person you're talking to says. Like when Deshaun said, you're a liar, you're lying, you switched it up. That's the part you can't control on the jail recorded calls, right?
Well, you know that.
Talk about recordings. Let's
talk
move
about
to
no more.
meetings with the district attorney. You talked about several times the district attorneys, members from the district attorney's office coming to meet you in jail and in prison too, right? Federal?
Not federal.
Okay.
But state.
State jail
No,
and
no,
state prison?
County jail.
County jail. Okay. Rice Street.
Fayetteville.
In Fayetteville. Okay.
And Verito came to Rice Street.
Okay. Viverito had a, when we say Viverito, we're talking about investigator Viverito.
Yes.
She had a cell phone, you said.
She did.
Okay. Now you didn't have, you're in jail. You don't have the ability to record your meetings with the DAs in jail, do you?
No.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded those meetings?
The one in Fayetteville, I thought I caught Verito recording me, and then I started watching her phone.
Have you ever heard the recordings of the DAs when they came to meet you?
No.
Okay. What about in judges' chambers? You ever hear a recording of that?
What you mean?
A recording, an audio recording of that meeting.
You talking when I recorded them?
No, I'm talking about June 10th, 2024. You ever hear an audio recording?
No.
Okay, so the state has been playing recordings of phone calls you're making from jail, right?
I don't understand.
The state has played phone calls, recordings of phone calls you've made from jail. We just heard some, right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you know where the recordings of the state meeting with you, those meetings are?
Objection.
Know where those recordings are?
Oh, shots fired.
Okay, let's talk about the warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay, you acknowledge that you were charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
They charged me.
Right. And when you say they, let's talk about that. When you say they, you're talking about Detective Thorpe, correct?
So I'm talking about the police, so the DA. I don't know who did it, but they told me I was being charged with murder.
Okay. Do you remember in 2015, and we talked about it, you gave statements about where you were that day, right? That you felt cleared you from the murder.
I did.
Okay. And you also lied to the police about Demekion telling you certain information.
Well, I don't say that for like a billion times.
Right. And you would agree that if someone were to believe that lie, it would have cleared you from the murder, right?
I don't get what you said.
Circulation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Detective Thorpe, he took those warrants out on you in October of 2015, correct?
He took them out on me while I was in jail.
Right. After you gave that statement on June 10th, 2015, right?
Some months after, yeah.
Right. So he heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months after that, he took out warrants for your arrest.
You say that again?
He heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months later, warrants were taken out for your arrest for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, may I approach the evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play that prior testimony? Do you remember testifying about do you remember when I stood up there and talked to you about your pending charges that were dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. Could you play that clip, Mr. Kokomo?
Do I gotta listen to it?
If you would.
You're right. He said he remembered it, so I would.
If
Look.
for some reason we need to hear it again, can you just ask him about it?
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Okay, let's do that.
And you remember I was standing right there and reading the sheet?
Yes.
Okay. I was reading the sheet and you were agreeing with me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I never said that Fonnie Willis signed the piece of paper, did I?
You said who name is that?
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 27D? Okay, and Mr. Copeland, I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the decision of district attorney declined to prosecute defendant. And that's your name on the sheet, right, Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, and I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the sheet starts out, comes now, Fonnie Willis, district attorney for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, state of Georgia, and shows this honorable court the following, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed by another man named Kenneth Hutcherson, whose title is labeled as executive district attorney, correct?
That's what she just showed me.
All right, and you know Miss Fonnie Willis to be the elected district attorney of Fulton County, correct?
I think she like the head person.
The boss,
Yeah.
Mr. Hutcherson's boss.
Man, who
Let me
saw
ask you,
Fonnie again?
This was from 2021, right? When you were first charged with this false statement and false report of a crime. It was 2021, right?
When I was in jail.
Yes. Okay. Who was the attorney that got this case dismissed for you? Who was your attorney on this case?
You?
I was?
You told me?
Did you ever hire an attorney on this case?
No, I'm saying you told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what advocating for
lied.
yourself did you do that convinced the district attorneys to dismiss this case in January 2024? What did you do to get them to dismiss it?
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland, you've said in your testimony that you've been sent, the police have constantly sent you to jail for things you didn't even do, right?
Right.
The state has prosecuted you time and time again for things you didn't even do, right?
Yep.
People are picking on you, right?
Yep.
And then in January 2024, Your case just got dismissed and you didn't even do a darn thing to make it happen, huh?
You told me, I didn't know.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Any other cross?
No, should be none. Please. Oh no. They love passing notes, man. They are the most note passing non in high school people I know. Oh, please don't let it be Steele. It's gonna be Steele though. I knew it. I knew it. He gonna bring us home though.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish 378 YD. It's in evidence already. Shannon Stillwell 24F as in Fox. It's 62259 through 62401. About a minute and 2 seconds. Mr. Copeland, can you listen to this? And this is February 21, 2015. If you need better headphones with the court's permission, we have other ones if you need it.
All right.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he everything. He called the night, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. They had, no, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood, everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me.
I can't
They was all in
understand
there.
what I'm saying.
John, can you stop it, please? Is that okay? Thank you. Would this possibly help? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, I can't understand what I'm saying. We can give it a try. I don't know.
John, may I approach?
Yeah, you can give it a try.
Just read it, Brian. Let's go, man.
You keep me need.
This rascal. Here go y'all friend Kokomo.
What I want you to listen for, can you hear me? What I want you to listen for is any mention of this conversation about you being killed with Mo, that conversation, any mention of Jeffery Williams, okay?
All right.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he everything. He called the night, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. They had, no, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood, everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night, they gave every last one gun. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot whatever. But he called and he told me everything. He said, is this person in front of yours?
He just told you about
Did you
getting
hear
killed.
anything about Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug, or anything like that?
No, I didn't say nothing about him.
All right. And when the prosecutor was asking you questions about your jail calls and Jeffrey Williams putting you in songs, do you know any other song that you are referenced in that Jeffrey Williams is featured on or performed with your name except Halftime?
You said do he got any other songs with my name in it?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Which song?
Beat It.
Anything else?
Mm. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And then when you were questioned by the prosecutor about Monday, June 10th, 2024, coming from DeKalb County Jail to the chambers of Judge Glanville, you remember those questions?
Yes.
With all of your time, all of you, Judge Glanville was there at that meeting, right?
Yes.
All of your experience and horrors with the criminal justice system, all the arrests and prosecutions, all your convictions that are in evidence, tell the jurors another time that you found yourself speaking about the case with the prosecutor and the judge and your lawyer.
Never.
He's going to end with the ex parte.
You said that you were coerced and pressured. Do you remember using those type of terms to testify?
I am.
Do you remember being told, and I know it was corrected by the Honorable Judge Whitaker, but do you remember being told by Miss Hilton and Judge Glanville that if you don't testify, you have to remain in jail, not only until this trial ends, but all 28 people who are charged in this indictment resolve their case? Do you remember being told that?
No, they told me indefinitely. Whatever that word, they don't sound like a good word. And I asked her to explain it to me. And then he explained it. And then she broke it down to me that every defendant, so they mean the people that go to trial next and all of that.
Okay.
And it could take up to so many years and just not about to sit in no jail all them years.
Judge Whitaker said that's not correct and corrected it, right?
Huh?
Later, the Honorable Judge Whitaker corrected that, said that's not true.
I didn't hear her.
When she came, this is kind of without purpose, but
Ask you, and if you need those, if those help, the headphones, I want to talk with you about the jail call. It's stage 295Y, as in yesterday, starting at 350, Your Honor. That's wrong. It's a little later. It's 407 to 420. I wonder if you can focus, if they help you, if it's they swear to God we killed Nut, so they going to stay on you, and at 411 they swear we smoked Nut. If you could listen to this.
Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear he smoked nut.
Hello? Stay away from shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scared you, bro. Don't.
Were you able to hear that better?
Yeah, real good.
What was said? Tell the jurors, and they could listen to it their own at their leisure too.
Which part?
Both parts. When Max was speaking, who you call Max, Jeffrey's sister.
She
what
said,
tell the jurors.
They gonna swear to God we killed Matt. She said, Nut. She said, can I hear it again?
Of course. With the court's permission, Your Honor, we're going to replay. And that again is the same exhibit 295Y, and it's from 407 to 420.
Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Say it one more time.
Swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Okay. Did it say they swear to God, or did you hear it? What did you? I apologize. Did you hear they swear to God we killed Nut?
Objection, Anthony.
So this how Dolly talk.
Sustained.
Okay. Explain it. Explain what you were going to say.
She talk fast, so when we was on the phone, she like, they swear to God we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Okay. And then Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, is going to continue. For that other person speaking, it's a man's voice. If you know who it is, tell the jurors and what that person said, if you can tell. And that's at 411.
Look, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear he smoked nut.
They swear he smoked nut.
They swear
he smoked nut.
He smoked nut. Okay. All right, Mr. Copeland. Now, you said, you can take off the headphones if you want to. You said multiple times that you were raised in a situation where law enforcement, you believe you had to lie to them. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah.
And some people don't have that experience. Law enforcement assists them. Was that your experience growing up in your area?
Yeah, when I grew up, the police used to run in from my house and beat my uncles up and kicking our door for my whole life. Up until my mama died. So yeah, we didn't like the police.
And when you get in that interrogation room, you said earlier, it's not about the truth. You remember saying that?
I'm listening.
Is it about just getting out of there?
Yeah, that's the purpose of going in the interrogation room, to finesse your way out.
And do you know people, other people, do you personally know who lied to the police in the interrogation room?
Shit.
Sustained.
Last questions that I'd like to ask you, a series of questions. Ms. Hilton asked you, Jeffrey's not seen on the Texaco video changing cars like you told the police. You know what I'm talking about, right? I have you?
Yes.
She then asked you about, was there switching of cars in the back of the Texaco? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
That's my first time hearing it.
To verify or support your statement, Ms. Hilton asked you the following items. Did the police show you found shell casings? Remember that question?
Yes.
How does that support whatever you told the police?
Oh, you lost me.
I lost you? Okay.
Yeah, you start over?
Yes, sir.
That question was withdrawn.
Okay, if it was withdrawn, it was withdrawn.
Did the police show you rental
She did
car
withdraw.
records from Hertz? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How does Jeffrey renting a car for you put Jeffrey into a murder?
They did it.
We talked about the surveillance video of the Texaco and about the back of it, so I'm skipping that one. How about Duke? You know who Duke is?
Which one?
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Javaris Bradford or Tuda, do you know who that person is?
No.
These are brand new people.
Ms. Hilton asked you about, did the police show you a jail call from Martinez Arnold and conversation with Tuda or Mr. Bradford? How does that implicate Jeffrey in a murder?
Your Honor, objection, Mr. Still invading the province of the jury.
Well,
No.
speculation, so sustained.
Okay, the way Ms. Hilton asked you, don't speculate. How does that support anything you told the police?
Sustained. I mean, that's not something he can answer.
Telephone calls on the jail phone recorded from Shannon Stillwell. Did the police share it with you? That was her question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a different verification or corroboration. Corroboration is a bad word. It just means it verify. You know what verify means?
Yes.
Okay. It verifies your story to the police. How about Detective Gaither speaking with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and you told the police Deshaun Quarterman knows all about this, right?
I did.
Well,
I don't.
in one of your statements.
You said I told the police that she knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the police ever recording a call with Deshaun Quarterman saying, tell us what you know? That ever happened? Did the police ever show you that?
I don't think they ever questioned her.
Okay. How about this? You have your cell phone, or the police have it, June 10, 2015, right? You got arrested with your cell phone at your home, right?
Yes.
How about give you the phone and the police are recording and you call Jeffery Williams and the police can listen? Did that happen?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right, does
Thank you,
anybody
Your Honor.
else have questions?
He's done?
Follow-up questions? No, everybody?
Oh my gosh.
All right, Mr. Copeland. Is he released
Hold on, let me get the music ready.
or just excused? He is released for right now. So he's excused, he's not released.
Course indulgence.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you are excused. It is,
Oh, what
I
do you mean?
guess, possible that you might be called back
Man, that's messed up.
until you hear otherwise. You don't have to come back here again.
It's not over with?
Well, your testimony for right now is over with. The trial is not over with, but you don't need to concern yourself with the rest of it. But as I understand, he's still under subpoena. Okay. And
You know,
Mr.
so
Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in.
he got some
and
headphones. Look at him.
replace for the
Oh,
court.
he was about to run off with him.
You may be, and obviously
He said, "Gotta take it
stand
with
by
me."
as well, because he's not released, but yeah, we would let you know and give you all both some heads up if he's to be recalled.
Please. Hold on, we're gonna pull that music back in.
What?
It's been fun.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
All right,
oh my
do you have a
gosh, this is
short,
crazy.
like hour-long witness?
He's not an hour long. We do have
Okay.
one out there, but he's not an hour long.
Okay, I know we have a couple of matters to deal with. They're not gonna, I don't think, take very long. We can start with the next witness, or we can just start fresh in the morning.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we made it.
Jurors, y'all have a preference?
We want to
Morning.
declare.
Okay.
Free the jury.
All right, I'm gonna release y'all for the evening. If you could stick with us for just a second. And with the reminder to not discuss the case with anybody.
They're gonna be in
Don't allow
Mechanicsville,
anybody
party
to
in
discuss it with
Mechanicsville.
You don't
Wow.
observe in any way and try to avoid in every way any kind of accounts from anybody or any place about the trial, and we'll see y'all in the morning, okay?
Wow. Woody is done. I got a longer musical interlude. Hold on, let me get a little. Here's our free Woody music. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. They are torturing him for sure. That's probably true. That's probably true, Grandma. The jury is done. Everybody's done.
All right, this next matter is going to be, it's going to concern a juror. So if the media could please stop recording.
Oh man.
All right.
Oh, they cut the camera off quick. Yikes. They cut that camera off fast. They said, man, we done with that. Wow. All right. Salute to Woody. He's out of here. Oh, wow. I'm a little conflicted about the redirect. I'm sorry, the recross questions. They didn't really seem to, I don't think they need it. Why did I leave? Because it's really cold in there. And home office, I'm not kidding you, it was really cold. And I had a big hoodie on. And I was like, oh, this is not good. Because I was getting real comfy. And I was like, I don't want to be in contempt because I done fell asleep in the back and started snoring or something. So, but also it was just kind of, I didn't see this coming that he was going to be finished, but it's okay. It is perfectly okay. They cut the video because they were going to talk.
Tomorrow. He did tell me that he was
It's
letting the
back.
court know his schedule, but he did apprise the court, I believe, in Dublin.
Wherever else he needs to be, that he's going to, and once he's here, he's going to need to stay here until we're finished with that witness. He understands that, right?
I believe he does. We spoke outside at
Okay. Is he here now?
He should be.
Do you want to just have him come in and I'll just let him know if I need to reach out to any of the other courts and let them know what's going on? I'm happy to do that.
Yes.
How long do you anticipate with, and I know you can't know for certain, but.
Oh, this is interesting.
3 hours.
Okay. And then, so.
Oh, that means she's going to be running the point. Oh, this is going to be real wild.
Probably, I mean, lawyers are notorious for underestimating how long everything takes. So I'm going to say we might be with him for most of the day. And then if you throw in a couple of sound issues, which seem to be pretty regular as well, we're probably talking about all day with him. Although have your next witness lined up just in case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They dismissed Woody, yes. They said that the jury, they were going to cut the feed, but then they brought it back. Christy, if they're ever talking about jurors specific, they try to cut it so that they're not sharing
while we're
people's
waiting for Mr. Wright.
information.
Your
She
Honor,
said she waiting for
and I
Mr.
may have
Wright.
missed it. The state earlier, I thought, announced that there was 2 interviews of Mr. Sledge, and I
think that was in an email. Isn't that what we were talking about this morning?
Yes, and we said we were going to verify. We just haven't had the opportunity, but we're going to verify. We'll email everyone this evening.
Okay, well, y'all were, I thought, going to talk about that at lunch, but.
We ain't talking about
I'm
nothing.
fairly certain that the defense only has 1 interview in the discovery.
Can somebody kind of go ahead and sort that out before we leave here? Good afternoon. So I think that we're going to see you and your witness tomorrow. And I appreciate you being here.
Okay, I saw him
You know how it is.
today.
You never know exactly when the next person's going to get called, but your witness will be first thing in the morning, 9 a.m. The estimate is somewhere between 3 hours, and I'm thinking more like the whole day, but who knows? Hopefully it'll just be tomorrow in terms of your scheduling, but obviously if I need to reach out to any other judge who expects you, just let me know that, and obviously our chambers will coordinate. Okay. All right. Okay. And if there's anybody that you think needs to be apprised in advance, just let us know that, and we'll go ahead and do that as well. Okay. All right. So we'll see y'all in the morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that cameraman was turning around.
How fast do you think y'all could find out about? Because I kind of wanted y'all to do that over the course of the day. A few moments. Okay.
Okay.
Judge, while we're waiting on that, I I want to reiterate, I don't know whether this has been covered, but I do want to reiterate my objection to the admission of any guilty plea agreement or guilty plea transcript against anyone other than the witness on trial. I mean, the witness in the witness stand. So I do want to reiterate that and ask for a cautionary 105 instruction with regard to the admission of the guilty plea and any alleged guilty plea colloquy.
Okay, and I know we've talked about various different witnesses, potential guilty plea colloquies. Remind me what might come up with this particular next witness, Mr. Sledge.
There were two issues. One was the entry whole hog of his prior guilty plea. And the state, I think, made very clear. So there's a video of him taking the plea, and then there is the actual plea agreement paperwork that has been admitted for other witnesses. What I said and what I maintain is that we will not be tendering a guilty plea just to tender the guilty plea. We would tender the certified conviction, but as far as that guilty plea paperwork, unless he says something that is not consistent with it, then we won't have a need to tender it as any prior inconsistent statement. Or if there is some challenge to something that he said as a recent fabrication, I mean, unless there is an exception to it, there won't be a need to have it read into the record. I mean, we may tender it as evidence for the record, but not for presentation or anything to the jury unless something happens during his testifying.
All right.
That was the first.
You're not intending to introduce anybody else's guilty plea with this witness, are you?
No.
Well,
Mr. Harvey, can you give me a little bit of more info on what it is you might be referencing
the guilty plea agreement
of anybody else?
Right.
Of the witness.
Oh, you said you were objecting to the
admission of the guilty plea agreement as to anybody other than that it represents and can be used as substantive evidence against any of the other defendants on trial. It can be used traditionally, and there are 100 cases on that point.
I understand what you mean now. I thought you meant somebody else's guilty plea agreement.
No.
You mean its use against somebody else?
Yes. That's correct.
Okay. And do you have a proposed instruction on that? What did he plead to?
Your Honor, he pled to the indictment. So two things. One, I'm not certain why Mr. Harvey is saying that a 105 instruction is necessary. As it relates to this particular witness, he will be on the stand testifying, and his testimony would be admissible, especially as it relates to count one, as to all of the defendants. If he says something on the stand inconsistent with what he has said previously, then that prior inconsistent statement would be substantive evidence against all of the defendants, if that comes to it. But I don't know that it will come to that. So I can't really speak to,
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, just have
about?
something
What are you
ready.
talking about,
And
love?
it may just depend upon what the circumstances are.
Well, the rule is as follows. One person's guilty plea or conviction may not be used as substantive evidence of the guilt of another. The evidence, however, a co-defendant's guilty plea is admissible at trial, provided that, quote, the evidence serves a legitimate purpose and the jury is properly instructed about the limited use they may make of it, close quote. That's United States versus Deloach at 34 Fed 3rd, 1001 at pinpoint 1003, as discussed in United States versus Clay. In United States versus Clay is I don't know whether you want a Westlaw or Lexus site, but 2021 US Appeals Lexus 36080 or 2021 Westlaw 5795330. That's the general rule.
Judge, I think that's the general.
That's the
rule.
general rule. That's not
Yes.
when we're talking about something like a RICO account.
It's the general rule as to anything. He can testify, but the plea agreement cannot be used against everybody else. That provision of the statute and the gang statute has been held unconstitutional. We've argued about this before. But his guilty plea can't be used against anybody else.
I disagree with what Mr. Harvey is saying. I think,
Of course you do.
as it relates to this witness's guilty plea and anything, if it's a prior inconsistent statement, federally it may not be allowed, but under the Georgia rules of evidence, a prior inconsistent statement is substantive evidence. So given that it would be substantive evidence against each of these defendants, as to count one, a limiting instruction would not be warranted. A 105 limiting instruction, as Mr. Harvey has requested, would not be warranted. So I'm not certain what he's proposing to the court, so I can't really object specifically to what he's proposing.
It's not.
But I argue that.
Sorry.
Please don't
I'm sorry.
interrupt
I'm sorry. I
the
thought she was
attorneys
done,
when they're
and I
talking.
apologize.
Okay.
But I would, at this point, my position is that a 105 limiting instruction isn't necessary. We're not talking about someone that they cannot cross-examine. We're not talking about somebody who's unavailable. We're talking about a person who is on the stand as a witness that will be asking questions.
Okay, so I don't think Mr. Harvey is talking about a prior inconsistent statement being used as substantive evidence. He's talking about the guilty plea itself being used as evidence against any of the people here on trial, right?
That's correct. That is correct. The guilty plea agreement can be used against Mr. Sledge, but not against the other defendants. Show the court a case. I want to see a case where it says that a 105 instruction and a guilty plea of even a testifying co-defendant doesn't require a 105 instruction. The case that I cited to the court, which cites a whole series of 11th Circuit cases, is a case that deals with a testifying witness. It is not just unavailability. And fine, if we can see a case that says otherwise, we'll be glad to discuss it. In the meantime, I'm moving in limine and want a 105 instruction.
All right, well, give me something that you would like proposed, and why don't we all meet here at 8:30 in the morning, since we'll need to hash all of this out potentially before we get the next witness on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll be here at 7:30.
And what I heard Mr. Harvey say is he's not speaking about the certified conviction. He's talking about that plea form where there were factual acknowledgments that were made. And that is what we discussed the last time. And that is what I told the court that I would not be using unless there was something inconsistent said. And that is why I said it would be a prior inconsistent statement that is admissible as substantive evidence. And Mr. Harvey is asking us to prove a negative, when in fact, the case law that he is citing is not applicable to this circumstance.
Judge, I am talking about a plea agreement. There
Are
is
you
a
talking about
December.
the part that he signs and he says, yes, I acknowledge X, Y, and Z are true, or whatever it is
Yes,
he says?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. See y'all at 8:30 about it, and send anything you want to have me consider in the meantime to Ms. Hurstfield. All right, anything else?
We have a response for the Antonio Sledge interview, Your Honor.
Okay.
It appears that there's only one interview to answer the question. And also, Your Honor, I can do this now or when the jury is, I want to just make sure that the exhibits that we discussed today were tendered and admitted, Your Honor, and so I just wanted to go over those numbers again.
We can do that now.
So the exhibits that we tendered and moved for admission was 399Y, 401Y, 402Y, 403Y, 404Y, 405Y, 406Y, and 407Y.
And you think those were all admitted?
Yeah.
Or you're
If
just
they
trying to
weren't,
make
I want to make sure that they are.
I know. So remind me what 399Y was?
399Y was the law and crime clip
From Dear Will
regarding
Christian.
Mr. Copeland about reading the Hertz record.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you tendered, or, well, I mean, you must have because you played it. So yeah, that was admitted. And then I know 401 and 402Y were, and then obviously anything that you played was.
Yeah.
Is that what everything else was?
So 401 and 402 were the
Guilty plea
document
forms,
Yes.
yeah.
And then
Those are in.
And then 403, just to confirm, was okay, 405Y, I can start there, was the video clip of Mr. Steele and Mr. Copeland and the portion of the We Killed Nut call. 406Y was the June 16, 2015 jail call. 407Y was the June 13, 2015 jail call.
Okay, those are in.
And then I just need to look and see what 405.
I mean, a lot of this is like it was already in, and now they're just excerpts. And so they already are in. They're just labeled as smaller pieces of the larger piece that's already in.
No,
right?
no, these were like the law and crime. The law
Not the law and crime things. Those are in. And the two guilty plea forms are in.
Correct.
But all of the things that are just, snippets of things that were already in. I mean, they're already in. It's just more for convenience that y'all are relabeling them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so was there anything else other than those groupings of things?
Okay, no, that was it, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Anything else before we break for the day? Okay. 8:30. See y'all at 8:30. All right, we are adjourned for the day.
Okay, so they're saying they're adjourned. I'm gonna just talk and wait till the camera goes black. So give them a little bit of time just in case they decide to come back. Bring that beat back. Wow. That was less dramatic. I'm glad it's over for Woody. I kind of wish rather they had said, no, we're not gonna call him back. They're not at Spelman. They're over at Emory. If I'm understanding correctly, Rome King. He said that they should expel and banish them. I believe they're over at Emory because Spelman doesn't have a law program, as far as I know. They have a pre-law program, but I doubt highly that that's what she's teaching. And she's over at Emory University, I know. Anyway, I'm kind of glad that it's over. And for Woody, at least in that regard. Plea deals are not important when you actually have evidence. I agree. And being the fact that these people, man, that is something else I also noticed today is, talking with various people. Not many people believe that the state is winning its case. They do believe that they've presented a lot of information, but it is not hitting home. It is not hitting like they wanted to. So yeah, this is wild. I'm trying to find a clip of Woody getting off so I can go ahead and make that a meme already. I don't think so either. I'm just kind of hoping Hope Rhonda Lee. I got a bad feeling they're gonna bring him back just to harass him, because that's what I think they're doing. They don't have evidence. You're right. You're 100% correct. No argument for me at all, Marcus Williams. But that is it. We made it through. So tomorrow they start with a new witness. I don't think he was in the building unless it's somebody. I'll be surprised, but I saw that attorney there today, but he was working. So of course, if you're working there, it's easy for you to come down here and tap in and say hello. So I do think that's part of the reason why today went so long, is because their witness wasn't there, and they would have been in trouble. So they just slow poked and slow dragged through the whole thing, because good and well Simone Hilton could have been done with that before the first official break this morning. But no, we're here. All right. This is too much information. Yeah, I don't know how they're expecting the jurors to be able to parse through this, to remember a lot of this stuff. It's overwhelming. So I don't know how that's supposed to happen. Okay, I'm reading here. Dixie Doodle says, I've been a juror many times, including being a mock juror. Liking the attorneys does matter. Okay. Hey, I have no problem with that. And I think that the defense is made up of people that are likable. I can totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. So we'll see tomorrow. We're gonna do it again. So let's do this. So tomorrow we'll start. Well, they're not gonna. The clock isn't gonna clock. The camera's not gonna turn on until 8:45 or 9 o'clock even. So today, like, there was a juror that was late, so that's why they didn't start till like 9:10 ish. So long story short, we'll start tomorrow. Well, I'll probably turn the cameras on, do a little mic check, and chop it up with you guys at 8:45. Make sure everybody's good to go. Make sure you got your popcorn. You're gonna need a lot of popcorn. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll on tomorrow. So everybody, thank you very much for this. This has been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it again. Lord willing, we will do it again tomorrow. Everybody, thank you so much. And until then, grace and peace. Take care.